Are you someone who thinks Linux is complicated? Think again, because I am here to tell you that by end of this series you will be using Linux like a pro. Welcome to Star Agile's exclusive Linux learning series. I am Himanshu, your trainer for this journey. With hands-on demos and practical examples, you will go from zero to Linux hero in no time. Before we get started, make sure you subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell so that you don't miss any of the upcoming episodes. This is just the beginning. Let's dive into chapter 1 and start building your Linux expertise. In this video, we are going to talk about introduction of Linux and open source. So before understanding what Linux is, we should understand what an operating system is. An operating system is nothing but a layer of a software which basically uses for the users who wants to interact with the hardware. And open source means the software which is freely available in the market. So Linux is one of those which has a source code freely available in the market. So if we talk about an operating system is made up of 3 layers. Basically, there is a hardware, and on top of it there is a kernel, and on top of it there is a application software layer. So if we see that here, the kernel, what is kernel basically? If you think this ideology that a car which has a body is nothing but application software for any operating system, and the engine of the car, which is very important, without engine car cannot be driven. So that is what the kernel is. So Linux kernel is very important engine for the Linux operating system in order to communicate with the user and the hardware. So hardware does not understand our languages because hardware prefers to understand binary languages, 0101 bytes informations, right? But the user can use any of the languages, like it can use Java, it can use Python, it can use CLI mode, it can use GUI applications. So any software, any application a user understands which is visible on the user interface, but hardware does not directly understand this. So who will do that manipulation job for us? So this is where the kernel pitch in. Basically, a user who wants to communicate to the hardware needs a kernel who can manipulate what user is saying and make it understandable for the hardware. Similarly, hardware sends the response back to the kernel, and then kernel sends the response back to the user. That's how a user interacts with the hardware. So Linux is an open source operating system. Open source means the source code which was freely available in the market. Anybody can use that source code. So now you will be thinking about, why should we use operating system, open source operating system? Why not we can use Windows or Mac OS, right? So the thing is, operating system which is open source available has a lot of features that can be leveraged by the user. For example, it has some customizable features which anybody can download and dump that open source source code of that operating system and then manipulates it with their own ease and then develop it. I'll talk about a little example. Let's say, for example, there is a house. You are constructing a house on a pure land. That house needs concrete, needs sand and stuff, right? And you can set up that house with your own ease. You can set up the privacy. For example, you want window here, you want gate here, you want lock here, this type of lock you want. So you can make it more securable rather than a house which is already being built by the builder and then give it to you, right? So that is a customizable, that feature of customization is available in the open source, which is not available in the closed source softwares, for example, Windows. So it gives us facilities like, security. If we talk about security, then it has a feature of reliability. Reliability means it can, whatever user is saying to the system, it understands, it impacts, it responds back to you for whatever the reason you are asking a system to do, right? So it's reliable. You can trust on it. You can trust on the results and responses what you're getting from the operating system. So that is how Linux is. Then it's customizable, that we have already talked about. So the open source source code is customizable. You can download it, you can customize it, you can tweak it and then use it for your own operating system. And very important thing is, Linux is a lightweight operating system. It's a lightweight OS. What does it mean by lightweight? Lightweight means a limited set of softwares which are really needed in order to run any OS. So if we talk about containers and Dockers and very lightweight systems, which does not need a lot of layers of their softwares on top of it, just needs a pure engine which is the kernel, and needs a basic application software which is required in order to communicate to the hardware. That is what Linux is built up of, lightweight, and that's why it is famous in the market. So now, if we talk about the history of Linux, we should understand this, and you should see the kernel. If we talk about the kernel, so Linux kernel is freely and open source, available in the market. You can see here, as I talked about, that current kernel of Linux is 6.13, which is the version of the kernel which is currently available in the market, and you can download the tarball of it, and then you can deploy it. You can build based on your ease, and then you can make it change. So Linux kernel is available on the kernel.org, and this is the GitHub for the Linus Torvalds, who has basically who is the inventor of Linux kernel, and this is his Git repository where you can see the various versions of the kernel available, and has the latest version, which is 6.13. You see the commit, the last commit here, which was at 9 hours before. So that's an active one where you can download and see the latest changes which have been implemented in this kernel. And this is the GitHub for Linus Torvalds. You can just fork this, and people who understand GitHub, they can just fork this GitHub and then make the changes whatever they would want to, and then they can build their own OS on top of it. So that's, I wanted to showcase the open source, where is it available, where you can dump it and see things. So that's about the Linux kernel, and that's about the open source. Now we will proceed with the history of Linux, and we understand that what Linux is, how it was invented, who invented Linux, and how did it come into the market and became so famous. So if we talk about history of Linux, you see that initially the Linux was kind of got the appraisal in the market after this Unix came. So in 1969 and 70s time frame, in the Bell Labs, basically IBM's Bell Labs, so sorry, AT&T Bell Labs, that's where the engineers Cam Thompson and Dennis Ritchie, they were working on Unix. They built a operating system called Unix, which was not an open source operating system, which means that their source code was not freely available in the market. So after this, they went for another 10 years from 1970 to 1980s. That's where that operating system Unix, which was fairly using in the academics, institutions, in the government sectors and stuff. But then what happened is, after 1980s, there was a need of something called open source has to be come up, because those softwares are very heavy paid and very heavy licensing. Nobody with as a user cannot afford that one, right? Only the companies or the academics or the government organizations, they were getting offering for those softwares, and then getting the license for it, using it for their own systems. So in 1983, Dennis Ritchie, basically Richard Stallman basically started an organization called GNU. GNU means which is not Unix. They frame it like this, that this is not a Unix operating system. This is something which is freely available in the market. So what happened is, in 1985, he built something called Free Software Foundations, FSF. That's where they started building free softwares on which can be freely available to the market, to the people, they can use it. And then meanwhile, there is this student of University of Helsinki called Linus Torvalds. In 1991, he was in college, and he said that a statement called that I am working on a hobby project. A hobby project would be, I will be launching one Linux kernel. I'll be launching kernel of Linux, and then I'll be freely available to the market. So that's how it started, and in August 25, 1991, he launched the first version of Linux. That was in floppy disk, you can see here. So that was a floppy disk. He launched a root and boot disk both. That was a 0.02 version of the Linux, the first version of Linux, which was launched by Linus Torvalds. After that, this organization, GNU organizations, basically, they wanted everything to be publicly available, because they say it's a general public license which they built. So whatever happened after that, 1991, all the softwares, the community grouped together, and then they started making customization, started adding their own tools and softwares on top of what Linus Torvalds did. So if I talk about the early development of Linux from 1992 to 1995, under GNU, they built a lot of tools which they implemented in Linux, and then they started using that Linux. So the early version of Linus Torvald, what he launched basically was just doing the basic stuff through an hardware. It was not doing some complex operations. It was just doing the basic ones. Then in 1993 and 1995, the first time they launched the very first Linux operating system, which came, and I would say the first Debian, the first version which came was the Slackware. The first distribution which was released in 1993. After that, Debian came in 1993 as well. And after the Debian thing, there are a lot of branches we'll see that. A lot of branches of Debians, people started using forking those Debians, and then, after that, they used to build their own OS and then publish it. So that's how it happened. So in 1994, Red Hat was the organization who launched their operating system called Red Hat, which was built from Fedora. And then OpenSUSE was also launched around the similar line in 1994. Then we talk about 1996 to 2000. The development, the first version after that Linus Torvald gave was 0.02, and then the second version came 2.0, which was released in 1996. And that 1996 version has had some more capabilities to perform some of networking interface tools, and better projects to handle the stability and the security part. And HP, UX, and IBM and AT&T, they all kind of supporting Linux because they had to. Community was using it at a large scale. So in 1998, Netscope basically released their free open source browser, which was Mozilla Firefox. So Mozilla Firefox is also an example of an open source software, right? Which has a source code, and you can tweak it, you can change whatever the changes you would want to. So Netscope was the one who launched that software, and then so that phase till 2000, the Linux was kind of an CLI tool. Not a GUI, not a graphical, which was available to the user. So it was purely CLI. On CLI, they can you can run applications, you can run commands, whatever you would want to, and interact with the kernel. But there was a demand of the graphical user interface came into picture. Why did it come? Because they would wanted something for the user to be user friendly, so that operating system a user can use and perform things. Graphical UI, it's easy to use. So that's where they started developing the desktop version of Linux. So the first desktop version of Linux, which was launched in 2004, called Ubuntu. So Ubuntu was that Debian launch software, I would say the OS, which was having a user-friendly interface to interact with the hardware. So in 2010, Google launched Android operating system, which was built on the Linux under the hood. And parallelly, Docker and containers and that Kubernetes technology was also evolving at that time. So this kind of a thing changed the market. And then Amazon came into picture in 2011. They started building their own cloud platform, where they were using IaaS, SaaS, and PaaS, all three cloud platforms on the Amazon Linux. So which was also on the Linux platform. All their EC2 machines, all their servers were deployed in the Linux. So that's how the vast variety of resources which were used, including the Linux over the time. And then in 2021 to 2011 as well, kernel 3.x released, which was a 20 years of anniversary of Linux starting 1991. And after that, in 2020, a lot of IoTs and supercomputers and artificial intelligence came into picture. They also started using Linux as a platform, and then Linux, Red Hat, and they started supporting ARM-based processors, which were deployed in 2021. ARM-based processors, we'll talk about those while in installation. We'll see the differences between the hardware of normal architecture and the ARM-based architecture. So Linux started supporting that as well, and then after that, they were using IoT devices under the hood Linux, and then so far across, if we talk about in the entire industry, So Linux was kind of 75% used. And if we talk about the cloud warehouses workloads, that was 90%. And if we talk about the web servers, that is 70%. So that is how the journey of Linux happened. If we recap it, we'll see initially since 1960 to 1970, when AT&T Bell Lab started building up the Unix. There was the initial part. After that, during 1971 to 80, BSD systems came. It was a Berkeley system devices. They started using for academics and the government organizations. After that, they had this requirement of having the open source softwares which will be freely available to the market. So Richard Stallman in 1983 started GNU project, and then after that 1991 Linus Torvalds releases the first version of Linux kernel, which was 0.02. And then 1992 to 1995 early development happened of Linux. In 1993 the Slackware, the first distribution of the Linux, was launched along with the Debians. Then 1994 Red Hat, SUSE, they all were launched. And 1996 to 1990 to 2000, adoption of Linux was too high that they launched the new kernel version of 2.0 in 1996. And in 2010 Google launched Android, and then Docker Technologies and AWS also started using Linux under the hood, and Kubernetes also started using Docker and container technologies which were using Linux under the hood. Then 2021 5.x kernel introduced, then IoT devices, and then we see the usage of Linux, power of Linux in the global environment. So 90% of cloud workload which are deployed in Linux, 100% which are deployed in supercomputers, and 70% which were deployed in web service. So this is the journey, this is the evolution of Linux which has happened over the period of time, and that's how people started adopting it and using it. So that's what we have so far talked about. Now we'll talk about the Linux distributions. There are various distributions which are available in the market. For example, Red Hat, OpenSUSE, Fedora, Ubuntu, Linux, Kali Linux, Mint Linux, and Slackware. So there are a lot of variety of distributions which are available. So we'll talk about Ubuntu here. So this is my machine where I have downloaded and installed Ubuntu. We will talk about that in our next chapter. So if you look at the release of Ubuntu which I am using right now is Ubuntu 24.04.01 LTS. So LTS is nothing but a long time support, which means Ubuntu gives you support for minimum 5 years, then you can extend it for 12 years and then 15 years. So till 15 years it will be supporting this version. So whatever the softwares will be coming up in the future will be supporting by this operating system is what it means. And parallelly, if you look at we talk about how do we get the source code, how to download that source code, how to dump that source code. So would want to show that as well. So there is a file called etc apt sources list.d. So this is the file where we see I've added all these repositories. These are nothing but the source code of the Debians. So Ubuntu is a Debian based distribution. We'll talk about that once we see that image. I'm coming up there. So these are the archives libraries which are available. So as soon as you add up there, and after that you have to just say sudo apt update. So this is basically to update the software, apt software, which will be using and downloading the packages. We'll talk about that once we will discuss the commands. And so you have to just get the source. So for getting the source, there is a command called sudo apt get sources source Linux. So this will be downloading the packages for you. Since I have already downloaded, you can see that it's skipped downloading. So I have downloaded in my local home directory here, and this is those differences file. You can see the origin of Linux. So this is nothing but the kernel version which I have downloaded, the latest available here. And if you look at the code of it, you can just see it. Just cd into Linux, and you can see drivers and kernel files and make files, and so that is nothing but the source code which is available. So you can just use this source code to build up your customization, and then on top of it you can deploy things. Now let's talk about the distribution which is started over the period of time, so we can see that here. So this is the Linux distribution timelines which is available on the Google. So if you type it and search the distribution history, you will find that image. So if you look at it, from 1992, they started forking the community editions of images, and then the first version of Linux, which was launched in 1990, somewhere around 1993, was Slackware. And then from Slackware, you can see there are a lot of branches coming up here. So various type of Linux which was built on top of Slackware. So how, if you talk about that, how people started using it. So basically, this source code is available on the GitHub, and anybody can fork that GitHub and then contribute to it. So that's how the community is basically using it. For example, why this is famous and why the open source is widely used is because the community, if we talk about the community across the world, there are a lot of users who are using this. So you can see the Linux distribution timelines over here, which started from 1992. So the first version of Linux, which was launched as a Slackware, and then after that people started forking that call, that branches, and then they started adding their points as well in the main branch of the Linux. So that's how they started it. After that, what happened is, with the time, people from the community side, they started adding their points in the branches, and then they started adding the code whatever they would want. And if you look at, after Slackware, Debian was the one which was launched in somewhere around 1994. And from the Debian, if you look at the branches, mostly here, these are the variety of operating systems which were taken from the Debian. So Ubuntu is one of those. So you see here Kubuntu, and this branch is the Ubuntu branch, which was forked from the Debian branch. And from Ubuntu also, there were a lot of softwares, operating system which were taken further. Kubuntu is one of those. Go Ubuntu is there, Alto is there, Deft is there. So there are a lot of type of Ubuntu softwares, operating systems were built after that. So that's how they started, creating this Linux distribution. So with the community help, there were a lot of operating systems which was launched. And if you look at here, if you go a little down, Red Hat was launched, and after that from Red Hat, there was a lot of Linux operating system was built on top of it. Let's say Oracle Linux, which was also taken a fork from the the Red Hat branch. Then if you look at eSmith, if you look at Connectiva, or etc. And here Zurich, from that SUSE Linux was launched, and then from SUSE Linux there were a lot of branches which were open, and then OpenSUSE and SUSE Linux Enterprise Desktop version was launched after that. So this is kind of give us a variety of idea about how the Linux was developed over the period of time. So the community kept on adding. That's why the progression for the Linux software was too heavy and too high and too speedy as well. So with the time, they somewhere around thousands of softwares and operating systems which was launched post the first version of Linux kernel was launched in 1991. And so if we talk about the history, so somewhere around 2004 when Ubuntu was launched. After that, in early 2000, Red Hat was launched. And they all had like variety of features. Ubuntu had variety of features called Genome, which was nothing but a graphical version of displaying the Linux operating system. And then it has a variety of support for the desktops, servers, IoT devices, and etc. and etc. And if we talk about Red Hat, there are two versions of Red Hat which are available. If you want to use the free OS, you can use CentOS. If you want to use the enterprise version of Red Hat, so there is something called RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So earlier I was talking about open source, which means the source code is freely available in the market, it's open. But I could say that if you want the support for this, you have to pay for that. For example, you are purchasing a licensed version of operating system Linux, let's say from Red Hat, so Red Hat will charge only for that licensing part of their OS, which means in future if you come across any of the issues while deploying the Linux on your machines, or data warehousing or connectivities or integrations and stuff, right? So you can contact Red Hat support. Red Hat support will give you complete support of it because you have purchased that license. So that is a paid version of Red Hat, and CentOS is the free version of Red Hat. So, and Red Hat was initially formed based on Fedora. Fedora was also a Linux, and then Red Hat was built on top of Fedora. Yeah, so mainly in market, if you look at the companies which are being famous and mainly being used, their OSs, Red Hat is one of those. The really big giant, company who basically sell their OS. Not just the OS, they do a lot of stuff, but yeah, the OS is primarily is when they started with. After that, if we talk about some other OSs, then we can talk about, we have already seen that Ubuntu is a Debian based, and then RHEL is the enterprise based. Then Fedora project was in 2003. After that, during that same time, SUSE was also come. We already seen that OpenSUSE and Red Hat, they were both launched somewhere around in mid 98 or that time frame. And there are some other Linuxes which were little famous and people use it. Arc Linux is one of those. So they released in 2002, and they have something called Pacman package manager, which was mainly used across industries. So they have some features called minimalistic designs and continuous updates, which they have been releasing so far. So that's why the Arc Linux was used. For the offensive security purpose, there was a mainly software was Kali Linux, which was launched in 2013, and this is also Debian based. So Kali Linux is the software which was mainly used for the hackers. I will talk about the white hat hackers. People who wanted to provide securities to the companies, they need vulnerabilities, scannings, and etc. So Kali Linux is the best software for it. So if you're looking this video and you would want to pursue your career in security and that domain, so you should explore Kali Linux as well. In our coming videos, we will talk about the installation of Linux. We will talk about mainly the Ubuntu part, because that is a user-friendly, easy to install, easy to access, easy to perform things. And then there was one more version or distribution of Linux, I would say, Linux Mint. That also has a quite nice OS graphical presentations where user basically can easily access the icons, and they can perform things with whatever they would want to perform with respect to their hardware. So Linux Mint is another one of it. It was launched in 2006. There are also quite nice desktop version of Mint was XFCE desktop. That was little famous, and then it used based on Cinnamon. So Cinnamon was another project which basically was launched for the interfaces. So Mint is nothing but it was deployed on top of by using the same technology what Cinnamon was using. So it also kind of look really nice in terms of interface wise. So you can Google it up, you can see how does a Cinnamon graphical UI looks like, how does a Mint UI look like. So those are nothing but the desktop versions of Linux which people might like it, and based on their use cases they use it. Then CentOS we have already talked about, and yeah, so that's all about the distribution of the Linux. All right, so let's review the comparison table. We have it here, which has a variety of operating systems, and it's basically give us an idea about which operating system, which distribution was based on which one, and then what kind of an audience it might prefer or attracts. If it is for beginners, or if it is for somebody who is looking for security domain, or if it's for somebody who wants to basically use the best graphical UI, then which one to prefer, or somebody who is hard coder and then would want to pursue only for who likes the CLI and prefers to perform the CLI actions like me. So you can go for Red Hat or any other operating systems. So if you look at Ubuntu was based on Debian. Beginners was the audience, which means the people who would want to start with Linux, they can adopt Ubuntu and then they can play around with it. The use cases I have explained already, that it has a good desktop. It can be used as a server as well, or on the cloud machines as well, and it's user friendly. It gets extensive support. You can get the free support for Ubuntu, whatever the support you would want. If you seek for it, you can just go to Google it and then go for Ubuntu site. You will get the support from the Ubuntu side, or on the Stack Overflow also you will get whatever the queries you have for Ubuntu. First, RHEL was based on Fedora. It's an enterprise audience which pay the license for Red Hat, and then they would want to use it for their company. Use cases are basically the mission critical systems which should not go down, should be up and running. For example, if I say we talk about Flipkart, we talk about Amazon, when they launch the big billion days sales, at the time the systems are always up and running, right? So which means they have some sort of a technology which is adopt under the hood, so that their system should not go down. It could include various load balancers, it could include various operating systems, data warehousing, connectivities and stuff. But under the hood, if we talk about the compute power on top of which they are deploying it, that OS is nothing but a RHEL is what they are preferably using. They are getting enterprise support from Red Hat, and then whenever they get stuck with things or integration issues, they can seek for Red Hat support. So it's for the enterprise audience. CentOS is the RHEL based, which is a free version of Red Hat. As whatever the Red Hat gives is what the CentOS gives. The same user interface, you can see the same experience. You will find it in CentOS as well. It's just that it's a free version of Red Hat, you can say. Then Debians are the distributions. It's independent distribution because Debian itself was launched back in 1993, the time frame. So it was a standalone individual distributions from which a lot of branches occurred after that, and then people started using and adding up their points in the community wise, right? So Debian gives a good servers and desktops, and basically they are good for stabilities and robustness. Similarly, Fedora is also independent, launched by the developers, and it's basically using the cutting edge development technologies for which Fedora was famous, and that's how Red Hat adopt Fedora in order to make the modifications on top of it. Then there was some other OS called SLES, which was mainly used for the SAP clouds. The people who are using into SAPs, they prefer to use SLES OS. And then Arch Linux, we have already talked about the rolling releases and minimizations it uses, basically the custom systems. Kali Linux is basically for security enthusiastic people who would want to pursue, or who would want to good for do something good in terms of security domain. They would want to prefer Kali Linux, and they can use it for their expertise. Mint is basically, again, it's based on Cinnamon, and then it's Ubuntu was the initial version of Mint. On top of it, it was developed. It also gives you the desktop based use cases, and then it also has a UI kind of which kind of attracts to the people, and then they use their use cases based on they have it. So that's about the comparison table we have. Next, we'll pursue the installation of Linux. We'll talk about what kind of Linux and how to install it, what are the ways to install it. So we'll discuss that. In this video, we'll talk about the installation of Linux. We will see how to install an operating system called Linux and where to use it. So there are two ways. I am currently using my Mac, which is a ARM based processor. If you are using a Windows machine, you can use a software called VirtualBox. So VirtualBox is available. You can just Google it up. It will download the VirtualBox for you, whatever the platform that you are using. And then you need an ISO image, which is an image of an OS you would want to run on top of that virtual machine in the VirtualBox, and then you can install it easily. So I'll show the two ways to do that. I am using a software called Parallel Desktop, which is mainly for Mac, not for Windows users. But the people who are using Mac, they can use Parallel Desktop and easy to download and install it. So this is how the control center of Parallel Desktop look like. And if you look at here, I have deployed a lot of virtual machines already. Let's create a new virtual machine and install it and see how does it go. So you see there are two free systems showing to me for Ubuntu. One is Ubuntu Linux, another one is Ubuntu with Rosetta. The difference between this Ubuntu and Rosetta would be, Rosetta is nothing but it's mainly used for the Linux translator for the Mac OS which are running on the ARM system. So we talk about ARM. I'll just give a little brief of what ARM and what BSD and what other standards architectures are there. So ARM is the architecture which is different than typical x86-64 architecture. The reason being it was developed somewhere around in after later 2020. In order to perform a high CPU, GPU kind of operations, they developed ARM based hardware. On top of it, they need a compatible support of softwares which will be running on top of that hardware. So Rosetta here basically plays a role where it translates if you would want to run an image which is not a ARM image, compatibility, not a direct compatible, but with the help of Rosetta, it can make a compatible on running on the ARM, hardware. So if you look at like this, we can explain that this is the hardware machine, we have it, but the hardware machine is a ARM based machine, and your OS, the typical you are using is, let's say, x86-64 architecture. It is not directly supported on the ARM machine, but what does Rosetta do is it creates a layer in between, which basically uses for the transition of data, or I could say how to manipulate that instructions that you are passing up from the OS to hardware. So with the help of that, let's say the OS is not ARM directly supported, but with the help of Rosetta, it can communicate to the hardware, which is a ARM based hardware. So that's a play major role for the Rosetta. So here we see that there are two options. One is just the Linux, and another one is Rosetta. We will go with the Linux one. Rosetta one, you can use it, but it takes a lot of other storage of yours, because it requires certain other applications or softwares to be deployed. So if you're using a SQL server, or let's say if you're using any of the software which are not there for the M1 M2 chips, then you can use the Rosetta one. Okay, so let's click on download Ubuntu Linux and then click on continue. So the current version of Ubuntu is showing 24.04, which is the ARM 64 support package. The current size of the package is 3.3 gigs, and if you unpack it, it will be 7.62 gigs. So we just download the package and then see. So it will take a while, it will take a while, somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes, depending on your internet that you are using. And after that, it will build a OS for you. Since I have already built the OS, I have already installed it. You could see something like this coming up. So I'll minimize it and show the brief. So this is the Ubuntu that I have downloaded and installed with the help of Parallel Desktop. This is how the UI look like. You can see there are icons on the left side. There is a task, there is a bar here. You can search whatever you would want to search. So let's say if you say, any browser, Firefox, so it search the Firefox and open it for you, and you can do whatever you would want to. Similarly, for the terminals, you can search the terminal and then you can open the terminal window and then you can perform actions. So similarly, there are a lot of files. If you want to see the files, like how we see folders in Windows, this is how you can see that. So there are files, home directory, documents, downloads, music and stuff. So this is the download folder. It has these files, and there are other files which are default and I've created manually. So this is how the UI look like of Ubuntu. If you want to see which version of Ubuntu I'm using, you can just there is a file which stores that information. The file location is etc lsb releases. So this is the file which stores that information, which version of Ubuntu I'm using. So if you want to read the content of the file, that we are going to talk about in the next chapters, in the commands that we will be discussing. That's where we will see how to read and write and execute the files. So you see this, I'm using the same version, Ubuntu 24.04, which is LTS. The normal one also is available, which is not a long time support. So that is fine, depending on the use case, whatever you would want to use. So the distribution for this is 24.04. Yep. So that is one way of using it. Another way we will discuss here. Meanwhile, it will complete the download and then create a new OS for me. Let's open the VirtualBox. VirtualBox, you can download the VirtualBox software from here, the VirtualBox official website. And you need ISO image also, so you can download the ISO image from the ubuntu.com itself. The latest version if you want to go with, or the lower version you can go depending on your choices. Yeah, so then I have downloaded the latest version, which is the Ubuntu 24.04 LTS, and I've kept it myself. Now in the VirtualBox manager, which is, this software is freely available for people who are using Windows machine or any other machine. So you can just click on machine, build a new machine. You can name it like, say, Ubuntu Store Agile, and then the folder where you would want to store this ISO image, you can just select ISO image. Since I have already downloaded the ISO for Ubuntu, which is a Plexi desktop, ARM supported ISO, and it automatically detects that which type of OS that you have selected, which is the Linux, what is the subtype, which is the Ubuntu, and what is the version of it. It supports the ARM based processors, and you can just choose here. So seems like this hostname is not available. It does not accept the underscores. You can just remove the underscore and then take it forward. So once you finish it up, you can see the virtual machine will start rolling up. There were a lot of processes which will start downloading and then not downloading. It will start installing. So once we click on try or install software, it will install the library of the kernel and then other application software which are needed for this OS. It will also take somewhere around 5 to 10 minutes to, download and then set it up the machine. And here in the PPT, you can see this is how you use it. So once you set up this virtual machine, this is how it looks like. I wanted to showcase for the rel. That's how for rel you see the machine folder rel 8 here, and then this is how once the virtual machine is ready to use, it'll be in the power off mode. You can just start whenever you would want to start. So yeah, finally we can see that the Ubuntu Star Agile machine which we deployed in VirtualBox is ready to use. You want to type it and search terminal. Let's say it opens up the terminal for you. Now it depends on the storage that you are giving and the CPU you are giving for your virtual machine, how much data it requires in order to run it. So sometimes people have very less architecture, they have very limited storage available on their machine, and if you would want to create a virtual machine on top of it, might be you can face the slowness over there. So depending on the storage, depending on the CPU compute power, depending on the memory that you're assigning to your virtual machine, the performance of the virtual machine will improvise accordingly. Since I am using a Mac M2, I have 500 gigs, storage and then 16 gigs memory. So it's enough storage and enough memory to use. With the compute power of 2 CPUs, I'm standalone using for this virtual machine. That's why it's kind of giving a quite nice response to me, including in parallel desktop and virtual machine, VirtualBox both. So we'll just close this up. And if you look at here also, the same file is present. Yep. And if you want to see the content of it, you can see this is a 25.04, which is the Plexi version. Little ahead than 24.04, which we saw for parallel desktop. So this is the one which I downloaded. Called up Ubuntu Plexi Puffin, and this is a development branch of it, which means that still the community is developing this branch. It's not yet merged with the main branch, which means the main package of software which is going to deploy later. So this is just a testing version of it which I've downloaded and I'm using and showing it to you guys. So that's how it look like. Yeah, it will take another 2 to 4 minutes to complete it. So that's how it is actually. So it's about the compatibility. Let's say somebody who is using Mac OS, best to go with the parallel desktop and then download an image automatically from there with the help of internet, and then you can install it so quick and easy. And if you are a Windows user or any other OS user, you can download VirtualBox or VM Workstation. There are a lot of softwares available where you can download the ISO image, and then based on your compatible hardware, you can deploy and install the Linux. It's easy to install and use it. So that's about the installation part that we have covered so far. So let's talk about Linux file system hierarchy. As you can see in the slides, there are various type of files which are available. So I would want to explain it like this. In Linux file system hierarchy, the top level directory, which is called / is nothing but a root directory. We call it a root directory. This directory is nothing but a folder. In Windows you can think like this, but in Linux everything is a file. There is no folder, there is no directory kind of a concept, but there are types of files which are available in Linux. For example, a folder treats as a directory type file. A normal text file treats as a normal text file, it's just a file. So this / is nothing but a folder. We call it a root directory. Then there are a lot of branches, which means there are a lot of other directories present inside this root directory. For example, bin, mnt, etc, media, proc, lib, dev, and etc. For example, temp, usr and stuff. So, and boot, that's very important directory. So every directory inside the root directory contains few files, lot of files sometimes, but depending on the softwares that they are basically leverage and use it. So all the binary executables which are present on the Linux systems are present in the /bin directory. So we name it like this, /bin. That is a path of that bin directory where all the binary files will be present and inside this. /mnt is basically used for mounting. So let's say if you are having any temporary devices, let's say USB drives or CD drives, hard drives, you can connect to the machine and then it will be showing up in the mnt for the temporary purpose. Then temp file is another directory where whenever any process runs and if it requires any short for temporary purpose storage, then it stores in the temporary directory. etc basically all the configurations for all the servers it uses under the EDC. So ETC is very important directory where all the configuration files are being stored. Similarly, USR also has further architecture like USR, then USR lib, then USR sbin, So this also contains libraries and this also contains some of the binaries. Then media is another one, default any media type of file which is there by systems. So it by default stores in the media directory. You can also store anything in the media directory depending. Boot directory is very important because it contains the kernel of Linux. And it contains the process how does the Linux boot. Basically boot means when we install the Linux, after that when we turn on the machine, the process by which it follows and then it opens up a UI or CLI for us, that's called a boot process. So boot process has to be come from the hardware side, BIOS, and then after that there are processes which are being used. So and kernel also, it loads the kernel. The first process itself is the init process, which is a kernel process. The kernel process and files are present under the boot directory. We will see this in the demo as well. Then proc basically contains information of your CPU or of your memories. So this is the proc directory. Then there are other directories called library, which also stores library file types of files. Then all the devices, let's say your hard drive, your NIC card, or your another USB devices, those are the devices are being stored by default in the dev directories. So it's a device type file storage. Similarly, there are other as well. SRV is there. SRV, which is a virtual file system providing information about the devices and the kernel modules. Then there is something called run as well. So what runs is it stores the runtime process IDs. So whenever any process runs on the Linux machine, the process ID for that process is stored in the run directory. Then root is another one that is also important. So in Linux, there is a user called root user. The root users directory is a root directory, which is a slash root. You know, if you look at the path of it, it's a slash root. We will talk about what path is, you know, what type of paths are available and how do you see that structure and directories of it. So let's see the demo part of it. Let's do hands-on the Ubuntu machine that we have installed and, you know, downloaded it. So we will see that. So let's go to the slash, which is a root directory that we have already spoken, and the slash. And if you want to see the directories and the files which are being stored on the slash, you can see there is a command called ls command. We will talk about those commands on a bit later. So I'm just trying to show you what are the directories and the files are being present. So we have seen bin, which is a binary types of files which contains the binary files. Then root is there, then dev is there, etc is there, home is there, mnt is there. So let's review what is there in slash boot. So you see it contains the image of your kernel. So VM lineage is nothing but the kernel image which is being deployed when we start the machine. Init rd, this is the RAM which it uses during the process of initialization, and VM lineage. And the grub is nothing but a bootloader. So bootloader means with the help of bootloader only any operating system can boot. So those files are present under slash boot slash grub. So if you look at grub, you will see the grub, the important file for the grub is bootloader is grub.cfg. So if we want to read any content of a file, we can run cat command that we are going to discuss later in our session. So currently I am getting permission denied because I am not running this with the root user, but when I run it with the root user, you can see this is the file. So the grub.config is this file, which is a typical Linux file. How does it look like, the configuration file? And here it explains about the Ubuntu, what is the Linux version of Ubuntu kernel, which is a 6.8 here, and what is a class, it's a GNU Linux basically, and then the setup mode, it is telling what is the root mode it should set up for, and then stuff. So this is how the file look like here. So let's check another file called etc. So as I told that etc directory contains all the configuration types files. For example, I am looking for the configuration of Apache web servers. So that's stored in etc Apache 2, and then Apache 2 config. So that is a configuration file for any of the softwares that you would want to deploy it in Linux. So everything you will find it in the etc directory. Here you can see this is the configuration of that Apache file look like. Now let's look at slash bin. So all the binary executable files are usually present in the binary folder. You can see there are a lot of files which are present. These are nothing but a command which basically we use it for the Linux, and this command is nothing but a file which is executable file. We are going to talk about in the permissions what is executable file, but yeah, this is a file kind of a command which are being stored in the bin or sbin directories. Similarly, sbin also has few of it. Yeah. Then let's talk about slash mnt. Currently there is nothing because I have not mounted any of the USB drive or any other drives, so it's empty. Now let's talk about SRV. If we have any web servers, currently there is no configuration file because we have not deployed any web servers data in the SRV files. And if we see run, then in the run currently there is no process going on, but usually the process which are running, you see the process IDs are being stored. Let's say if I see SSH is the process which is running, and I would want to read this file. So this is the process ID of SSH, which is stored under the sshd.pid file, which is stored under the /run directory. Similarly, for other processes like, let's say, Apache 2 or cron process or cups process and or DNS mask. So these are nothing but applications that I've deployed so far on this machine, and the processes which can be used or seen here, PSAUX, we'll talk about that in process management. So those process IDs are being basically stored in the /run folders. So you can just make a note of it that /run usually contains the process ID for the various processes. All right, so let's see what it is in the root directory. Currently, I'm getting a permission denied error, which is expected behavior, because any normal user who would want to open the home directory of a a root user or any other user, you'll get the permission denied errors. So currently, I'm logged in with the parallel user, which is the default user. When you download and install the Ubuntu machine on the parallel desktop software, it creates a user called parallels by default, and then I'm unable to open the root home directory of root user. But in order to open it, I can do sudo and then open it. Sudo ls/root. So now I see there is only one file which is present in the /root directory. Similarly, let's see what is there in my home directory. So these are the file present in my home directory. This is in the /, which is the root directory. But if I want to see for my user, so it will be under /home/parallels. So any user you are going to create in this Linux machine will be stored under /home directory. So home is nothing but you can think like the structure under which the configuration file for any users are being stored. So for parallels user also, we have configuration files, and all important files or whatever the files manually created will be present under /home directory. So it contains the home configuration for any users. So I can see desktop downloads and whatever softwares or directories that I have created so far, you can see all of it here. Similarly, if I see let's /dev, so all the devices that we are using currently, we are using this shell. Shell is nothing but a software itself which runs on top of terminals, TTYs. So those are the types of files, or device files or hard disk, I would say, which we can see by this command fdisk-l. So this hard disk informations are being stored under /dev. So all of these files are being stored under /dev directories. So that's why /dev are typically being used for all device types of files. Basically the devices that we are using on our machine. So any external devices or hardwares or etc. So, and then there is one more directory called /var. /var directory is basically used for logging purpose. There is a internal directory for /var is /log, which stores the logs for all the applications that you are going to perform, or any application that is not working on your Linux machine. Let's say for example Apache 2 or SSH. So any of the applications which are breaking, if you want to troubleshoot that and you seek for the logs for it, then you can look for /var/log and then respective directory for the logs. So that's about the file hierarchy of Linux. It starts with the root, which is the root directory. Home directory for root user is /root, which we'll be talking in the coming up episodes. And then there are dev, there is a mnt, there is a spin, there is a bin /var. So there are a lot of directories. That's how Linux talks. That's how the Linux file system hierarchy stores the files under, which is not typically present in the Windows or any other operating systems. Systems which are being used or based on Linux platform, they have such kind of architecture. I would say Mac also has such kind of architecture, but there's a here and there a little bit of a difference you will find in the file systems, the present of whatever the working directories and stuff. So yeah, that's typically about file system hierarchy in Linux. Let's talk about file system characteristics. Here we'll be discussing about what Linux and what type of files which it has it, and then how do we traverse from one directory to another directory, and how do we create files, and what are the files that are being present. So we'll discuss all this here in this. Now there are several types of files you can see in the PPT, which are nothing but block type files, socket files, character files, directory type files, text files, links files, and pipe files. So we'll discuss each of it, how to create those files and how to see what type of a file Linux has it. So let's see here. Let's talk about the block type of files. So basically, to create a block files, you can use command called sudo. Sudo is for the super user power. We'll talk later. There's a command called mknode, which basically creates the block type of files. And I'm just using this command, and I'll tell you what this command explains. So this has created, let me create, this is mkd. I have created a directory. I'll create mknode. So this is already exists. Let's create block 1. And let's describe this. So ls command is basically being used to describe any type of files or directory present in the Linux systems. So now let's see this, what it explains. I'll zoom a little bit, and here you can see the first value of the permission here is a B. B stands for the block type of files, and we'll explain what this is in the permission section. The main thing we are going to discuss here is that this is the directory that we have created. It's nothing but a directory. It's a block type of file. B stands for the block type of file. 8 is a major number and 0 is a minor number here. So what is a major number basically? So major number is the device number, how a device being identified. For example, any device which is a SATA and CSI based block type of devices, those are the devices which are being numbered as a number 8. You can see there are different type of block devices. If let's say we check the entire dev and we see the block, let's find actually /dev -type block. So this command will give us these are the block type of files which are present currently on my system. So all of them has B in the starting of the permissions, which means it's a block files. You can see the major number differences. There are few which are 7, there is some which are 8, there is one file which is 11. So the major number difference is there because each device inside that block type of files as identified as a number, and it's a device number basically. So let's say if we talk about SATA drivers and devices, those are being identified with the different numbers, and the SCSI and SATA things which are defined by the 8 numbers. So these are the numbers, major number which are being used, and there is something called minor number that we used here, which was 0 in our case. So 0 defines the minor number. Minor number basically is being used to represent the specific version or device partition. So in the device, you would want to see which partition it uses, so that minor number tells about it, and major number about the device number. So in order to see, it can also vary. Basically, some numbers has 1, some numbers has 0. So difference between this is because of instances and the partitions that are being used in the devices. Okay, so that is a device type, that's a block type of file. Now let's talk about socket type of files. So socket files are basically, we would see in the networking phase when there is a service which is running and we open a socket in order to communicate to something. Let's say for example, you want to communicate to google.com, right? So you have opened google.com website on your local machine. But that socket is needed in order to make a communication, in order to make a connection to the Google server. So at the Google server also socket is required. That socket is nothing but a socket file. In terms of Linux, I'm explaining the socket file, which is basically used in order to communicate, establish the connection between two parties here. So client and a server. So that socket files are mainly being used for the communication for the networking things. How to see what type of files are being socket files. So usually the character called C stands for the socket. S stands for the socket. And let's see what are the files that we see here. If I find -type socket, so we see these are the files which are socket files. And if you want to see the characteristics of this, so all of them has a S at the starting of these files. That is a socket. S stands for socket. So you can see this here in my local directory, home parallels, home directory. There are a lot of there's a lot of cache which are being used, and those are the open sockets which currently is available on my system. Similarly, for systemd is also a Linux process which also requires a socket to be open in order to communicate. Not to the server, but in order to communicate to the hardware. It's a middleman, right? A kernel is a middleman, so it requires a socket in order to connect. Similarly, there are other socket files also. In temp also there are some, you can see, which are hidden files but represents the socket. So this x11 is nothing but a graphical representation of our UI. So that's what x11 stands here. So those files are also socket files. It requires a socket to be open. So that is a socket type of files. Now let's talk about character files. So basically character files are being used for devices, let's say keyboard, mouse, or terminals where this shell is running. So those are the files which are being called as a character type of files. And how do you see that character type of files is? You can just find it with the help of find command. Type character, where you would want to find /-c dev null. I will explain this command later in the command section what I am doing currently, but I am just showing to you how to find character type files. So you see all these files are basically the character files. So the major things which is easily understandable is the terminal files. See, this is the terminal where I am currently running my shell. So this terminal file tty is nothing but a character type files. Or if you look at here, pts, some sg, there are some input files, media files. These are all kind of character files. So let's create a character file. If you have this question, how to create a character file, so we can create the same mknode command that we use to create the block type of files. Sudo mknode, let's say device my character, and type is character type files. It also requires a major and a minor number. And let's explore this and see. This is a character type file which I have created just now. Timestamp, you can see it matches, and then it has a major number, it has a minor number. So in the terms of character files, the major number basically used by the kernel to map the specific driver. This number here, 240, and 0, the minor number here, which is used to identify a particular device or instance for a device. So that's a minor number. So that is how you can see, you can identify the character type files. Let's talk about FIFO type of files, which is another type of files which are present on the Linux systems. So let's find those type of files here. FIFO, nothing but a pipe. So we stands with a P, and so you can see this. These are pipe files, and then these are files you can see in the run directory or in the home directory. I have created already a my pipe. We will see how to create a pipe type of file. So basically, what is a pipe actually? So if we talk about this, right? So pipe is nothing but, you take the outcome of a command and then you pass it up to the another command, or it's kind of a short-term storage. You can think like this. You don't want to store somewhere in your hard drive, but you want to have a particular content, you're passing it through a pipe. The pipe holds it until you would want to consume it, and then you can consume it with the help of commands which can fetch the data from the pipe. So pipe is nothing but it uses for the inter-process communication in the Linux, but it's majorly used for the data which should not require any permanent storage. For a temporary storage, you can use pipe type files. So let's see how to create a pipe type file. So there is a command called mkfifo which creates pipe. So I've already created my pipe. I'll create one more, my pipe 1. It requires sudo, so I've created it. Okay, so you can see this here, pipe type file which is called my pipe 1 has created already, and you would want to send the data to this. So how can you do this is sudo echo, let's say I say hello from star agile, and then sends it to my pipe. Okay, so there is a permission error because I am doing the changes in the slash directory, which is nothing but not allowed for the normal user to access. So I'll just go back to my home directory, and that's where I'll create a new pipe, and then we'll do the operations on top of it. mkfifo my pipe 1, and let's do this, echo hello from star agile, my pipe 1. So now currently the data has been sent to the pipe. I am not seeing anything on the terminal, reason being the pipe is not yet consumed. So until we consume the pipe, the data will be there for a short-term period in the pipe itself. So in order to consume it, let's create another terminal in the new window, and then we are going to use that pipe. Let me just increase the font size. Okay, so if you want to read the content, first you need to see the pipe is created here. Okay, I have the pipe, my pipe 1. I want to read the content from my pipe. So you can see hello from star agile, I can read it. So that's how the pipe is being used, and now this terminal, this session has closed automatically. The reason being the pipe is already consumed. So you can see here the my pipe, basically the pipe type of files are being used for the processes which requires the data to be stored for a temporary purpose, not for the permanent purpose. And once it is done, you can consume whenever you would want to consume. Until that, the pipe will be in hold state, and then once you consume the pipe, you will be able to retrieve or fetch the data from the pipe itself. So that's a usage of pipe type files, nothing but called FIFO files. Yeah, so that's it. Let's talk about socket type of files. Yeah, we have already talked about socket files and character files. Let's talk about regular files and directories. So if you see here, all the directory files are being represented as a D, which is called a directory. Directory means it's a folder. So in order to create a directory, you can use command mkdir. I'll say test. So, and when I see the type of directory, so the test directory is nothing but a D, which is the directory type files. A regular file we can use to create touch command. Let's say I say sample file.txt, and if you look at the permissions of this sample file, you see there is the dash here. So this dash represents that it's a text file, it's a normal file, it's a regular file. It's not of any of the type, it's just a file type which Linux uses. So yeah, so we have talked about pipe type files, socket files, then we have talked about character files, then we have talked about directory files, then we have talked about block files and regular files. Yeah, and there is symbolic links or symlink files, link files basically. Link files are being used to link a particular file to a different file. That's what the usage of a link is being used. So in Windows you might have seen we call it as shortcuts basically being created on the desktop itself. Let's say you have downloaded and installed a game, so the shortcut icon of that game is being displayed on the desktop. That is nothing but a link type of files. You're linking original file to a copy of it, and you can access that original contents via that copy itself. So that's what called links type of files. There are two type of links which are present in Linux. One is soft link and one is hard link. If we see the differences between and how to create is, so you get the differences here, that soft links are basically being, so there is a command called ln which are being used for creating the links. For soft links the syntax is ln-s and then target to which file you would want to create a link of. So let's say if I have any file example.txt, I'll create example softlink.txt. Okay, now if you see the example softlink.txt, you see this file is a link type file because L represents a link. But the difference is how will you identify to a soft and hard is, I'll tell in a bit. You can see this file which I have created is it's pointing to the original file. So the original file is a example.txt and example_soft_link.txt is the soft link of that example file. There is one difference you can see here is when you see ls-i, so you can see the inode number. Inode number are the unique numbers which are stored in the Linux file system. With whatever format we format our hard drives, usually if we talk about in Windows, we format it with the FAT32, FAT64, NTFS formats, right? In Linux, there is ext2, ext3, ext4 are the older versions. Then XFS is the latest version, and there are other four versions or other versions are available of the file formats. So those formats have certain type of inode numbers, the numbers which represents any specific or particular files. So any file in Linux system has a particular number. So there are chances, the usage of inode number is what I'm explaining. There are chances that your hard drive has the storage available, but you are still unable to create any content inside it. Reason being, if all the inode numbers are being consumed. So that could be one corner scenarios. So here we can see that inode number is different for both. So it's a unique representation of number which holds or which points to a particular file or a directory or any other type of files, right? So this file, link file, has inode number ending with 646 and the original file has inode number ending with 334. So the difference of inode number is present here. Now let's create a hard link file. Let's say example.txt. hardlink.txt. Okay, already exists. We'll create one more. Okay, now let's see inode number. The inode number for the hard link is 334, and if you see the representation of this, how it differs with the soft and hard. So you see this is a hard link, and when we see this ls-l soft link, we see there is a redirection or there is a point of that soft link to the original file. But in case of hard link, there is no pointing such that, and you see the difference here. The hard link has the same inode number of the original file. Now what it explains is, if you delete the original file also, that hard link file, the link that you have created, will still survive and it still has the content of data. So that's the usage of links here. So hard link is basically good in order to store the data that you would want not to lose, but soft link basically loses out the data. So it's basically broken once you delete the original file, but in case of hard link it is not actually. So, and if we talk about further differences is, so the link type is different that we have already seen. The directories, so for in case of soft link you can link the directories to the file and directory both, but you cannot link the directories in case of hard link. So let's say if we try to create a directory, let's say mkdir test, or let's say one more, and I want to create a hard link of this test1 dot test1 underscore hard link. So it says that hard link not allowed for directory. Let's try to create soft link test1, but soft link is easily created. So that is a difference in terms of directory creation. And if you look at this test soft link, you will see this directory is basically representing or pointing to the original directory, which is a test1 in this case. And in terms of performance, if we talk about, so for soft link it's basically a little slower. The reason being it uses the path resolutions for the original file and the shortcut files, but since hard link represents the same inode number, whenever any process which requires the fetching of that hard link file, it can directly go to that particular inode block and then fetch the data. So that's why it is more efficient and more powerful and more in terms of performance wise. So that's why it is being used. And if we talk about the cross file systems, then for soft links you can span different file systems or partitions, but in terms of hard links you cannot span different file systems and partitions. So that is a major differences between soft links and hard links. So there is a limitations as well. So when we talk about hard links which are not suitable for directories, that is fine. So if your use case is something which you would not want directory to be create a link of, but you would want a data to be persistent even if the original directory or the content has deleted, you can still access it, then it's good to go with the hard links. Otherwise soft link is a better solution. So yeah, that's about the file types which are present in the Linux 7 type of files. Let's talk about some basic commands in Linux which are basically used, and it's very important. So you should get your hands on here. So in the slide we can see that there are commands which are displayed. We'll do the demo now, and let's talk about some commands here. The first command is ls command. Basically if you want to list down the directory and files which are present for any directory, then ls command is the one. So if you just type ls command, you will see the directories or files contents basically which is available in my present working directory. When I say present working directory, what does it mean is where currently I am located in the file system. So pwd command is being used to see the present directory which is where I am right now in the file system. So you can see this is the path here /home/parallels. So this slash was nothing but that root directory we have already spoken, and then inside slash there is a directory called home directory, and for any users the directories are being used which are already created when you create the user under /home. So for parallels the directory is being created under /home called /parallels, which is my present working directory pwd. And there is one more command called ll command. Basically this is nothing but an alias of ls-al, and you can see alias, there is a command called alias command. With the command of alias, you can see alias means how can you create another command of a command representing a command. So see, this is what Linux gives you facility to create that, which Windows does not usually, where you can create your customized commands and you can play around with it. Yeah, so this you can see, yes, ll command is basically nothing but ls-alf. So ll displays you with the variety of things. For example, what is the file type, permissions that we will be discussing in the permissions, then what is the numbers and the primary group and the users and primary group, then size, then when it was created, the timestamp and everything. So it stores that information in detail. and if we do ls-r, it will show me the recursive directories and files content which is present inside each and every directory. So let's say I would want to only see the content inside my directory, my dir directory, So I'll say ls-r my dir. So there is inside my dir there are two files, which is file1.txt and file.txt. So if you would want to see the recursive contents which is present inside my directory, you can execute command ls-r. Now you must be thinking, how do you get to know which option to use when, right? So if you're confused about which option is being used for what command, so usually any command, I'll tell you this, any command which is being used in Linux is written like this: command, then space, then hyphen, then you can say options, and then arguments. So this is the pattern for writing any command in the Linux. If you look at this above command, we use ls is the command here, option was capital R, and argument was the directory name, which is my dir. And if you want to see what all other options available for the ls command, there is a command called man command, which shows the manual for any command. So man ls can tell you, it basically tells the definition what a particular command is, which is ls in this case. So it says that ls is nothing but a list directory contents, and the description of it you can read through that, and these are the options which are available. So we used option hyphen capital R, so we'll see it here. So it says either you can use hyphen capital R or you can use hyphen recursive to list the subdirectories recursively manner for any of the directories. So if you do the same command, recursive, so you will see the same output what we got with the hyphen capital R option. So you can read through the manual for any command. If you are struggling with what options to try with, you can just do that Google up. So there is no need for exactly to remember the exact commands. You can always take references of the manual command, or you can take the references from the Google or any other public page which is available for the commands, right? So in Linux, you can start through the commands and then see things, how's it going, and then whatever, there are a lot of commands which are being not daily used, so you cannot remember all of it, so it's always good to take the references, it's fine. Now let's talk about cd command, or before that let's talk about how to clear this interface. Currently I'm messed up ending my cursor with the last. Now I would want to clear this screen and want to go on top. So there is a command called clear command. This command will clear out the interface for me, the terminal that I am currently using, and it has cleared it up. There is another shortcut of this which we'll talk once we'll fill this interface again. Before that, let's talk about cd command. Cd is the change directory. Cd stands for change directory, which is basically used to traverse from one location to another location. So we'll talk about that traversing of absolute path and recursive path in the coming topics, but for now I just want you to show how to go from one location to another location. So currently I am in home parallels. I see there is a directory called my dir. Let's go inside cd my dir. So now I am currently in the my dir. So if you would want to see where you are currently present in the file system, you can run command pwd. Now pwd will give you the current present working directory for you, that currently you are at this location. And now I can see there are two types of file present. How can I identify these are the regular files? ls-al, as we spoke earlier, that these are the file called regular files because this does not have any representation of any characters. So hyphen represents the regular files. So these are just the text files. Okay. Now let's create files and see how do you create the file. So there is a command called touch which used to create a file. Let's say file1, file2.txt. Now touch command creates a blank file. Blank file in the sense there is no data inside it. You see 0 bytes, there is no data, but you would want to add some data. We will talk about editors which you can use and put some content inside it. Before that, let's read the files, how to read the file. So there is a command called cat command, which is basically used to read the content from any file. So let's see if any of our file has content. Yes, file1.txt, which is in my current present directory, file1.txt, it has a content called this is a file1. So we have read the content via cat command. Now similarly, there is one more shortcut of creating a file, not a blank file, without any editors. You can use cat command to do the same. Cat, then redirections, and then let's say file1.txt. So there are two type of redirection. One is single redirection, one is double redirections. Single redirection means whatever the content which is already present in the file1.txt, it will overwrite it. But double redirection means it will append the content whatever you are going to write now. So let's try to overwrite and see the difference. Now currently this file1.txt has content called this is a file1. It's a text written inside it, right? So now let's see this. We'll say, hi, this is Himanshu, your trainer, Star Agile. Now I'm done with my texting by writing. I would want to save this content. So you press Ctrl D. When you press Ctrl D and you want to read the content of that file 1.txt, you see earlier this was having a content, this is a file1. Now it has a content called, hi, this is Himanshu, your trainer at Star Agile, which means it has overwritten my contents. But I did not want that overwritten. I wanted it to be append in this case. So let's see how to do that. You can use double redirections, which will basically not overwrite but append the content inside the file1. File1.txt. How are you guys doing? Okay, I wrote you guys doing, that's fine. So let's save this and let's read the content. So you can see this content, whatever I wrote, it has already appended here. So that's how you can use the cat command in order to read and in order to append or put the content inside a file. That's how you can use it. Now let's clear this screen without using clear command. There is a command shortcut called Ctrl L, which will clear the screen. So either clear command you can use or you can use Ctrl L the same way. Okay, so cd command, let's change the directory again. I am currently in my dir. I want to go to the previous directory. So my present directory is my dir. My parent directory is /home/parallels, and I want to go back. So I'm just going back. We will discuss this in absolute and relative path. What is dot dot and what is dot means. Okay, I am back currently in the home parallels. Okay, let's see the contents again. All right, now let's do some copy operations and see how does it go. So are there any files? Let's see. I want to find files in the current regular files. Oops, it is giving me the present. Okay, it's giving all the type of files. It's fine. I'll just use it like this. Let's say if this has any contents, example.txt. Okay, so this is example.txt file which is inside this present directory home parallels, and it has this content. Okay, I want to copy this file example.com into my dir. Let's say there is a directory where I would want to copy it. So earlier we saw the graphical representation of it. So in the graphical representation you see the home here and home parallels. Example.com is this. Okay, example.com is this, and I would wanted to copy it from here to my dir. So my dir is this. So similarly, like we use, right, in Windows, we copy Control C and Control V, that also works here. But we are typically learning Linux, and Linux for cloud platforms, for open source platforms, for our own portfolio to improvise. That's where we are learning. So graphical representation users you can anyways do, because you are already familiar, I believe, that of Windows machines and stuff, you have already used it. But we will use a Linux terminal, so that you get good hands-on on the Linux side, how to perform that copy operations and stuff. So let's do copy. There is a command called cp command, which is being used to copy the files. Cp example.txt, I would want to copy it in the mydir, let's say. Okay, so now what has happened is my example.txt is not here now. If I try to ls, okay, it is there because I just copied it, I did not cut it. And if I see, there would be one more copy present inside mydir directory. Yes, earlier this was not there, but now this is created, this has copied over. So you can see this, the timestamp 6 January 1635 it came, that's what the time is currently. So this is recently being copied over. Okay, now let's see, if you would want to copy a directory, how do you copy a directory? So let's see what all directories do we have. I have a directory called mydir, and I would want to copy it. Before that, we can see cut and paste also. Copy paste we have already seen. For cut and paste, there is a command called mv command, which is basically used to move the content from a location to another location, and it will delete the original location file. Basically it just moves it up, it just cuts it. So the same, let's see example.txt. I want to move it inside test1. Okay, now you won't find example.txt here. Reason being, we have already moved this example.com inside test1 directory. That's why you are getting an error called ls cannot access example.txt, no such file or directory, which means there is no such file of example.txt or a directory with the name example.txt not present here. Okay, but if you look at test that we have copy paste, the cut paste, you see the example.txt is now inside test1 directory. Similarly, you can use mv command to rename the files. So let's say I want to rename this example.com to what I want to rename, test1, and let's say new example.com or new example.txt. Okay, so now you see this ls-al test1, you see new underscore example.txt. Earlier this was inside ls test1 example.txt, now it is new underscore example.txt, because we have already renamed this. If you look at the syntax of mv command, so mv command basically says the source and the destination. Source means of which you would want to rename it. So this is the file that you would want to rename it, and to what you would want to rename it is the location. So you have to pass the location. Without location it will not do, because either the file could be in the present directory or it could be some other location in the Linux systems. Until you provide that location to the system, it will not understand that which location you would want that file to be modified or renamed, right? So that's what mv does actually. If you would want to, let's say, remove, how will you remove it? There is a command called rm. I want to remove test1 inside test1 new example.txt. It has removed it. Now if you want to see, you will not find that new underscore example.txt because the file is already removed. There are two options basically used in cp also and rm also. rm-r, which is recursive, and f is forcefully. So if you don't want system to tell you or ask you that, no, are you sure you want to delete the file, then it will ask you for the consents, and if you pass the consent to it, okay, let's agree and delete it, then only it does. But let's say if you want it to be forcefully done, then you can use option F, which will automatically delete the file without being taken the consent from the user. So let's say I want to delete. Okay, let me show you. Okay, so RM directly does not delete a directory. Okay, RM is for deleting a file, but I want to delete a directory. How to use RM command in case of deleting a directory? You can use RM hyphen RF test1. Now it will delete it. So with the option hyphen R and F, you can use it to delete it. So let's read about that. I have opened man RM, which will tell me what RM does. So you can see this hyphen F is used for forcefully performing any action. So it ignores non-existent files and arguments, never prompt. It never prompts you for asking that, are you sure you would want to delete it? You just go straightforward, goes and then delete it. And R is for recursive, remove directories and their consents recursively. So for deleting a directory, you need to use hyphen R. But to file, there is no need for using any of the hyphen R. Or you want to delete recursively inside, there are a lot of files. Let's say we have a directory called mydir. There are four files, and I want to delete. I don't want to delete the directory, but I want to delete all the files inside this. So let me see what it does. Okay, it does not delete that way. So I want to, let's say, all the files to delete it up. So it accepts the wildcard operations. You see here inside my directory there were 3 files, file1, file2 and file.txt. Now I wanted all of them to be deleted in one go. So what did I do is I just used star, which is the occurrence anything after file. So after file 1.txt was there, 2.txt was there and just .txt was there. So it took all these 3 occurrences of these files and then it deleted up. So it chose all the files which comes after having something after file. So it deleted all these 3, but it did not delete the directory. Now after RM command, let's talk about find command. Okay, let's clear this. Find command basically is being used to find anything. So example of find is, let's say, where this is how find command you can use. Okay, so which means I am applying a command called find, which will search inside a path where you would want to search a file. It's nothing but a search operation with what arguments or options you are using. So I'm using an option called hyphen name, which means delete or find the file which has the name called file.txt. So this will find it, but where I have to pass that, let's say in dot. Dot means current directory. We'll talk about that in directory absolute and relative paths, but it's you can just think like this, or if you get confused, so let's use this still. I want to find inside /home only, not go any further, and see if there is any file.txt present or not. Okay, so I see yes, there is a file.txt which is present inside /home/himanshu1 file.txt. This location there is a file present, so it is able to search that file inside your Linux file hierarchy. Or let's say if you search with example.txt, so you see inside our current users home directory, home parallels, there is a file called under remote and mydir also. So mydir we are already playing with, so you see mydir has example.txt and it has find it to you. Now you see here there are few files which are not being accessible to the user because of permission issues, and it is giving you an error saying that permission denied, but you want to ignore those, because let's say this output is just a small output of 6 to 7 files, file paths, but what if there is thousands of output and you would want only the convenient one, the relevant one only you would want. So how do you do that? So for this you can use an option. What it will do is, the errors whatever came inside that search command, just send it to dev null. Dev null means it's like nothing but a garbage. Basically you are just sending all the permission, all the error based data inside that null. It's like a, you can think like a garbage where it stores, it kind of a trash, where it just push it up there, but it does not hold anything on the device, the storage. So if you look at this dev null, right, it's just a dev null. So if we see the type of it, it's a character type file, dev null. So with this redirection you can send the errors to this file. So it will be sent to this character. There is no storage is being created, because you see the storage is, there is no storage such things. Is the major and minor number that we have already discussed, but you can only get the output here. The errors will not be shown here. So that's how you can use these redirections. It's a good trick actually. Okay, so let's do this. I want to find the files which are modified within 7 days. How do I find that? So let's see, I do this /home find, then mtype, then 7. So this will find me the files which were created more than 7 days, within 7 days, sorry, it was modified within 7 days. So how can you see this? Okay, this was the file /home/john, or this is the file gnupg. So let's see, gnupg. Okay, so this was modified recently within 7 days. That's why still it is shown under our output. You see there is a slight difference. There is a dot which is being used. A dot is represent the hidden directories or hidden files. So for example, if I say ls, where I am right now, I am in home parallels. Okay, I say ls, these are the directories or files which are not hidden. Okay, but there is a file which is hidden also. How do I see all the hidden files? ls-al command. So A will show me all type of files. It's hidden or non-hidden, doesn't matter. So you see dot profile is there. Now dot, there are a lot of dot files and directories also, but which was not showing up in the ls command. Why? Because ls command by default does not show up the hidden directories or files, but with the help of -a you can basically, you can see it. Let's create a hidden directory or file. Let's say I create file1.txt. Okay, now you see ls, you will not see this file1.txt created, because this was created with the prefix called dot, which is a hidden. But I want to see this, so I can do this dot, ls-al will show it, dot file1.txt. So this is how you can make things hidden. Let's say you have an image, which the image you don't want other people to see it, or some videos or contents that you don't want people to see it. You can hide that content by adding a dot in front of it, and then it will automatically being hidden until somebody goes to the command line and then see it. It won't be able to see. For example, this file1.txt, if I go in the folder, you will not see it here, the file1.txt. Why? Because it's a hidden file, right? That's why. So normal, any user who is accessing the UI for you, your system, let's say somebody has hacked your system or somebody has taken your system and want to see the data that it is present in your system. So it can open this architecture of your files and then see, okay, these are the files present. But there was a file which was confidential to you only, and you have created with dot in front of it, which means it makes it hidden. Another user won't be able to see it, or a user which logs in with your account also won't be able to see it until that person specifically wants to see all the files which are hidden also. Then only you'll be able to see the hidden files. So that's the advantage of creating a hidden files. Okay, now let's see, I want to find all the files which has .txt as a suffix of it. So let's say find, where I want to find is /home, hyphen name star dot txt. So these are the file, only .txt file you will see, no other files you will see. Okay. So by this command you can get this. Now if you want to see how to see which command I executed previously, you can use up and down arrow. Up arrow key will display you all the commands that you have been executing so far, and down arrow will show you, if you press it, the next command whatever you executed. And if you want to see the history of all the commands that you have run so far, so you can type history command. So history command will basically execute and show you the commands that you have so far executed, which will help you to track down or make it easy for you. Sometimes what happens is you would want to directly execute a command which was run at some number, let's say 957. I wanted to execute this command again, but I'm so lazy to type it again, but I know the number of it, which is 957. What I can do is I can just do exclamation mark and then 957 and then enter. So this will execute the same command which was executed at number 957, and you see the content out of it. So that's kind of an easy trick for you guys to see how to execute a command without typing it fully, just by checking the reference from the history commands. Okay. Now let's see, I want to find and delete the files which are older than 30 days. So there is a use case you have, but how will you execute that? With the help of find command. So you can use find command. Let's say find home, and then I want to type only the files which are m type plus 30, and I want to execute rm and then this. So I won't run this command because I don't want my data to be loose. That's why, but I'll explain this command to you. What it is doing is basically it is finding the files which are present under /home directory, and then only the type of file, which means that the file which are only the file type, and then the timestamp of those files are 30 days older with the help of mtime. And then what you want to execute is rm command to delete what files. So the output of this would be the input of it. So this, if I execute just this part, okay, so you will see all these files will be displayed to me. But now I wanted it to be removed. So this output, one by one output will be shown like this, and then ending like this. So this will basically take it one command rm, and then let's say this one, and delete it, the next one, the next one, the next one, like this. It will delete all the files which are older than 30 days. So that is one use case you have it, and you can pursue like this. Now there is some other shortcuts also. Let's say if you don't remember the complete command, then what you can do is, let's say for example clear command, we don't know the clear command, let's say C and L, we know the starting two digits, two characters of it. So then how do you find that? You can press tab. If you press once, which means if there is only one command which will be starting with CL, it will come. Otherwise press 2 times, so it will show you all the commands which starts with characters C and L. So you see double tap has shown me these are the commands which is present in my system and starts with CL. So which makes it easy for you, so that you can don't have to type the entire command with you. So that's how you can use a double tap here. Now there is a command called WC command, which will be useful for counting the words and lines inside your file. So let's say I want to count lines inside my dir and example.txt. Okay, so it says there is a 9 lines, and let's verify, does it really have 9 lines? Yep, it does actually. This has taken the last line also, because that's an empty line, but it thinks like a line only to the system. That's why it has considered this line, because there was no data However, the line was there in the file. Once we will use vi and vim editors, then we will see, okay, there is a gap there, but it has been treated as a line. Okay, now I want to count the characters. Let's see. So so this is the command wc-c, which will show the count of character, which is 57. If you count all these characters, you will find it 57, like this. So the wc commands you can use like this, or there is another way to use it by using pipe. So what pipe does is, we'll talk about this when we'll discussing the grep command. So whatever the output of this command, it will take as an input and then pass it to the another command. So this would nothing be like this, but in a different way. It's a different way of writing. So this is called a pipe. A pipe is basically that is different of that pipe type file what we discussed, which is being used for the data to be sent into a pipe and then consume it later. It's a temporary storage, not a permanent storage. But this pipe is basically used for input and output. You can take the output of a command and pass it to the input of another command. So that's how you can use wc commands. Now let's use some practical examples, like creating a directory. So you can use command mkdir. It can create a directory for you. And if you see, so you see this. Why are you seeing this test1 dot and double dot? Because it always shows that, it does not show the directory. But if I do like this, okay, then also it not show. The reason being, I am inside that current directory. Let's say parallel test1. Okay. Okay. So actually there is no content, and this dot basically represents the directory itself, the test1, and double dot represents the parent directory of test1. So the parent directory of test1 is nothing but /home/parallels. Why do I say that? Currently I am in /home, and this test directory is inside parallels and then test1. So the parent directory of this would be, because it's inside /home/parallel and then test1. If this is the present directory for this is the parent directory of it. That's how Linux understands the file system. So dot represents the present directory and double dot represents the parent directory. Okay, so now I've created a directory called test1. You can use command rmdir to remove the directory. If it is an empty, okay, I have to wait. Okay, where I am right now. Okay, I have to go inside parallel. Okay, now rmdir test1. Okay, since the directory was empty, I was able to remove it. But let's say if we create some content inside this directory, touch, I'm creating file.txt, and okay, now I'm trying to remove the directory. It says directory not empty. So until the directory is not empty, it will not work. So rmdir will only be used to remove the directories which are currently in empty situations. So how do you delete the directory which are not empty? You can use same rm-r command. So R will recursively remove all the files and contents which are present in the directory, and forcefully also, don't ask me that do you really want to delete it or not, just go ahead and delete it. So that's what F is being used for. So rm-r has done its job, and now you don't see that directory because it has already deleted. Alright, so let's move a little further. We can use redirections not just by the cat command to add some data into a file, but there is a command called echo command. Whatever you type it here, it will print it for you. So let's say I typed echo Himanshu, hi, this is Himanshu. So it has printed as it is to me. Now I would want it to be redirected into a file, let's say file1.txt. So if I see the content of file1.txt, I will see that content present. because this is how you can also append or override the contents inside a file by using the redirection symbols or options. You can use this echo command. Now let's see, we have done this. Similarly, let's try and see star agile trainer. I would want to append it, not just do this. So it will append it for me. If I see this file1.txt, see, it has appended for me. Now it is showing that there is one more echo entry that you have done, which is hi, this is star agile trainer, so which has also appended in the file1.txt. Okay, so there is one more important command we are going to talk about, which is called xargs command, which are typically being used for some complex operations, and people who basically use a lot of scripts, they are basically prefer to use xargs command, which is quite nice command. And what it does is you can run this command in parallel, which can be faster in running, and it can does the operations for you. For example, let's say I would want to find something inside desktop, parallel shared folder or something, or let's say I would want to find something on desktop. If I have -type file -name star.gpg. Okay, I have a file which is present on my desktop. Let's see this. If it is there, I open this desktop. Okay, this is the file, I have it. Let's see. So this is the image. You see the image over here. It's an AI image. Now this image, I would want to crop it, or let's say I want to reduce the resolution of this image. I want to compress it a little bit. So how do I use that? With the help of xargs command. So xargs command here will do its job. What you have to do is use the same pipe. Why are we using pipe? Because we want this output. This command gives the output. This is the output it is going to give. Take this output as an input to the xargs command. Now xargs, you need some options. For example, -n1. I'll explain what are these options are. 4 and then -i. Basically, -n is specifically for that xargs will process one file at a time. So I have passed -n1, which means only one file will be processed. Then -p will say that tells xargs to run 4 processes in parallel in order to compress this file. So how many processes you would want to do its job, you can tell this -p. Then -i is basically just to pass it up and then convert it the size you would want it to be. So it's basically send the list of all the JPG to the further operations that we are basically doing it. So you can do like this and then convert and this and then resize it. I would want to resize this with what size? 100 by 100. 100 by 100 and then this completely. So now before executing this command, I would want to show the content of this file basically. So let's see. You see the size of this file is 230791 bytes. Now once we compress this further, the size will reduce. So let's execute our command now. Okay, one more thing between this, you see there is interruptions that I did. So let's say you wrote a command which was not correct, or you would want some other modifications, or you would want to execute some other commands. Before executing that command, you can always interrupt your signal, send the interruption to the system saying that, okay, please interrupt this session, whatever I'm typing, just go to the next line and then I would want to type it again from fresh. So you can use Control-C in order to interrupt that and provide us interrupt signal to your system. So it will interrupt that command and then it will take it further. So now let's copy this command and then paste it up and then let's execute. Okay, it says xargs -help for more information. So let's check if our command is correct. Desktop -find xargs -n-p 4-i convert -resize 100 by 100 Yep, that looks good to me. Okay, let's see if it did or not. Okay, let's do one more thing. Let's try to, I don't want to copy paste this command again. What I would want to see is there any shortcut which we can use, whatever the command I typed before, I would want to search it and then execute it. So Control R is basically used to reverse search with the command history that we have already executed. So Control R, if you press, it gives you something like this prompt. Now I am typing the command ls. Okay, so as soon as I typed ls, it has given me the very last command which I executed with ls. So that's it. Okay, so the size is not yet changed. Let me see it again if there is any problem of it, or I tried this resize before as well. If you want to do a further reverse search, you can keep on pressing Ctrl R until you get the desired output of the command that you have executed before. So you can do something like this. Okay, so the problem here is that there was no space. Okay, it's just a warning. Let's see if it has reduced the size of the file. Yep, it did. Earlier it was 230791 and now it is this. There is one more command where you can see the directory usage, du-sh. It's actually quite nice command. So it will only give me the size of any directory, so that you don't have to be dependent on ls-al command. So you can use du command, which will tell me the disk, not the disk, the directory usage. So that's how the use case of one command comes where we are executing the another command. That's how typically you may also get into situations where you are dealing with one command, but you have come up with an operations or use case saying that no, I would want it to be like this, so easy to do it. But then there should be another command, or there should be another way to achieve that. Similarly, we got through here that we would want it to be, see the size, just the size, not the other information like permissions and stuff, but just the size I was interested in, and I got this size here. Now let's reduce a bit more and see what happens. Let's say 50 by 100 and du-sh. See, it is reducing the size. Now earlier it was 220 KB, now it's 216 KB. So you see the file is keep on compressing, keep on reducing the size. But still, if I try to open the file and see if it opens up, it does. Maybe it does. Yeah, it does. Yes, but you won't find the resolution, so you cannot judge it. But under the hood, the resolution has reduced because we have intentionally compressed it. Basically, reduce the resolution, not the compression, but the resolution has reduced. Yeah. Okay, this was quite interesting. There are few commands which will be interesting to know, called grep command. Let's say I would want to grep something. It's like a Control F in our PDF. You want to search any particular string inside your PDF, you do Control F and then you type a word and then you get it up, right? In Linux, Ubuntu also, or any other flavor also, you can do the same using grep command. It basically goes into that file, whatever the content you would want to search with it, and then once what is the content you want to fetch, it just fetches that particular content. So currently I did cat file1.txt. I see there are 2 lines. I want to basically grep what? Star agile. I want to grep star agile. Okay, currently I did not get anything from here, but what if I do this? Okay, star agile. Okay, there is a not there. Fine. So now it has done its job. Now what option -I was to case insensitive. So by default, when you are searching something, that has to be matched with the exact sensitivity. So Linux is very sensitive about it. If a command, so all the commands you will find in Linux all are in small letters, not in the capital letters. That's by default. Now similarly, if you would want to search something and you pass the exact comment or exact pattern of a match, then only it will be able to find it. But if you don't want it to be do a case sensitive thing, then you can use -i, which will ignore the case sensitivity for you and still be able to find the information for you. So let's say if I would want to find a line which has keyword called trainer, so it has done its job and it's able to give me the answer. Okay, hi, this is star agile trainer, and I got that line from it. So grep command is basically useful if you would want to search something from the file. So that's where you can use grep command. Also, you can use grep command to searching the directories. Let's say, okay, so inside my present directory, I would want to search if there is any directory called mydir present or not. What if I would have given capital M? It will not find me because Linux is very strict about the case sensitivity. So in order to do that, I have to use -i so that it will be able to fetch the my directory contents for me. Doesn't matter if it is small or caps, this I will ignore that sensitivity and fetch that information. Now let's talk about some command called awk and awk commands. So what it does is basically it's quite nice command. There is one more command we will utilize the awk on top of it, psaux command. Psaux will tell you the processes which are running in your system. Processes means CPU which is performing some actions on your system. PS command will tell you that. So with the process ID. So if you look at, I want to see the starting part of it, psaux. So I can pass head. Head will tell me the top 5 lines or 10 lines for me. So it will, head command is another command which will basically give me the top line. So here I can see the header. So this header you see, PID is nothing but a process ID, where the second column contains the process ID. It's a columnar format, then CPU percentage, memory percentage, then your other memories and terminals and command states and everything. So what I would want is I want to fetch the second column. How do I do this? ps-aux, and then let's say I do a awk -f, which is nothing but this print $2. Okay, wait, ux grep print print. Okay, so awk, and then you pass on which column you would want to print, and then you can print it. Now what I want is, let's say I want to sort this, so I can use sort command. So this pipe can be used multiple times with multiple outputs, passing it as an input and then further inputs. So sort command will sorting it based on the numbers and then characters. And then similarly you can provide unique command. Unique command will only provide you the unique output. It will remove the duplicates for you. So that's what the use case of the unique commands. So that's about the basic commands we would wanted to discuss. So let's talk about file paths that we have been discussing about, how to access those file paths and what are the absolute and relative file paths. So if you look at the slides here, you can see it's written that / is nothing but a root directory. That is, root directory means the top level domain, top level directory, which is a root directory / and dot represents the current directory that we have already spoken. Double dot represents the parent directory of the current directory. This tilted symbol basically represents the home directory of the current user. So let's say if you're logged in with user called John, so the home directory of the John user will be automatically represented as a tilt for John, right? Then hyphen is nothing but a previous working directory. So I'll explain like this. If you look at here, so this we have already spoken that / is nothing but a root directory. That is fine. Now let's say in / there is a directory called home that we have already been exploring, home parallels. Okay, so now in home there are other users, let's say /John or let's say Himanshu. So there are 3 users. Now currently, let's say if you are inside /home/parallel, this is your present directory. Let's say if you do pwd command and you get this output /home/parallel, which means you are inside /home/parallel directory. You would want to go to the let's say if you would want to go to John's directory, so you can use two paths to go there. One is called absolute and one is called relatives. So if we talk about absolute path is always starts from /, which is a root directory. Okay, so absolute path always starts from /. Relative path, no need to start with /. You can start with any path. You can start with your parent path, you can start with your present path. So it does not require / to be start with. So you can use dot and double dot in case of relative paths. So let's say if you would wanted to go to John directory from /home/parallel, so one way to go is via absolute path is you have to go always from top /, okay, then from / go to home, okay, then from home go to John. Okay, so this will be like cd, which is a change directory command that we have already spoken, /home/John. That's how you can reach. But you see, this command is a little lengthy because you have to always start from /. What if you don't want to use the absolute path? The use case of relative path came because you never want to use starting with / if the path is so long. So the preferable way to go from parallel to John is just jump one parent directory up from parallel to home and then from home to John. So cd, then you say double dot, which means it will represent your parent directory, which is nothing but /home, just /home. And then once you are already in home, you can directly go to John. So that's how you can use the relative path in order to shift from one location to another location. So that is what it is explained here. And if you look at another slides, you see there are some examples which we are showing. I'll show the demo of it as well, just to understand better that how to use the absolute and relative path. So you can use this absolute path always starts from /. You can see this, it's always starting from / here. And then relative paths, if we talk about, so you're using dot and double dot, which is a current directory and a parent directory examples. And then there are some common directories and their paths which are available. So for example, / we have already spoken, this is a root directory. Example path is using / etc/passwd. Then home directory for users /home. So /home/user, whatever the user name is, and then documents and desktop and whatever, right? You can go. Similarly, /etc is for the configuration directory. /var is for the variables, let's say syslogs and logs. User is for other system resources. Temporary directory, and then device directories. So that's how you can use it, the directory ways. Now let's talk about the demo of it and see how does it look like here. So currently I am in /home/parallels. I would want to see what all directories are present inside /home. There are 5 directories present: Himanshu1, John, John1, parallels, and SFTP user. I would want to go inside John1. So one way is cd /home/John1. I cannot go because it does not allow me to go. What if I try sudo command and then it goes? Does it go? Let's try and see. It does not allow me to go there directly. But what if I am a root user? So let's say I would want to become a root, and then I would want to go to John, because for root user, we will talk in the user section that for root user there is no restrictions. It can go from anywhere to anywhere without any special permission needed. But for the normal user to access somebody's else directory is require a special permission. You can think like you have a locker with name Himanshu, you have another locker with name John. So the locker Himanshu can only be opened with the key which Himanshu contains, but the locker of John can only be opened with the keys that John holds it, right? So Himanshu should not be able to directly access with the John lockers, and then John should not be able to access the Himanshu's locker. So that's how the concept is, right? So that's how Linux restricts you to pursue the permissions here. So but Root user in Linux, you can think like a super user. It has all the privileges. It does not require any additional privileges to do any of the jobs. So with the help of root user, I am seeing whoami is the command which can tell me which user I have currently logged in. So it's a root. To go to the John's directory, if I go, I am already inside, and if I would want to go to parallels directory, so let's say /home/parallels, this is the way to use absolute path. But this is so lengthy because we have to always start this with slash. What if we would want to use relative paths? Relative paths means you should not start with slash. You can start with dot or double dot or parent directory or present directory, whatever, right? So let's say, where are you currently? /home/parallels. You would want to go to John. Since we have already seen before that John comes under home and parallels also comes under home. So let's go back to home, our parent directory, and then go to John. See, I'm able to do that because this double dot represents the parent directory, which is /home, and then it has taken me to the John. What if I say where I am right now is, let's say /home/John. Let's break down this command and see what happens. cd double dot, it takes me to /home, and now in /home there are, again, you see the 5 users home directory. Now let's go to Himanshu's one. And I'm able to do that with the help of absolute relative paths. You don't need to use absolute path, no need to always start with slash, because it's kind of a lengthy, but you should know what are the differences between absolute path and relative. So far we have talked about file system hierarchies and how to traverse from one location to another location. Let's talk about how to change the permissions. What are the permissions that you can see in the Linux systems, and how can you change the permissions, and how can you play around with it. So you can see in the slide that for permission there are 3 commands which are mainly being used: chmod, chown, and chgrp. But in order to understand this further, let's talk about how does a permission look like in Linux systems. So as you can see in my screen here, you can see that, if I would want to see the permission for any user, any file, so you can see, or let's say ls-al file1.txt. So the permission you see, it's like this. So I'm just typing up here, it's like this. So this is the permission which is being shown for the file1.txt, right? So now, in order to understand this, first we should review this further and understand what it is actually trying to say. So this first bit, you can think like this is nothing but file type that we have already discussed. There are 7 type of files which are present in Linux systems. The remaining 3 bits are for the owner permission of a file or a directory which it contains. The remaining 3 more are for group, or I would say mainly the primary group of the owner or the user who owns that file. And then last 3 permissions are for others. So if you break it down, you review this file has permission rwx hyphen, then it has rw hyphen, then it has r hyphen hyphen. In Linux, basically you can understand this further. So it represents a numeric values. So r represents number 4, w represents number 2, and x represents number 1. Okay. So currently, if you look at this and you understand what it is actually, so it's 4, 2 and 0. Okay, this is also same 4, 2, 0. This is 4, 0, 0. If you add this up, so you see 6, then you add this up, you see 6, and then this is 4. So the default permission for a file is 664. How do we calculate this? That it is always be like this. So there is something called umask that I will show the command. How does it define? So maximum permission on any file is always be 666, and maximum permission on any directory would be 777. So you can note this down. directory permission will always, the maximum permission on directory will be 777, and for file by default this is what I'm telling, 666. But after deducting the umask value, the default permission comes up automatically. So for a file, if you are creating a file, usually the umask value is set to 0002, but for directory it is always set to 0022. That's why you see the file permission is always be 664, but for a file you see 644. So there is a difference here. So that's what umask and how you're calculating the permissions, and similar way we will be using the commands in order to set those permissions. So you should understand this hierarchy of the numeric notations or representations of each and every permission in Linux. R represents 4, W represents 2, and X represents 1. Okay, so I hope it's clear. So now let's talk about the commands, which basically we can play around with these commands. And one more thing is that R, you can just do read operations. R is for read, okay, W is for write, and X is for execute. So I will elaborate a bit more. Read means you are reading a file or you are reading a content inside the directory. Okay, it's just for the reading purpose. Writing means you are modifying a file. When you are modifying a file, you require a write permission on the file to be modified, or you want to create more directories or file inside the directory, you need a write permission to do that. Execute is basically being used for a directory to open it up, as well as a file to make a binary file, a executable file, which means there is any command which we execute in the Linux systems on shell, everything is having X permissions. If it does not have a X permission, which means execute privileges, it will not be able to execute it. So now let's go to the demo and see how do we see all these permissions and how do we set it up. So let's check this out. Now you see this, it's 644 here. I was talking about umask, so you see the umask for user is this one, and if I create a directory, let's say test1, and then I see the permission on directory. You see the permission is a little different actually. Test1 is nothing but a dot because it's a present directory. So the permission is RWX, RWX and RX, which means what? 775. Okay. So why is it 775 is, if you minus 777, 0002, you will get 775. So, and on the file it was 664, which is 6666 minus 0002 is 664. That's how it was coming up. So for a directory it's always 777, but for a file it's always 666, the maximum permission. Okay. Now let's try to modify the permission. You know, how do I modify the permission? So you can use command chmod, and one more thing is, here you see that the user of this test1 directory is Parallels. Parallel is the user who created this directory, and Parallels is the primary group who owns this user. The user Parallels has a primary group called Parallels. That's what it owns it. Now let's do this. Let's change the permission chmod. Currently you see there is no write privileges for others to write anything inside the file, you know, other users I meant. So but you want to give it, so you can do chmod and say others plus write on test1. So once you do that, and if you look at test1, you see an additional W has added here. Why is it added? Because we have explicitly called Linux saying that I want to modify the permission for this test1 directory to append others to have a write privileges as well. So now others can also write inside this directory, which means they can create more contents, either directories or files recursively, whatever they would want to do, they can do this. Okay, and let's say if you would want to change the owner permissions, so how do you do that? I want to reduce chmod chmod u for user. I want to reduce let's say x, you know, so I say user u minus x and then test1. Okay, now let's verify the permission. So now I don't have a permission itself. Why I don't have a permission? It's a very good point. You see this is a different error kind of altogether. We are getting it, permission denied. Reason being, in order to see the permission itself for a file, we don't have execute. Without that we won't be able to see the permission itself for this directory. So that's why what to do is you should always have u plus x, which means executable permission, on the directory, so that it should not show up like this. So what happened at that case is it only had rw, then blank, and then rwx and rwx. So for user it was not having execute permissions. So execute is basically being used to open a directory, and we would wanted to see the permission of a directory. So in order to see the permission for a directory, you need to open this up. You should have execute privileges, which we removed explicitly, and that's why you saw the weird permission error coming up, permission denied, right? So that's the reason it happened. Now let's say if I would want to remove permission of X on the group from the test1 directory. So you can do like this, chmod g-x test1. Now let's verify the permission again. So now you don't see the X even showing up for this test1 directory in the group ownership. Okay, but you might be having a question, why are you still able to execute and see the permissions? The reason being, I am currently logged in with user parallels. You can see who am I command tells me, and that user has privileges to open or execute that directory, which means able to open it. Doesn't matter what group ownership has it, but the user ownership for this directory has the privileges to open this directory, and that's why I was able to see the directory permissions. Okay, so that's how you can play with chmod command. You can set for the user, you can set for the groups, and you can set for the others. With A, with O, with U, you can change it. You can just play around with it. Okay, so this is there. What if you want to give read and write permissions to the user, and group and read permissions to others? So how do you do that in one go is chmod user and group. I would want to give read write permissions. Okay, but for others I want to give only read permission. So you are explicitly giving two permissions in single command. For user and group only having rw, and for others only have read permissions on, let's say I have a file, if in case file.txt ug plus rw comma user and group, it should work. Plus r, okay, it's not working, no worries, we will try this way. U plus r w o plus r file1.txt. Okay, it only accepts one argument here. What if I say chmod user to have write privileges, read privileges, others to have write. Okay, it's taking like this. And what if I say user and group rw and others to have r? Okay, so there was a space additional after the comma that should not be there. That's why we were getting that error. So if you see this now on file.txt, we have set user and group is able to read and write. You can see read and write, read and write, and for others only read permissions. There is no execute permissions. So that's how you can set up the permissions in Linux file systems. And there is another way to set it up actually with the help of numeric numbers that we have already spoken, 6, 2 and 1, right? So let's say I want to set up read is nothing but 4, right? So you can set up chmod 444 and then file1.txt. So what it will do is, this 4 is nothing but for the user, this 4 is for group, and this 4 is for others. So let's review our this thing. So now you see the permission which was earlier 664, now it is 444. So that's a difference between how did we set it up? So you can set up like this. You can also set up ch mode, let's say 644 file, or yeah, this is like on complete users and groups and others. You don't have to explicitly say for user I want this, for group I want this. You can just set it up with the help of numeric notations of the permissions. So that is one thing. Now, what if you would want to change the ownership of the file or a directory? How will you change the ownership, right? Ownership, what I mean is that this is the user who owns the file1.txt. I want to change that ownership. So for that, you have to use command called chown. And to change the ownership is, you can just say chown, for a file, I say John, group I don't care, chown John, and then let's say file1.txt. chown John file1.txt. Have to, let's say, parallel John and parallel. Okay, chmon is not going through. All right. Let's check this and fix it. Invalid user, it is not able to find out the user. Do we have really such user? /home. Okay, John is there. chown John parallel file.txt. Okay, it's not accepting this. Let's see. chown. You can see the examples as well in the manual command. It will tell you how to basically use it. So it says likewise, staff is a group. Okay, chown is the user, which is root, and /u is the location. Okay, so you can use, should be able to use it like this. Let's see, chown. What if I say just John? -R. It says invalid user. What if I say some other user? Himanshu1. Operation not permitted. Okay, let's try with sudo command. chown Himanshu1 file1.txt. Yeah, so earlier I was not having permissions, I guess, to change it default. So how do we identify basically a command which requires a permission? We'll talk that in a bit later, to see if as a user I have some access or privileges to execute a command. So that also we can check and verify. But now, since we have changed the ownership of this file to set as a Himanshu1, so you see the ownership which was parallels before, now it has changed to Himanshu1, and the group ownership still stands the same. But what if you want to change both? So let's say chown, I would want to say Himanshu1 : and then Himanshu1 to file.txt, file1.txt, still sudo. Okay, sudo, you don't want to repeat the previous command whatever you executed, but you want to append a sudo in front. So you can use double exclamation mark. There is another use case has come up now. See, with the help of sudo, I should be able to execute this command. But now, since I already execute this command and I don't want to copy it and paste it again, there is a shortcut of using it via using double exclamation mark. So what it does is, it takes whatever was there in the previous command executed, just append it with whatever the keyword you are passing now. So I am passing sudo and then double exclamation, it will execute the command for me. So let's see, now I say using this. Now you can see that ownership of the file1.txt is Himanshu1, and the ownership of group ownership of the file1.txt is also Himanshu1. So that's how you can change both user and group ownership on a file or a directory. You can change that. What if you want to change the ownership of all the files and directories? For example, we have a directory called mydir, right? ls hyphen, let's say if I do capital R, so mydir has this is mydir dot, mydir has user ownership is parallels, group ownership is parallels, and example.com, which is inside mydir, has same user and group ownership. I want to change for mydir also, as well as the file which is present inside mydir, all together in single command. So I can use chmon hyphen capital R, recursively changing it. Let's say username, you pass the username, and then group ownership, and then let's say mydir using sudo command. So let's see what happens now. Let's use this. Now you see, for dot, which is mydir, the permission of the owner is Himanshu1, and permission of group owner is also Himanshu1. So an example.txt also same case. But for the parent directory, which was /home, in this case is still the parallels which was there. We have not changed it. We have only changed mydir and whatever the contents present inside mydir. So that's how you can change the ownership of group and user recursively for any directories. Now let's combine chmod, chown and chgrp. So if you just want to change the group ownership, you can use chgrp command as well. Chgrp will help you to change the group ownership. Let's say I would want to change for mydir. Let's see what happens. I always forget to add sudo, that's fine. Let's see mydir. So now you can see earlier this was Himanshu1 for mydir present directory. Now it's parallels. It has changed with the help of chgrp. So chgrp you can use it for the group ownership changes. Chmod you can use for the permission changes, and chown you can use for the recursive, non-recursive, user and group both changes as well, or just the user also you can use it. So that is how you can set the permissions. Now there are some special permissions also we will talk about here, because I'm expecting there are some people who are just brushing up their skills, so they should be aware about some special permissions that we have. So one of those is nothing but called set uid. So set uid is basically says that if you are setting up SUID privileges for any of the file, so that file will only be executed with the power of that owner of the file. So for example, let's say the commands that we were executing so far, right? I want to see which executable file is present in the file system hierarchy, which is basically being executed. So to check that, there is a command called which command, which ls. So ls command was nothing but this binary library which is present inside /usr that we have already discussed in our file system hierarchy, right? That inside /usr all the binaries and super binary files are present. So inside that we have ls command. Similarly, there is a command called passwd, which is being used to change the password of a user. But let's say I would want to see the command location. So this is how I can see. Now let's check the permission for this. Passwd. Now you see there is a little difference in the permission what we have previously seen and what it is shown now. You see, instead of X we are seeing S there. What does this S mean? So this S is nothing but a set UID. Because it is set on the user ownership, it means that whosoever is using this command passwd will be running this or executing this passwd command with the power of that owner. Owner, who is the owner of passwd command? Owner is root. So root is a user, which is a super user. You can say admin user, whatever user you can say in Linux, who none of the restrictions of permissions, no other things you can apply on the root. Root has all the privileges, all the accesses. It can do anything in the Linux system. So that's why in the real-time environment, if you see any of the servers, your admin does not give you root access, because with root you can change anything. You can block the server, you can hack the server, you can get any data which is confidential also for the company. So nobody will give you the root access. Only the super admin of your company, or who owns the Active Directory owner, or somebody who is managing your servers, has the access to the root user. However, they still don't use a root user, because by mistakenly if somebody has executed some commands which will break down the system, it will break or crash out your entire servers. That's why it's always preferable to use your home users with whosoever you're logging in. So root is basically the user, super user you can say, and it owns all the files and libraries by default, whatever is being created when we install the Linux OS, right? So it owns all of it. So similarly, there is one command passwd which is also owned by root user. How can we confirm this? By checking the SUID. So SUID is nothing but an ID privileges for a user owner who owns it. So whenever somebody will be executing, let's say if I say passwd to change the password, let's say if I'm changing my password, my current password and the new password, okay, so this command that I have executed and updated my password, this command was only run with the help of root user, because that's what SUID means, that the power of the owner of that command will only be executed by the owner. So that's why you think, or I also think, or we also think that the passwd is being executed by who? Parallels, but that is not the case here. So passwd command was executed by the root privileges. With the help of root privileges, it was able to execute, but Parallels executed it. However, root was the only one, it had to down the line execute the passwd command. So that is the advantage of setting up SUIDs. Now you can set the SUID for like this, chmod, let's say user and then add s. So let's say I want to set it for file1.txt, and now let's verify. So you can see this, it's being set as a capital S. Why? Because it was set by the parallel user was executed. If it is a root user, it should be supposed to set as a small s. So any other than root will try to set it up for any other non-executable binary files. It will try to set up like this. So what if I say a chmod capital plus X and then file1.txt, then let's see what happens. Now it's set to small s. Earlier the capital X, which was executable privileges, was not set for this file. That's why it was marked as a capital S. But now as soon as I set up the binary permissions, executable permission on this file, it was set as a small s. That's why this passwd command was also a executable binary file, which was having small s here in the SUID format. So that's how you can set the SUID. Now let's talk about SGID. So SGID, you can set it up like this, chmod plus s, and then whatever the file path you would want to give. So basically this is being used for I would say for the group ownership basically. So what will happen is it's mainly being used for the directories. For example, let's say if we create directory, or we already have a directory, and we set this up chmod g plus s mydir, okay, sudo. Now let's verify. So on mydir present directory, the group ownership is RWS, which means on group ownership, which is parallels, this S is being set. So any user who will be creating any content inside this my directory, but the group ownership will always be parallels. So how can I show this to you? Is that let's switch the user, switch user and Himanshu1. Okay, now I have switched the user. Let's check my home directory, /home/Himanshu. Let's see if I am able to go here. I'm getting permission denied, that's okay. Let's see, let's try sudo. Still okay, no worries. Let's do one thing. What if I switch with this user? does not have it. What if I try to create a directory? I will not be able to because I don't have the right privileges, but let me try. Slash parallels slash home parallels and then my dir. Okay, I am unable to do double tap here. The reason being my dir does not show up in the parallels because parallels also double dot does not have privileges. So let's do one thing. Let's try to set up the privileges first on slash home slash parallels, or we can do one thing. Let's create this inside testing directory. Okay, I'm unable to do that. Sudo ls-al / testing. Okay, now this is created under root, so we don't want root actually. So let's choose some other location. What if I create /opt or /mnt my dir opt temp. Okay, in temp we are able to do that. chmod g+s /temp my dir. Okay, now let's verify the permissions /temp /my dir. So the group ownership on my dir under /temp is parallels. Okay, and it has sgid set. Now let's log in with user called Himanshu1 and let's try to create anything inside this /temp /my dir /Himanshu dir. Okay, I get permission denied. That's expected. Reason being, Himanshu1 user does not have, it will be considered as a others and does not have write privileges, which means cannot write anything, cannot create any file or any directory further inside my dir. So let's explicitly give the permission first. So let's go to another terminal and then here we can give that chmod others plus write /temp my dir. Okay, now let's verify the permissions /temp my dir. It has rwx all three. Okay, should be able to create it now. Okay, now I am able to create the directory. Let's verify the permissions of the directory which I have created. Okay, there is one more shortcut I'll tell you. What if you would want to use the argument of the last command in the present command? So there is a shortcut called control dot. Option dot in MacBook, but for Windows it's alt dot, alt and then dot. If you press these two keys, the argument of the last command will automatically be taken and will be put up at the end of your current command. So now you see here, however, Himanshu1 user created a directory inside my dir, temp my dir, but the user ownership was Himanshu1, but the group ownership of the directory was parallels. The reason being, this directory my dir had the special privileges of sgid, which means that only the group owner of that directory will be replicated or will be recursively being allotted as a group owner of any file or directory on which you have created or you have assigned their privileges. So that's in order to restrict other users or group to take the ownership of any directory or file, whatever you would want to create it under. So that's how you can set up the sgid. Now let's talk about sticky bits. That is another interesting permissions. So when we talk about sticky bits, so sticky bits is nothing but the user can add the data inside a directory and a file but cannot delete the file. That's how the sticky bit is being restricted, restricting things. So how can you set this up is using +T and then /temp. Let's check the changes, the permissions. So now you see here the T is being appended at the end of this temp my dir present directory, which means anything inside this will not be, user can create it though, but cannot be able to delete it. Who others cannot delete it, but the owner of that user that file will be able to delete it. Other doesn't matter what is the privileges set on this. Let's say for example, Parallels has access on this to create anything. So let's say for this, I'll create a file touch/temp mydir say test1, okay, .txt. Okay, now let's verify this /temp/mydir test1.txt. So now user ownership is Parallels, group ownership is Parallels. Now if Himanshu one wants to delete this file test1.txt, which permission does this guy need is on the parent directory should be able to write permission, because write means you are adding or deleting anything from a directory. That is what write on a directory means. So this parent directory, if it has a write privileges for others, which is Himanshu in this case, should be able to do anything, right? So if you look at this temp mydir, the permission on the temp mydir is Parallels and Parallels, but others also has read, write and sticky bit is assigned. So it has a write privileges, which means should be able to delete whatever is inside this temp mydir. But let's try if Himanshu is able to delete it. rm-rf temp mydir and test1.txt. See, Himanshu gets the access denied, operation cannot be performed. The reason being because of the sticky bit is being set. If I remove the sticky bit, it has a write privileges, it should be able to delete it. Let's try and removing it now. chmod chmod -t on /temp/mydir. Okay, now let's check the privileges. It does not have T now, and let's try it now. Okay, should be able to remove it. So it was restricting because of the sticky bit. So sticky bit is being useful in the scenarios where, let's say, a team has a 3 to 4 members or more than that, and a team lead do not want anybody to delete anybody's project. So let's say there are 4 users, user 1, user 2, user 3 and user 4, and team lead has created a directory where all 4 users are supposed to put their contents after their project completion. Let's say user 1 has put, user 2 has put, user 3 has put and user 4 has put. So all 4 should be able to add their content, but user 1 should not be able to delete user 2's project, or user 2 should not be able to delete user 4 project. Because that's what sticky bit is all, that's what it is trying to restrict others to delete. But you can add, you cannot delete it. So that's what the sticky bit is all about. And these are the special permissions so far that we have discussed. All right, so now let's talk about overview of sudo command. Why do we need sudo command? So since so far we have been discussing about a user does not have a privileges to execute anything because it does not have a necessary permissions to do that. Sudo, we were using sudo command so far, and you guys must have been thinking why and how to use and where to use. So sudo is basically, you can think like, you're assuming super user's permission, which is root in this case, and with the help of that super user, you are executing any commands. So that's why we use sudo commands wherever we don't have direct access to execute, open a file, create a directory inside a file or file and whatever, right? So that's why we use sudo here. So if you look at the slides, there are a few features they have explaining about sudo. It has the privileges escalation, which means that temporarily you can get the access from the root itself, and then you can execute with the power of root. And user accountability, so which means that somebody, let's say, with the help of sudo command executed anything in the systems and has done something wrong. So how will you trace that up, right? So you can check the logs in order to make sure that if any user has done something faulty in the systems, right? So it makes user accountable in order to validate that, so you can check it. Also, you can put a granular control. There is a file we will be discussing in demo, a file called sudoers, which is present in /etc directory. And with the file, you can set the granular control on the sudos. then it basically enhances the security in order to minimizing the security risks and reduce the need of login as a root user directly. So the one I was talking about earlier, right? So none of the admin will give you super user permissions. So what they can max to give you is sudo privileges, so that restrictively you can do more things, but without any intervention of operations and permission denied errors, with the help of sudo, which will assume the permissions, will take it up from the root, and then you can execute it. But you are not directly going into the root shell and then logging it into and then performing the actions. So in the next slides, we can see the common use cases for sudo is for installing a software. You need a sudo command because usually people don't have access to download or install the softwares. To do that, you need sudo. For managing a services, you need sudo. For system files, we talked about /root also. The files which are owned by root should not be able to accessible by any other users. Then similarly, we have already seen chmod, chown, the command which was needing the super user privileges and was missing by default. So there are further options in the sudo commands. We'll be seeing that in the demo as well. How does this option work look like? So just to list the commands for the user, you can use sudo -l. Then if you want to run a command, sudo command by any user, you can use sudo -u and then username and command. Then if you want to clear the cache credential, you can use sudo -k. Then you can start a shell by using sudo -s, root privileges. Or if you want to start logging into root shell, then you can use sudo -i. So that is about the options and the commands what sudo has it. And if we talk about the password behavior, so we will be seeing in the demo that you can change the password inside /etc sudoers file, which contains the configurations of the sudos restrictively and minimal restrictions what you can put. And if you want, a user should not always provide its authentication password. Just with the adding of sudo, should be able to execute a particular command, should be able to do that. So we will see that as well in the demo. And then how to change the file is you can use either vi sudo command that can open a file directly, or we will use another option called vim. And then this is the entry that you can set it up for a user to do perform any actions. Like for example, restricting a user to a specific command, you can say username all to all, and there is no password for executing this command. So if a user use sudo command, before executing this command should not be asked for the passwords. So that's about these slides. Let's talk about the demo here. If we see the sudo, you have seen that you are already seeing that we have been using chmod and chown commands to execute with the sudo. I will show the direct configuration of sudo. How does a sudo look like? How does a sudo file look like? Let me just go to the parallels, and this is how I'll open it up. So etc sudoers is a file where user can open it and then make any changes. So these are the changes that I have already done. So let's talk about these changes. One thing I see here that I have added this entry called Himanshu1. For Himanshu1 user, I don't want password to be asked for Himanshu1 when Himanshu1 wants to execute vim command with option called etc sudoers. So vim is a command. It's basically the tool to open a file. It's basically you can do a lot of things. We will talk about vim, and these are the editors that we are having. Nano editors, vim editor, g editor. So they are editors. Vim is one of those editors. You can open a file. You can write contents inside it. So Himanshu1, whenever he opens a file, should not be able to ask for the password. That is what it means. This is the entry we have added up. Let's check and verify if really it does happen or not. So let's verify first which user I have currently logged in. So if I say who am I can see, okay, I am with Himanshu1. What was the privileges is Himanshu1 should be able to use vim on which file? sudoers file. And permission denied. Why? Because I have not used sudo in front of it. What happens if I use sudo? Then I am able to open the file, and it did not ask me for the password. That's what the permission meant. What if, let's change the permission and see does it make any changes. So let's see here. If I disable this and save this file, and then let Himanshu user to sudo and this open. Okay. Let me see if there is anything else as well. Parallels, Himanshu 1, okay. Add user, that is there, root holder, okay, fine, that is fine. That looks good. Okay, it still has some access. Let's verify this. Should not be able to, or maybe it takes time, or we just need to see if there is anything else has to be done. Let's just let it disable and then save it up. We'll try after some time if these permissions reflects here. Meanwhile, let's read the content specifically for the entry of Himanshu 1. Okay, sudo dot. Okay, the entry looks good. Okay, we'll come to that part. Let's just see where else we could need the sudo privileges to open the file. So there is a file called etc hosts file, which basically need it's a read-only file, so you cannot write here, but if you would want to write it, you can use it with sudo. This contains the DNS information locally for your file. So now you don't see any read-only in the bottom, earlier which we were seeing it here, right? So that is what sudo gives you. It escalates the privileges and the permissions for user who would want to execute anything on the systems with the help of that. And specifically for the packages, let's say we were talking about sudo, packages, let's say apt install apache 2. So sudo already did that, but what if I try without sudo? It say could not open log, permission denied. So see, this is what the error it gives without executing with the root privileges, because this apt command is only be executable by the root user. That's what it owns. How you can check the permissions? You can see this. First, let's see which apt. It will tell you the path of that executable. Now let's verify the permission of apt. And you see others can execute it but cannot write anything on this. So however, there is however you are still not able to execute it for some reason. So what if I try like this, /user/bin/apt install apache 2. Okay, is the permission denied? Yeah, it should not. So there are few packages by default. You see the permission is there to execute this, but still, just to execute this command you have a permission, but in order to install any packages you need permission to see and open some other internal files and directories, right? Which does not have it. The command is being executed because it has execute permission for any other users. However, the changes which this command will do, the user does not have those privileges. That's the reason you are seeing the permission denied error over here. And with the help of sudo, you are able to get it done. So now let's see that, and we saw that chmod chown thing already, that in order to change the permission without chmod, if we do, let's say 777 file1.txt, you should never say 777, otherwise it's like something anybody can do anything on the system. That's not recommendable, but for the example I'm just showing up here. You are getting operation not permitted because it's permission denied, and when I use sudo I am able to see the permission changes here, and you see 777, which is read write x and read write x. So that is one thing. Now let's say if you would want to use sudo command with the help of some other user, if this user is still legitimate or not, we will get to know unknown user. So let's use some other user. Let's say Himanshu1 and then home Himanshu1. So with the help of Himanshu, one user, being as a parallel user, I have executed his home directories command and able to fetch the files, what all files this person has it. So that is the help of sudo. As a user 1, you want to see the content a user 2 has it in its own directory, home directory, whatever the content he kept it. How do you see that? With the help of escalated privileges, which is nothing but sudo. So that's how it helps you to run any other user's privileges to execute their home directory commands and stuff. Similarly, for any services to restart, there is a command called systemctl that we'll be talking in another session. And if you say Apache 2, usually it requires a password. Let's say if I still give the password to it and see if it works. Okay, it requires, and then without sudo it does not require anything. It just allows user to do anything. Maybe systemctl directly can start this service. That's why it did not ask for, it did not say the permission denied or some errors. But if I change password of some other user or something else, then it might ask for the sudo privileges to be there. Otherwise it will say operation permission denied. It's not allowed people to do any operations on top of it. So that's how it can. And you can list basically, see, you can list the permissions what all are set here. For example, currently we have set up for this users parallel may have running following commands on Ubuntu. So these are the 3 permissions you do see here. What if I just change this vim sudoers what if I just delete this and save it up. Now let's see. Okay, that's fine. Now, and if you want to extend the sudo timestamps, you can just that is the time before you are prompting for your password again. So sudo -v, or run as a shell of user sudo -i. You can just execute as a root user. So now if I check which user I am currently in, I am currently in the root. So that's the advantages. Also you can do sudo su, which also does user root to login, but this is not a login kind completely, because whenever any user logs into the system, Linux systems, it directly should by default goes to its home directory. Earlier, when I used sudo -i command, root user was logged in, but the directory was his home directory, which was /root. But now when I do sudo su, it has changed the user, it has logged in as a root. However, the pwd, if I see, which is home parallels. So let's see this way, and now I see pwd, you see /root. So that's a difference between sudo su and sudo -i command. Let's see if those permissions are still kicked in or not, and okay, still able to access it. Okay, we'll check that part. It should ask for the permission actually. What if I let's try here in this terminal. Let's exit this and say sudo, say switch user -himanshu1 password, and let's say sudo vim /etc sudoers is still read only. What if I make any changes? It's read only, so which means user should not be able to write anything. It was able to do that. we'll look into this permissions, why did not affect. So yeah, so that's all about the sudo privileges that we see here. Hi, let's talk about user and process management now. When I say user management, which means that similarly to Windows machines or any other OS, we create users in the Linux, right? So users and groups are some sort of a thing which Linux uses it, and super user is root that we have already discussed yesterday. We will talk about the normal users and system users. What are the configuration files it has? So like for example, you can see in the PPT that there are two files. First is etc passwd, another one is etc shadow file. Uh, those are the files which contains the information about the user and their passwords. After that, we will see how to modify or delete a user, and then we will also see how to manage the passwords, how to change the password for a user, and then we'll talk about the group management here. In the group management, there are files which are important, for example, etc group, and to create a group, to delete a group, what is a primary group and secondary group. We'll be discussing all that in this topic. So let's start seeing how to verify and how to add a user. So I'll talk about how to add a user first. First of all, let's check which user we have currently logged in. So we can see that we are logged in with the parallel user. There is a command called whoami that can show you the user that you have currently logged in. Also, there is another command that can also, you can try echo dollar and then user. It will also give you the present user which I am currently logged into my Ubuntu OS. All right. So now let's add the user. So there is a command called add user, and sudo we are using as discussed that, to give the spatial power of root user to the normal user so that it can create a user. Otherwise, by default, a user does not allow to create any new users. So let's say we create a user called star agile, and it asks for the sudo password for me for the parallel users in order to enable the user creation. So I have provided it. So what it has done is, if you look at the info, it is trying to add a user called star agile. After that, it is selecting a UID and GID from a range of 1000 to 59,999. So where this range come from, we will see that in a bit. After that, it is trying to add a new group called star agile, and the group ID is 1005, and then it is trying to add a user star agile with the same ID 1005 with the group star agile. So whenever any user has to be created, you see the group also has to be created. Without a group, a user cannot exist. So whenever you create a user, a group will automatically being created. Now you must be wondering why this ID is coming 1005. So we'll talk about that in a bit, that there are certain IDs that has been allotted for system users and groups, which is not being usually allotted by default to the users. So whenever any user gets created, it always takes the ID greater than 1000. So here, since there would have been some other users already created in my system, that's why you are seeing the ID starting with 1005. So whatever the free ID is available currently in the system, we will see that the same ID. All right. Then it tries to create a home directory, because without home directory, a user cannot log into a particular shell. Shell means this interface what we see and where we are typing our commands and then getting the output. So without this, there are few files which are important for the user to whenever we log into the user, those files gets executed. So we'll see that in a bit as well. What are the important files and profile files? After that, we will see. So it is saying that it is copying a file from etc skell. Etc skell is the file basically who creates the skeleton of any user. When I say skeleton, which means, see, for anything which you built, it requires a skeleton to be built. So like a human body has a bones, and on top of it, it has a muscles and nerves, right? So without bone, muscle cannot be of use. So if you just keep it just the muscles and not the bone, it will not stand and not stick to the each and every muscle and bones, right? So without bones, it cannot have a body completely. So similarly, for a user, it has to have the skeleton which is being provided by the etc scale file. We will see that what are the contents etc scale usually stores. So before that, let's try to give the password and let's try to set the password for the user star agile. So I have set the password. Then it is asking me the full name. So let's say we give star agile training. Okay. Room number not required. You can enter. You can enter. You can enter. You can give it blank. Not a problem. And it's trying to verify if the information is correct. So then you can press Y. All right. So now you see, it has given us an info message saying that adding new user star agile to supplemental extra group users, adding new user star agile to group users. So it has successfully added the user. How do you verify it? So there are files that you can check. One is the etc passwd. When you open this file, you see all the users, whatever has been created so far is listed over here. So I'll explain that in a bit, what are the options, what are these columns contains. But let's go to the bottom of the file. So in the bottom, I see there is one more entry which has added after creating the user called star agile. Currently, it has a password. So second column is referencing the password of star agile, that a password has been set for this. And then the user ID, which is 1005, and we saw the same on the UI as well when we were creating the user. And the GID is 1005. The full name of the user is star agile. Since we left out all the remaining columns by pressing enter, that's why you don't see any new entries over here. After that, you see /home/star agile, which is nothing but a home directory of star agile user. And by default, it takes /bin/bash. So this is nothing but a shell. So when we will be discussing about shell scripting, that time we will talk about what are the types of shells are present and how do you allot those shells. Like for example, bin/sh, bin/bash, there are some zsh, there are a lot many shells which are available. So let's save this file and I'll show you one more file called etc shadow file. So this etc shadow file, currently it's permission denied. So let's use sudo and let's go to the bottom of the file and we see star agile is the user which is created. Now you see this is the long string which is basically telling you the password. How does it save the password? So this is, there are $4 in between these passwords are being stored. So basically this is nothing but the algorithm type what it is trying to choose and how it is going to encrypt the password of a user. And then there is a random salt value which is being used here in order to generate the password. And then after the salt, which is random numbers mixed with the algorithm that they are trying to encrypt, it generates a hash value. So that hash value is always be a unique, which means no other user will be having the same hash value and will not be able to authenticate some other users. So every password is unique and it's kind of a secure. So if somebody will try to brute force the password attacks also, that is not something. By looking at this value, you cannot reverse or you cannot revert and fetch the actual password of the user, because it is salted and with the random numbers and generated the hash value, which is always a unique. However, there are some online tool you can verify if the password is correct or not. So and then after that, these are the fields that is basically trying to say that the password is active till 99,999. Then before you log the user, it will be giving a warning for 7 days, and after that the user will be permanently blocked and deleted. So these are the configurations we see in this file. Let me see if I have that file with me to check the password. Yeah, there is a script. Let's try to run this. And what we have to do is, let's first fetch that salt and hash value what it gave us before. So I'm just copying this. Okay, and let me open password check. So this is a script which I've created. This is just to validate if the password somebody is trying to enter is correct or not. We will talk that in detail as well in few other examples when we'll be talking about the shell scripting. So basically it is just verifying the stored hash, whatever the hash that you have stored in the etc shadow file, and it will ask you to enter the password. Once you enter the password, it will generate the same stored hash with the salt value, and then try to generate the similar hash. If the hash matches, that means the password is correct, otherwise the password is wrong. So let's save this file and then let's execute this. So in order to execute any shell script, that we'll be discussing as well in the shell part. So it's a executable binary. So if you look at the it's not a binary, but it's executable file. So if you look at the permission for this, you must see X permission there, because X is something on the file which means executable. Executable means you can treat this as a command. So now let's try to execute this, and then I am entering the password of user star agile, which I have set while creating it. So it says okay, crypt command not found, no worries. There must be some other script as well I have. Let me see. This is also the same Python, in the Python format I've created. Just trying to, let's paste our hash, and then let's try to see when we execute this script. Password underscore check dot py. Alright, it's not showing up, no worries. Let's try to execute this, Python 3, and enter the password. Okay, so now it's basically using a crypt module of Python, using which it is basically trying to validate if the password is correct or not. So I have entered the password here, whatever the password I try to set up for a star agile user, and you see the response came as a true. True means it's correct password. Let's try to see if I enter some gibberish password, and then it will give me the response that it's a false password. So up to that level of trace backing you can do with the help of crypt modules or some other modules which are openly available. You can use that in order to validate if the password is correct or not. But there is no way basically somebody can tell you just by looking at the hash that what would be the password. But yes, you can validate the password by using shell scripts or Python scripts, or with the ways. So that is one. Let's try to log into that user that we have created. So you can say switch user su command, and then star agile. It will ask for the password. Okay, now you see who am I. Currently I am logged in with the star agile, and you see there is this green over here. This is nothing but a PS thing. We will talk that when we'll see what are the files from which this value comes up. But if you just focus at the color currently, so it's green in color for parallel. Similarly, you got the green color for star agile as well. Why I want to show this, because if the skeleton was not properly created for the user, you must see this value should not be like usually not in colors, and some shells is missing. So you can check the shell as well, which shell you are currently logged in. So it's saying bin bash, the same shell we saw in the etc passwd file. Okay, now let's try to see what all files have been created for this user when we created it. So I said ls-al because I want to see the hidden and non-hidden both type of files. So for all these files which have been created automatically for star agile user, these are all hidden files. So what are these files? Let's talk about it. Let's try to cat bash underscore logout. So this is nothing but a bash executed by bash. What it does is, whenever you log out the shell, at the time of logout, it basically executes this. So this is nothing but a if loop that will be talking in shell scripting. So it's basically trying to check the value. If the value is 1, then you can clear the console. If the value is not 1, then you can just quit it. So something like that. So it's trying to execute whenever any user logs out. Then there is one more important file, which is a profile file. So now this is the file which is what I was talking about, the path basically. If you look at here, so umask is that is commented by default, and if running the bash, so basically it's trying to tell you that include bash src if it is not exist, if it exists. So then it is trying to copy it. If it exists, then just have it up. Then you are basically trying to set the path. So this path is basically being used to store all the binary kind of files and the location where all the binary files are usually stored. So you can check that there is a command called echo $path. So these are the paths which are by default present in my system. So at this location all the binary executables are present. So this is a default. Whenever any OS is booted or loaded automatically, when we do, this path is being created as well, because it contains the information of the location where the binary files are exist. Similarly for this one, this is a local path that we are assigning. So inside home directory of this user, which is home star agile, and then inside it .local and then bin. So these are the, if you keep anything inside inside this directory, and there is no such directory currently, but if you create this and have this binary, so whatever the executable files you will keep it will execute, it will automatically being added as a path. And then it is saying that whatever the $path value is, just append it to the next of it. So you will additionally see the value for star agile user added up over here. So yeah, those are the things. We'll talk that in detail as well in the shell scripting. So this is what I wanted to show. There is one more file actually, which is a bash rc. So let's try to get that as well. So you see the aliases, whatever the aliases by default this user is having it. So whenever you execute ll command, it will nothing but execute ls-alf under the hood. Okay. Then there are some aliases for the grep command, which basically by default try to take the color of it as well, because if you see, if you notice, when we ran this command psaux grep star agile, this is coming in the color. Why this is coming in the color? Because this command, grep command, is nothing but using this command grep -- color -auto. So every time to write this command and use it, it's kind of a lengthy, right? So when you feel there is a command which you would want it to be shortened, so the best way to do that is create an alias. And if you create an alias locally on your shell, it will be gone once the system is rebooted. So in order to make it persistent and permanent entry, better to do that for any users bash rc file. So you can just add up an entry here saying that okay, alias grep whatever you would want to, alias or command or any command aliases that you would want to add it, you can just add it here. That's quite kind of easy and permanent as well. Whenever, so why I am saying permanent, because whenever you log into this user, so currently we have logged into star agile user, right? So whenever you log into any of the user, these files are being executed. So that's the reason it tries to check what is the content it has it, and then it executes if there is any script, if there is any alias commands and whatever. So it happens under the hood, so user does not get to see that. However, all these things would have already been set for this user because it was written in the bash rc file. And this is the ps1 I was talking about. So this is the ps1 you see here. Let me just copy it and then print it here. So you see this is a ps1. This is nothing but this, whatever the value, and how do you want to change it. So if you want to just change it, you can just change it. So let's try to make some changes and see. Let me just go to bash rc. Okay, let's go to this file. Let's search ps1. Okay. So it's saying that color prompt. If there is a color prompt, then this ps. If there is no color prompt, then this ps. Why there is a difference? See, it's all about when it will come in the color prompt, because we have created the skeleton. We have copied the files from etc skell into this home directory. That's why it is always been color. okay, because we have created that skeleton. So skeleton is nothing but a proper kind of all the important and all whatever the user should supposed to have it is having everything. So if it is created without skeleton copied file, then the ps1 value would look like. So let's do one thing, let's try to edit this, and I'll just comment this so that it does not execute, and we will set up our own, so let's see what we do. So if I do this, I'll change everything. I will just say what I want is that star agile, okay, and I've saved it. Let's log out to the user and then log in back. Okay, now you see it's taking time to load the shell because I've made it some changes, so it's saying authentication failure. Let me just try to see if the password was correct. So something would have broken actually. So let's try to make the changes, or let me just see once more. Okay, because my caps lock one was on, so that's why it was not typing the correct password. Now you see the shell, how does it look like? It's just a dollar. It does not have any value like what it was showing up before. Why? Because we have made the changes in this file, and it's not colorful also. So that is what it tells. If you want to type it anything here, let's say I said star agile training or something, let's say, let's see if it executes the date command and then dollar. Let's see if it does. So what I'll do is switch, let's execute. Okay, see, now it's showing up a little different because I've added an entry called star agile underscore training, and then date, it is executing the date command, and after that dollar. So these are the things you can make a change. I'm just disabling this change so that it should have the default for now, and let's execute and then again. Okay, see, now it's back to normal what it was supposed to. So these are the files. Now you must be thinking that how does this files created and has come up. So these are the two files, new files which have just now created. Why? Because since this user has performed certain commands on his shell, that's why those history has been present inside bash underscore history. See, the history is just a short history. So if you look at this file bash underscore history, if you try to cat it also, sorry, bash history, so you see the history is coming up from here. If somebody wants to clean the history, you can do history -c, that will clean the history, and after that when you execute history, there will nothing be showing up. And but let me just see, bash history, it still shows up that history to you. It does not clean it. So history -c basically just to cleans the local history which is there on the shell. But if you want permanently to delete all the histories that you have done so far, you can just clear this file and then it will remove the history. But make sure that apart from deleting the history as well, your logs will be available in the systems. There are some other files which stores the information about the user, as well as if admin wants to see that you have done something, can check the logs for various applications that something is broken. So you can, you have to remove the traces from a lot of places. It's not just the history. So but this is just to show the example that that's how you can delete the bash history files and see things. Now let's take a look at etc skell. We have been talking about that skeleton, and just do this. See, so this is etc skell file contains the skeleton of these important 3 files. So this always be copied over from this directory to the user's home directory in order to make sure that the user has a proper shell, proper profile, so that user can do actions whatever it would want to do, usually with certain restrictions whatever a default user gets it. So that is about user add. After that we will try to delete the user. So how can you do that? let's say sudo, there is a command called del user, and then you can delete the user star agile. Okay, it's asking password for the parallel user, and see, it has removed the cron tab we'll be talking about in the process management and how to create the automated jobs, and then it is removing the star agile user as well. So now if you try to log into star agile, it says user star agile does not exist and the user entry does not contain all the required fields. What happens, let's say we saw the etc passwd and etc shadow file also created the entry for star agile. Let's check where is that entry, does this entry still present or not. Okay, so etc passwd, I'll just go to the bottom of it and see I am at the bottom. Okay, currently there are 56 lines. There is we'll talk about that in a bit. 56 lines, and the last line is this one, which after that there is no further entry for star agile. Similarly for etc shadow as well, you see that the last entry is for the SFTP user, not for the star agile. So whenever we delete the user with the command of del user, it automatically deletes all the respective entries for the user, so there is no trace of the user which is present in the system. Okay, now there are options in the del user command, so let's check those things. The options I was talking about, remove remove. So there are few options like -- remove all files. So you want to remove all the files which contains for the user, you can use this option. Otherwise you can let it be like this. So it's your choice. Some people try to execute this command as well, like whenever del user will be executed, they have created an alias of del user equals to del user -- remove -home, which means it will automatically delete the home directory as well for the user. Okay, but let's see if the user itself is deleted now, so but the home directory is still present, but it does not have a permission. Let me try to see if sudo has it. Yeah, see, the user was deleted, though we see here the removing the user, but user's home directory was not deleted. Why? Because by default it does not delete. So if you would want it to be delete, so you can use the command del user, but with that option that we saw, -- remove home. So let's try that one as well. We will create another user and then we will this time we will remove. Okay, let's try to create the same user what we created and see what happens. Does it take the home directory of the previously same user which we deleted, or it creates a new one? Let's try to verify that. Okay, see, it says the home directory, there is a warning, not an error. The warning says the home directory for /home/staragile already exists, not touching this directory, which means it is not going to copy again from the skeleton file to the home directory, because the home directory was already present for the user. So this was not a complete trace removed after using just the del user command, but it is creating a new, selecting the new UID because those entries were removed. Okay, so I am just giving the password, full name, I'll just skip this time. Okay, and let's see, the user is there. Okay, I've logged in. Perfect. Okay, now let's try to delete the user again. Sudo del user -- remove -home and then star agile. Okay, see, this time it is removing files, looking for the files in backup and remove cron tab and user. So these are the files. This is the additional info message we are getting this time, which was not there previously, so previously we were seeing only these two info messages were displayed, but now there are 3 info messages are displayed. One of it says that removing this file as well. So now let's try to verify if the files for star agile present or not. Okay, see, I am pressing the tab, but I don't see anything. otherwise it would have come. There is no such directory or file, which means it has removed the necessary files, the home directory for the user as well. So that's how the full cleanup for Dell user. Now I was talking about that you know, the IDs which is present in etc passwd file. Okay, so this is the ID I was talking about. How does these IDs being created? So just keep a note of it. ID 0 will always be allotted for user root, which is a super user of this OS. Okay, every Linux system has the same hierarchy in this sense that the 0 ID will be allotted to the root user. It will by default assigned to root. None other user can have an ID called 0. It's preliminary assigned and associated with the root user. Okay, first thing. After that, ID from 1 to 999. Those are the IDs which are being allotted to the system users. When I say system users, what I mean is all the application softwares, let's say for example Apache server, web servers, or DNS mask, or DHCP, or whatever the service that you are going to deploy on this machine, it automatically creates the daemon user for those, which means those are the users, system users will be applicable to perform actions for respective applications. For example, let's see if I have deployed Apache here. Oh, I have not, no worries. Let's see DNS. Yeah, so DNS mask is currently running on this machine, which has already created a user DNS mask for it, and you see the ID of it was 999. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that anything which is till 999 from starting from 1, those are the system user IDs, which also cannot be allotted by default to any of the users when you create it. So the normal user always have an ID starting from 1000, and then you see it will keep on taking whatever the ID after that you are going to assign. So here after user Himanshu 1, I set up as DHCP as well. So the DHCP is a system user because it's a DHCP service which basically allots the IP address to the machines, and it has ID within that range of 1 to 999, that is 125. Okay. Yeah, so that is fixed. So you want to check and maximum ID. If somebody has a question, what is the maximum ID that a user can get it? So there is a limit actually, depend on the system, and the system 32 and 64 bits as well. It varies till 60,000. Some systems, someone has 65,000. So that configuration stores in etc login defs. So this file contains maximum password days. What is the maximum password days you would want to set? So what does it mean is that once you set the password for any user, it will be eligible or active for these many number of days, 999. So for close to 1 lakh days it will store. After that, minimum days is 0, and then warning age is 7. So we saw that in etc shadow file and passwd file, these entries were shown. So this entry has come up from login.devs file. So this contains the entry for umask also. There are some system configurations which contains the entry for these. What is the default path? Okay, what is the sub path? So we saw the path, how this path was defined. It read this login.devs file. So whenever a system OS boot, automatically this file is also being read, and then set up the configuration before itself users see the shell, and or just load the desktop and shell and whatever, right? So before that itself everything is pretty set. If you want to do anything or make any changes or modifications so that while booting itself the changes are applied, you can change this as well. But the better thing, I said that for the local home directory there are files /c and profile, so just go ahead and change it. So this is just used for some high level of settings for users and stuff. So what I was talking about, UID actually. So you see this, for this system the minimum user ID is 1000. So any normal user whatever will be created, it has to start with the 1000, and maximum ID it can get it up to 60,000. This limit manually you can change in this file, and then there might be a user specifically you can assign the ID to 60,001. Okay, beyond 60,000 also that you can change. So this is customizable. This is what the Linux is. You know, we discussed earlier that Linux is open source. Linux is so customizable and it's very useful for the user. This is what I meant, that all these settings you can change it. In Windows you cannot do all these things. You know, you cannot change when the password will be expiring, and when the UID, how to change the UIDs and shells and stuff. So that is kind of very complicated and not so easy. But in Linux, everything is a file. You open the file, you make the changes, you make the configuration things. So now let's try to do one thing. Let's use the awk command that we have already discussed. Awk hyphen capital F. Capital F is used to set the delimiter, what delimiter a file contains. From that you want to fetch some data. So what I would want is, I want the third column which is greater than 1000, and the third column less than 65,000 and 534. Okay, then I would want to print $1 from which file, /etc/passwd. So what I'm trying to do is here, read this file etc passwd. From this file I want only to print the first column. So the first column of this file is the username. Okay, but what is the condition that I'm putting is, the condition is the third column, which is nothing but a user ID, should be greater than 1000 or 1000 and less than 65,534. Only those users, give me only those user list where this condition is matching, where the user ID is 1000 or more than that but less than 65,534. Okay, and this file we have seen already that it contains colon as a delimiter. I'll just show it again so that we don't get confused. Okay, see, you see every column has a delimiter which is colon. Okay, every column. So we have to specify that column is a delimiter while using this awk command. That's how the awk command parameter has to be passed on. Okay, so now let's copy this and paste it. Okay, so this is giving me only the usernames whose ID is 1000 or more than that but less than 65,000. What if I want to fetch the UID also along with this? So I'll do a little slight modification here in this. I'll say and I want a comma, you know, after this comma, and then give me the ID. Okay, and then $3. Okay, see, so here you can make changes. Whatever the values you would want to fetch, you can fetch it, keep on adding, and then further, let's say I want GID also, you know, group ID. So I'll say again comma. So why am I adding this double quote comma? Because it's a string. That's how you have to pass it in the awk command print statement. So anything, not just the comma. Let's say I want to say hyphen. Okay, and then $4. See, this has comma because $1 and $3 has comma as a separator, but I wanted specifically to have hyphen as a separator between $3 and $4. That's why I chose hyphen. It just showed me the hyphen. So this is the username, this is a UID, and this is GID. Okay. All right. So this is there. After that, let's try to add a user to the group. So the file, I'll show the groups actually. Vim etc and groups. There is a file which contains the information about a group. So whenever any user creates, the group also creates with the same name by default. See, for root group has created. If we go to the bottom, for SFTP user, SFTP group has created, and then it has ID called 1004. So let's do one more thing. Let's try to add sudo add user *agile. Okay, password. Okay, perfect. ठीक है. Let's see this etc group file and go to the bottom. and we see star agile group was also created along with star agile user, which has an ID called 1005. The same ID you saw inside etc passwd. For star agile, group ID is 1005. Okay, so what are these groups actually? That ID for star agile is of, this is a primary group ID. Okay, which means if you want to know what is a primary group of this user, you should check this ID and then validate the ID inside this and try to find. So 1005 is the ID of star agile group. So star agile user has a primary group called star agile, you know. So why am I saying this? Whenever we, you know, we create anything, directory or file, you saw that let's say I created a test directory, and we have seen that automatically the user ownership and the group ownership was created. So this thing we discussed in the permission session, right? So what is this this is this group. So this group is nothing but the primary group of star agile user. So now it makes the concept clear that okay, must be thinking about what is a primary group and secondary group. So there are two types of group. One is a primary group, one is a secondary group. By default, whenever any user gets created, it also has a primary group associated to the user. Okay, that primary group also gets created, mostly with the same ID of what UIDs, what GIDs, right? So the primary group information you can see in the etc group file. For secondary group information also you can see in the etc group file. I'll show that which column contains that information. But let's review the permission and try to link up what we discussed, right? So in permission we discussed that this permission was for the ownership of that directory or file for user ownership, which was RWX, read, write, execute. And this was the privileges. Second one was for the group. So this group was nothing but a primary group, which is a star agile in this case. Okay, let's do this now. Let's try to add the secondary. You know, how do you see that secondary group? So etc group file, let's go to the bottom. See this last column which is currently empty, that column is for the users. Okay, this is not a group column, this is a user column. Here you have to basically add the users, what all users you would want the secondary group to be set as a star agile. So if I add any user here, so let's say for example we see you know, say groups, there is another user, let's say Himanshu1. Okay, so Himanshu1 has a Himanshu1 only, that is the only group, it does not have any secondary group. Okay, so now how do you add that actually? So there are two options. Either you can just go to that file and then add it in the etc group file, okay, or you can use this command sudo user mod to modify the user and then add a group which is a secondary group star agile. For which user? Himanshu1. Okay, so now let's see what this command did. So if you open etc group file and you go to star agile group, you see Himanshu1 entry which was not there earlier, but this is present now. So that means is for user Himanshu1 there are two groups. One is Himanshu1 itself, that is the primary group. And how do we validate that? We will check in the shadow file and passwd file, and the passwd file contains the ID. That ID is for the Himanshu1. And here in this file we see for Himanshu1, which is added in the fourth column, has a group which is called star agile. So for Himanshu1, secondary group is a star agile group. So that's how you can add the groups. After that you can delete the group as well. Let's say I create a random group without creating any user. So what I can do is I can just do sudo add group and let's say random. Okay, so what it does is it selects the GID which is currently available. Always choose from the 1000 because that's how we have defined in login.devs file, that any normal user and group has the ID starting with 1000 and there's a limit, right, which is defined in our system. So it chose the ID which was free, that is 1006. And if you look at here, etc group file. So random group was created. If you would want to add, associate the user, sudo user mode -a capital G random for star agile. So you see, for star agile user, there is a secondary group called random, but there is no user called random. There is just a group, and the group is associated with the user as a secondary group. Okay, so that is there. After that, there are commands to lock the user as well. So you can lock it using user mode -L and then the username, let's say Himanshu1. So this is just to lock it. When the password will expire, the lock-in time is 7 days, and then it will be locked. After that, it will delete. So those are the settings that you can change. Unlock, you can use the same command, user mod -u and then username. So this is how you can unlock the user. Okay. After that, we will see how to delete a group. So let's try to delete a group. Same command del group and then random what we created. Okay, it is removing the random. Let's see what happens to the entry that we saw for star agile. We associated a group called random, right? So there is no such entry right now, which was there for random before, right? Because we have deleted this group as well. If you would want to see the ID of any user, you can use command ID. It will tell you just the ID of the user and GID and group ID, what all groups it is part of it, and then it will explain you everything. So here you see that Himanshu1 has 3 IDs actually. One is the system users, and then one this group 1002. This is a primary group for Himanshu user, and this is a secondary group, Star Agile. How do I say this secondary group? Because when I see in the group file Star Agile 1005, Himanshu1 is added there. So let's look at where all Himanshu1 is there. So Himanshu1 is there with the users group as well. That's why this user entry was showing up. So this is the default group which automatically gets created whenever you create any user in the Ubuntu system, this one. So that's why you see 3. So this one is the primary group and this was the secondary group. So now the question comes in, how many primary and secondary group a user can have? A user can only have one primary group, but it can have multiple secondary groups. So primary group, why it can only have one primary group? There is a reason being that whenever you create any file or a directory by the user, the group ownership assigns it to the primary group. So it's always be the single primary group. It cannot be multiple. So that's the reason primary group can be single, but the secondary group can be multiple for any users. Okay. Now let's see how do we change the password for the user. Or you want to see, let's say there is a command that you can use to see the status of a user. So this command basically give you some rough idea of basically that passability file, telling that, oh, this user Himanshu1 has a password set and this was the time when it was created, and then for how long the password or this user is active, and then this is the lock period, and then -1 is currently the password will never expire, but if you set that, change the setting, then it will work accordingly. So if you don't want to read that passability file, but with the shortcut of something, you can just fetch a single user entry. So you can use passability -s and then get the results. So you don't have to remember always what are these options mean. You can always refer the man command, which is a manual, and yourself can read this, right? So if you see the -s option, so it says it clarifies over here. Let's say -S, any other entries? Yeah. So -S with the passability command stands for status, which means display the account status information. The status information consists of 7 fields, and it tells you about all these values and definitions and stuff, right? So you don't have to always remember this. You can take a reference of man file, that there is no problem about it, and nobody will judge you for that as well, that you are referring this, because nobody can remember all the commands and all the options in one go, right? So it always be based on your use case. So whenever you go and use it, you can just refer the man command, and then later you can just make the changes. Yeah, so there was one more command actually before, which we used to use user add, but that command specifically was an old command. And for copy the shell, you have to always modify that, copy the shell file, otherwise that command never by default copy it. So I'll just show it once. Let's say I'm creating a user called test1, and see, it did not give me anything about first name, last name, password or shell, or did not copy anything from skeleton as well. See, if I just enter this, so sorry, oh, I chose this sudo switch user masterproperty sudo test1. See, if I look at who am I, it's a test1, but you don't see any files, nothing is there. It's all permission denied, which means it's of no use after using user add command. This was the previous command, but now the refined command is the add user. However, with user add also you can set up the same profile. You just have to basically copy skeleton inside whatever is there inside this, and then to the home directory of test1. That is one thing you have to do. After that, you have to modify the shell as well, so that you could have done while creating this user add -m -shell bin bash, and then user1, so that it assigns a shell bin bash, which is a better than shell sh. So these are the modifications that you have to change actually, and you have to change the ownership also for that user home directory. So these are some additional stuff that we used to do before whenever we used to create a user add, but now with the help of add user command, all these steps are no longer needed. So it's always preferable to create it via add user. You can just do it like this. If you would want to add the specific user to the group, primary group, so you can create sudo, because see, by default whenever we create a user, the primary group also is created with the same name. But what I want is, I don't want same name to be created. I want a user and set the primary group to someone which is already present. So let's say I say use sudo add user. I am creating add user, and which group in group -- in group, I want to assign this user in star agile group. Okay, and what is the username I am trying to create? test2. Okay, so now you see, the difference here, that star agile group was taken automatically for this user test2, which means the star agile group has become the primary group of this. Why I say this, you can just verify as well in the etc group file, and you go to the bottom. See, test1 was created, that is fine, but star agile was, so test2, there is no test2 was created, which means there is no primary group for test2 also is created. So a star agile group itself has become the primary group of it. So how do I say this? Let's try to log into the test2. We can confirm it. Let's create a directory test, and let's read the permission of test. So you see, for dot, which is a present directory, the group ownership is star agile. Otherwise, if you don't assign any group before while creating the user, you always see the group ownership is automatically being assigned with the same name, the new group which is created as a primary group. So that is how you can basically change things. There is one more command, group's username, let's say test2. So this will tell you, okay, test2 has star agile and users. This is part of only two groups. One is a primary and another one is a secondary group. Okay. After that, yeah, so that's about actually, you can delete the group, you can add the group, you can see the ID for the user, and you can modify things. So all these options you can do with the help of these commands that we have seen in this topic. So in this topic, we'll be talking about process management. We'll be talking about how to create cron jobs, how to reschedule them, how to set up those things. So let's start with the, with the process management. So you see in the slides that, there are various commands which are usually being used for the process management. For example, PS, top, kill, jobs, BG, and FG. So these are the commands which are usually being used for the process management. After that, we will see what are the types of processes are available. One is a foreground process, one is a background process. Foreground process is something which runs on the front itself. You see on the shell, it takes the space and it does not let you perform anything else, which means the process is currently running. A background process is a process which runs under the hood. That means that you don't have to just wait for that process to complete. You can do your own task, whatever you would want to do, but the process will keep on running under the hood in the background. So those are the background processes. After that, we will see the tasks, how to schedule tasks. Task means something you have set up a reminder to perform anything automatically, so that let's say you would want to perform any script at night 2 a.m. so you don't have to wake up and execute that script at 2 a.m. in your system. So you can set up something like called cron tabs, cron jobs, and then AT jobs. AT jobs are usually for the one time, but for cron jobs are rescheduling multiple times. So we will be talking about that in this topic. So let's jump to the demo without wasting any time, and I'll just show you how to create those processes and how to see those processes. So there is a command called sleep command, which basically sleeps the process. It just basically telling that I am sleeping for 100 seconds, but you see that the process is running now on the shell and I cannot do anything here, because until this process is complete, this is called foreground process, the process which is running currently on the shell, and you cannot perform any other actions on top of it. So what I have to do is, if I press Ctrl Z, the process will be stopped. Okay, the process is currently stopped. If I say there is a command called jobs command which shows you that what are the processes running, what are the processes which are in the starting state. So you can see with the help of jobs command. What if you would want to start the process? So again, there is a command called FG command which brings the process into foregrounds, which means that foregrounds means it brings the process again back on the shell. Okay, and you can see the process running. So then again, if I say Ctrl Z, it again stops and goes in the background, right? But it is not running in the background. It is currently in the stopped state. I want a process to run in the background, okay, not to be in stopped state. So what I can do is, I have to basically add a keyword called end. So this %, what it does is, it creates the process, but it always runs in the background. So if you look at here in the jobs, so there is one process which is currently stopped. Okay, why it is stopped? Because we have pressed Ctrl Z and to make it stop when it was in the foreground. And one process, there is sleep 1000, which is the sleep for 1000 seconds, and then this process is currently in the running state. Okay, but it is running in the background. Background means I can do whatever I want to perform and stuff. So I can use this shell, but the process is still running in the background. So what if you would want to resume a process in the background? So you can do background %1. So what it does is, now you see this process is showing done now, done because it would have already been waited for 100 seconds, and that's why it's showing done. But let's create this again, and then we will see the difference here. So I'm pressing Ctrl Z, it has stopped. Now I'll say to resume the process, but don't let it do in the foreground. So %1 is nothing but ID, but this is ID currently assigned is 3. So you can see jobs. So currently the stop process has an ID called 3. Okay, so you have to say BG, which means background, % and then 3. 3 is nothing but a process ID. So now you see jobs again. Both the processes are currently running. So that's how you can start a process which is in the stopped state in the background. You can use command BG, and then you can let the process run in the background. And to run in the foreground, you can use fg command. Okay, so those are the commands that you can use. What if you want to kill a process? So you can use command kill. Okay, sudo, you have to use sudo, and let's see what happens. Okay, still running, it has not killed. So kill is basically what it does is, there are a lot of options in the kill. It basically sends an instruction or a signal to the kernel saying that I want to kill this process, I don't want to keep it running. So the forcefully kill is something called kill -9, and then you can put the process ID, and then let's see what happens. Okay, still running, it is not killing it. Maybe sorry, this is the job ID. Let's find the process ID of it. So there is a command called psaux, and then when you grab that sleep 1000, so sleep 1000 is basically saying that this is a process ID. So the earlier what we were seeing is the job ID. So this was the job ID, you know, %3. So this is a process ID. So now you have to kill it via this process ID. So you can say kill and then process ID, copy it and then paste it. Now let's see what happens. Do we see that job now? Okay, the job is terminated. It's showing terminated. Why? Because the job we have asked to kill, we have sent a kill signal to the kernel saying that I want to kill this process, I want to terminate this process immediately. So it will kill it. And if you run this command again, you will not see any of the command running. Earlier we were seeing this process was running, but now there is no such process because we have already terminated this process. So this is how you can kill. There are other options in the kill command. You can open the manual and read about that. Kill -9 is basically you can kill all the process and forcefully. So there are other commands of the kill which basically are being used in the same manner in order to kill the processes. Okay, so you can take the reference, it sends the signal, and in -9 it sends the sig kill. It's a signal which will immediately kill the process. So that's how you can use the manual. Now ps command is the command which shows you what are the processes running. But if you would want to see the all processes, then you can use psaux. Psaux will show the processes to you, all of it. But you see this, it's showing like a cat, you know, cat command output. It's not showing me the live, but I want to see it live. So how do you see that? So for that there is a command called htop. In htop command, you can see it live, which means whatever the changes will be happening at this real time moment, you can see those changes, you can understand this, and you can get some information out of it. So I'll just give a little of idea to you what this is actually. So on top, basically you see there are tasks running 147, 150. So these are the tasks which is running currently, how many threads are using, how many CPU is being used. So this is a load average, it is showing to you load average is being used for the CPU to identify how much load is present on the CPU for 1 minute, 5 minutes and 15 minutes. How much is the uptime of this system, and so stuff. So these are the columns that you see. PID column basically is a process ID. User is the user which is running this process. Okay, then you see PRI, this is nothing but a priority. Process priority, it is 20, so that is a priority of a process. Now NI, you see this is called a nice value, which is basically used to determine the priority of a process. After that, you see there are VIRT. VIRT is nothing but a virtual memory used by the process, you know. And then we have resident memory used, which is a physical memory. So it is currently using 198 MB. We have memory total is 1.91 GB associated with this virtual machine where we have deployed the Ubuntu OS. Okay. So, and there is one more memory called swap memory. We'll be talking that in the topic when we'll be discussing about CPU information, memory information, how to check those stats. That time we will be discussing in that detail, you know. So while creating this virtual machine, I would want to say that I chose to give it to 2 GB out of my entire system, which was having 16 GB of memory, right? So only the hard capacity, the top limit of this memory is 2 GB, and out of that 2 GB currently it is using 1.19 gigs. And from that 1.19 gigs of memory, this process, particularly some Firefox process which is running currently here, so this process is using nothing but 209 MB of your memory, resident memory. Then this is a shared memory, how much it is using, and then these are process stats. So R is for stop running, S is for sleeping. So these are the processes which are currently in the sleeping mode. So you can just scroll down, and with the mouse up and down key you can see. So all these processes are currently stopped, but there is one process you see H stop, because we have executed this H stop now. So this process specifically is in the running state, because it is displaying you the output of what htop command does. So that's why the state of this process is running. Remaining all these processes are sleeping state, which means they are not using enough memory, I would say, because see, there are some sessions which are already exist, so some sort of a memory is being allotted, but they are not in the current running state. And after that, whatever this is systemd, you see this is nothing but a kernel. Some kernel is doing some actions on top of it, right? Because see, kernel is always active. So when you drive a car, the engine is always active. Doesn't matter you drive it slow, you drive it fast. If you're accelerating fast, which means engine has to perform very fast. If you're putting a brake, then also engine has to perform something. But if you're driving your car on the ideal engine, then also engine has to perform something, but will not be of that capability, right? So similar to this, currently we are not having any heavy load process running on this machine. That's why majority of processes are in the sleeping state. But whenever still the car is driving, right, so that means engine will be involved. Similarly, the kernel will be involved in order to monitor those processes which are still in the sleeping state, or if there is any new signal which is internally happening to the hardware. That's what you see, sometimes you see the running and then, sleeping states. So those ideal changes at the real time, you are just seeing up in the htop command. Okay. After that, you see how much percentage of CPU usage by this process, how much percentage of memory usage of this process, and then total CPU time used by the process. This is the time plus how much total time it is consuming of the CPU, and then the command that you are currently executing. So these are the options that you see here. Yeah. And after that, it displays the CPU to you, and it displays the memory and swap memory to you. So CPU usage bar, you see it's like using 6.61. Yep, it's using 6.61, 4.6%, and so it's basically fluctuating here. And then the memory it is being consuming the swap memory. Swap memory is nothing but you are a memory which is a physical, not a physical RAM, but it is using from the storage itself. So from your storage, the memory which is being consumed is called a swap memory. So it is useful at some times, but it will not give that much performance of the real RAM in this case, right? Because it is not a physical RAM, it's a storage that it is being used as a type called swap memory. Yeah. After that, here you can just see the additional there are some additional features you can customize this by, let's say, if I press F2. Yeah, so here if you press F2 in your keyboard, you will see the category of it, and then you want to see the tree view, you can see the tree view. You can select it via your space bar, and that will let you choose or unchoose the option. So you can just choose like this, and then it will show you in the tree format the commands which are being executed currently. So those are the changes that you can do here. Let's press F2 again and see what all options it has. So in the display options, you can go down. You want to see in the red or yellow colors, you can see the changes because that is selected currently. That's why we are seeing in some good color all these information are being showing up. Then header layout, you can see how many columns, maximum 2 columns, 50 by 50. So those changes you can always do, on the screen, main screen and input output screen. So you see, so this tells you about available columns that is present. So PID state, PPID, all these information it is displaying to you, so you don't have to remember all the time that what is S time, system CPU time, what is CU time, which is a children process user CPU time. So processes is not just a one process, right? So let's say there is a big process. Now in that big process there are always be multiple children process, we call it as a sub process. So for that time, sometimes what happens is the main process is just waiting for some output from the child process, but child process itself is too heavy that it is not unable to finish it with time due to CPU constraints or memory constraints or some other issues. And because of that, the parent process, the main process, also hangs up or makes it unusable. So those are the stats. You can just try to read it. You can do that by exploring here. After that, commands, colors, you can change color, default color. You want to see into monochromatic, you can do like this. Then black and white, light terminal, MC, black night, broken gray. So these are the all options that is present, and you can just manipulate whatever you would want to do. So you see here that this is first process of Linux OS is init process. That is nothing but of its kernel. That is a first process always, because see, without engine, car cannot be driven. It cannot be shifted or it cannot be driven just for 1 meter also, right? It has to have the engine started, because until engine will not be started, car cannot be shifted from one position to another position. So similarly, here also the first process has to be kernel. Once kernel gets started, when you boot the system, after that all the child process of the kernel are being executed in the background. Sometimes they are in the sleeping state, sometimes they are in the running state, depending on what kind of a program or processes you are using or you are currently running in your system. So that is about HTOP. It's kind of little detailed discussions with we did here. Now let's talk about how do you change the priority that we saw in the HTOP, right? So there are commands that you can change the priority. So let's say if I say nice, nice is the command. You change the priority, let's say to 10. So sleep 300, okay, and let's say ampersand. I want to run it in the background. Now let's go to HTOP. Now here you see any running process. Let's see jobs. Okay, it's running. PSAUX, grep, sleep. Okay, so currently you see the priority, it is assigned to here. And then in HTOP actually we can see, but it's just that sometimes it does not come up because there are a lot of processes which are running currently. So if it shows up real time to you, then it's great. Otherwise, so the changes that we did is we did this changes actually with what priority you would want to set, 19, 20, 10 and whatever, right? So those are the priorities that we were basically trying to change it. So the command that we executed, what it explains is that it sleeps the process for 300 seconds, but with a priority of 10. So the default priority is set to 0, but we are explicitly making it to 10 so that it goes with the higher priority. And then you can just shift the priority based on your process. So let's say, for example, you have any important process to run and should give, so CPU should be given the first priority to that process. How do you do that usually? So with the help of nice command, you can change the priority to the process and make sure you are giving this instruction to the system saying that I want this process to be executed with the high priority. All the processes, let it be with the normal priority, but first finish this. After that, you can just do your ideal things, whatever you would want to do it. Similarly, there is one more priority change process command, which is renice. That also you can use, and then you can change the process ID. So let's say I want to change this process ID to set it to different this thing. So now you see the old priority for this process was 10 and the new priority for this process is currently 5. So this is how you can change once the priority is set for any process with the using renice command. So that's how you can change it. What if you want to change the priority for all the processes? owned by a user. So a user who basically executes any process, you want to change all the process priority, so you can use sudo renice -n 10-u and then username. So now any process which is currently running with the test2 user, by default the process ID priority is 0, but you want to change it to 10. So whenever the user test2 will be executing anything, the priority will automatically being set to 10. Okay, so let's try to see this. Sleep 1000 and then n%. Okay, jobs are here, fine. Now let's see this. What if I try to renice -n with 5-p? Let's first grab this sleep 1000. Okay, I'll grab this, copy, and then renice -5-p, paste. Okay, so let's use sudo. So the old priority, you see, it was 10. Why it was 10? Because we have changed the user level priority. So whenever this user will be executing any process, default priority should supposed to set as a 10. We already set this, and after that when I try to change it to 5, it tells me the old priority was set to 10. By default, for any process for run by any user, the priority is being set to 0. But we give instructions here, and after that we change the priority to 5. So that's how you can do. What if so these are the basically changes you can change for the priority for the process or for the user. You can make all these type of changes here. And so you can see there are some important notes to remember, that root user is the only user who can assign the higher priority values, negative nice values you want to set. So negative here, which means the high priority. So if you would want to set negative priority, so you need root user privileges. And you can use psaux command, or the top command also. Top command also does the same stuff, but htop is like in the more colorful and more other information ways you can see. So top command also shows you the same information over here, and you can see the same stats of priorities and other things. So but you cannot filter out and set any filtrations on specific columns, or you cannot change the color of it, or you cannot filter like a tree. Hopefully there might be some option with the top command, but htop has some additional features in the way of representing stats in the top, and htop is really different. Here also you see load average and slow sleeping process, zombie process. So these are the process states basically. It's showing up here with the memory is used and CPU used. So this is the process. So it's required, it's very important, the process when basically you are executing any process, you are running any softwares on top of your machine, and then you see, okay, this is a process which I should run. At that time the process is very important to understand the process management, to change the priority of the process, to kill the process. So all these things are very important for any system admin or somebody who is managing the Linux. So you should be aware of it. So that's all we discussed in the process thing. Let's talk about something about cron, rescheduling the task and how do you do that and stuff. So before just going there, there is a syntax which you should know of cron. So syntax looks like this. There are 5 times star and then the command, whatever the command you would want to do. So this 5 star means that any command, any script that you would want to execute, when you would want to execute. So the first column, first star, explains the minute, which is 0 to 59. Okay, the second one explains the hour, which means 0 to 23. So we have 24 hours in a day, so 0 to 23. The third one explains the day of month, which month, 1 to 31. Okay, and the fourth one explains the basically the month, how many months we have in a calendar year, right? 1 to 12. So this is a day of month, this is month, and this is a day of week, which is 0 to 7. So let's say there are various use cases for the users who would want to set uh, the rescheduling task or anything. So they prefer to set up at particular time or particular time up in a week or some other week or stuff, right? Or in a month. So how can they do it? With the various example we will be seeing. But first let's check how to see if there is anything already present. So currently there is no scheduling task available for user test 2. There is a command called cron tab, which basically tells you, list out and performs any actions you would want on top of rescheduling things. But what if you want to set the reschedule the cron job? So you can use cron tab -e. E is used for editing. So it's asking me which editor you would want to prefer. I always prefer Vim. So let's try with Vim Basic. So this has opened a file for me, and here you can see this entry, right? So for example, also it's trying to explain here that at 5 a.m. every week. So 5 a.m. means you're just giving a time 0 to, so the second column, if you remember, this is 0 to 23. So at 5 o'clock in the morning every week means in a week we have 0 to 7 days. So every week Monday this will execute at 5 a.m. and 5.00. So this 00 is the 0th minute of 5 a.m. So as soon as 5 a.m. In the clock happens, at the 0th minute of 5 a.m. this will execute every week. Every Monday it will execute. Okay, so that is what it is explaining in the configuration file. Similarly, you can make the changes. Let's say you would want to run a script every hour, so you can say 000 star 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 star, and then let's say script anything /home parallel / I have a script for password check _check.py. okay, but this script requires Python as well, so let's do this Python 3. So what does this mean is that 0th minute means that every hour, in every hour 0th minute this script will be executed. That is what it is trying to explain here. So similarly you can change. Let's say you have a requirement where you would want to set any command which is executes every Monday at 2 p.m. So what you can do is 2 p.m. for 14 stands for 40 stands for 2 p.m. So in Linux it's not like about AM and PM things, so it understands from 0 to 23. So 14 stands for 2 p.m. obviously. Or 14th 2 p.m. 0th minute every day we want only for the Monday. So we have set one here, the last column, which is the day of the week, which is a Monday. What you want, let's say any script, anything, I don't have that script at this moment, but yeah, anything you would want to execute. Or let's say I want to execute ls-l, or I want to execute sleep, any command also in the background, let it run. So you can set this up. So the second example is basically setting up for every Monday at 2 p.m. this sleep 1000 seconds should automatically being executed in the background. So that's what it is explaining. So now let's see how do you redirect the output. If for example you have a script which prints some output and you would want to redirect that output. So for example, let's say similarly star star star, I want to echo hi, this is star agile. Okay, and then print the output here into home directory, say file.txt, every minute. I would want every minute, let's say every minute. Okay, so this is like basically every minute and every second it will start executing. So this is file.txt. It is basically trying to add up here, and I don't want any type of null values here. So let's see, cron, installing the cron. Now if you see cron tab -l, you will see we have the cron which is currently present here. Now let's see, does it basically creates any file or not. File.txt. Currently there is no such files. We will wait for some time and see if it generates any file or not. Meanwhile, we will proceed with the redirections. You can have a double redirection here as well. Like single redirection, we talked about the overwriting, but the double redirection, if you would want to append, anything that you can do. See, now every second is what we marked, so the file is automatically being created. And what message should supposed to have it? Hi, this is staragile. So if you say file.txt, it has a message called staragile. But in the next occurrence of this cron job, every another minute, so after after another minute, so what it will do is it will keep on writing the same and overwriting this stuff. But I don't want that. I want it to be appended rather than overwriting. So what I will do is I'll change the redirection here and say double redirection, which means it will append this hi, this is staragile, the same string again and again in the same file. So now I have installing the new cron tab. Just wait for some time until it executes, and then we will see the changes here. So, and also you can see the size will keep on increasing, because as soon as we will keep on appending the data, depends on what amount of data that you are appending to a file or you are saving as an output, right? So depending on that, the size will increase. So if it is very small, then slightly you see the increment of size. If it's not that small, then you will not see the size of it actually. And yeah, no, okay. So let's see the content again, what it has done. So now you can see it has appended another entry here. So this cron job is basically trying to every minute it is executing, and then it is actually in every minute, 0th second of every minute, it is basically trying to echo this, which is print. Echo command prints the output, and then it is redirecting that output, appending it in the same file.txt. So that's how you can set the cron. What if you want to remove that cron? So you can use cron tab -r. After that, if you say cron tab -l, there is no cron set because we have removed it. So in order to remove the cron, you can just remove it by using cron tab -r. So that you can do. And if you would want to set the cron job for any of the user, so you can use command sudo then cron tab, then user, and then let's say I want to set this for staragile. I'm not sure if user is already there or not. We'll see. And -end it. Okay, use vim. Okay, let's add it every minute. I want echo. This is your trainer. Sure, and then append it. And I want this to be in home, parallels, and then staragile file.txt. Okay, I just hope this staragile user is there. Yeah, it's there. Cool. We will just see what happens now. Let's just wait for this file to be created there, and after that we'll see with the user test 2 we are able to create a cron job for staragile user. That also you can do. So it'll just take a bit, and then after that, as soon as this minute gets over, it basically creates a file and append the data. Let's check date. Okay, start agile. So currently we are at 11:51. We'll just check at 11:52 what happens. Okay, let's see. Still not there. No worries. We'll just try to see that Chrome. Switch user, start agile, and then here, okay, cron tab -L. Okay, cron job is there. This is your trainer, home parallel cell. Copy, paste, permission add. Okay, so the file is created inside parallels star agile, not in the star agile. So we were checking the wrong location. Let's just exit it and then go to user. We would need sudo access for this because this is inside parallels home directory, and sudo cat and then all dot. Okay, still not there. Let's try to switch user star agile. Okay, let's see, test is there. Home star agile. Okay, home parallels. Wait. Let's get the password of the user. Authentication failure. Do we really have that user? The name, passwd, grep, parallel. It's there. Okay, let's try one more time. Okay, let's see this test.txt. File.txt is there or not? Yeah, see, so now it is appending up here. What was that file? We'll see that again. Home parallel star agile and file.txt. Okay, so why it did not happen? Because it does not directly creates any directory here. So there is no such directory called star agile which is present inside /home/parallels. So this redirection works when you just want to provide the information of the file. So if we create this directory, then it might add up depending if it has a permission or not. So if it has, then it's good. Otherwise, what we can do is, let's just see this. We'll just tweak our cron. Say cron tab. Okay, let's go then the bottom and then change it to parallels and then new file. Okay, let's just try to verify this. So show parallels and then new file. In next minute, it should automatically being executed and it should automatically being shown up there. It will show up. So let's just wait for a minute to complete. Sudo lsl new grep-i new and start from /home/parallels. Sudo okay, it's a directory. We can grab from the directory. That is fine, expected. Let's just see storm parallels. HRT cron tab -l, it will list down. So it's not currently showing up here because there is no cron tab was set for this user here. If you want to set it, you can set it using same command cron tab -e. There might be some changes in the configuration that is needed. What we did to set up the cron jobs for parallel user from some other user account. So if you would want to set it, you can use cron tab command, and that will definitely will create the file and then append it that we have already seen before. So that's about cron jobs. What if you would want to use the not to reschedule the task all the time? What happens after that, right? So there's a requirement to schedule a task only at once, not at the multiple times. So you can use, there is another one-time task called AT. So you can use AT command, and then you can use, like, let's say echo what you want to run. Let's say I say ls-al AT, and you can just pass on time. Okay, so this will execute, it's showing you that the commands will be executing using /bin/sh. This is a shell, and job number 6 at time this. So whenever this time will come, it will execute this in the parallel. So atq command is there to check what all one-time job that is being set already. So with the user parallel, there is one job number 6 which is set, and then this is a job that we have set up at 3:30. This is what the time it says. After that, you can interactive input you can provide, let's say 3:30 p.m. So it will open a shell for the AT itself. You don't have to provide which command. Here you can let's say /home ls /home/parallels, and then control D. So it will save automatically as a job number 7. So if you look at atq command, it will show there are 2 AT jobs which are present. One is at 3:30. One is one we have set up with this one ls-al. Another one we have set up ls/home/parallels. So as soon as this time will catch up, at the time this command will be automatically executed, and it will just be executed only once. So that is what AT is. And if you would want to remove the scheduled task for this AT, you can use command atrm. Rm is for remove, AT is just that one-time jobs, atrm, and then job ID. So let's say I want to remove 6, so I can remove 6. Now if you validate atq, there is only one job which is present, which is 7, and not the 6. After that, let's say if you would want to run in 2 hours or something, so you can I'm just trying to explain all these use cases with respect to users they might have in their real scenarios. So let's say somebody has a command that they would want to echo, let's say echo hi, this is me, and then when you would want to run it, you want to run it 80 now plus 2 hours, means execute this, hello, this is me, just print this, but when? After 2 hours from now. So this will be set up. So if you look at atq, you see there is one more 80 jobs that has set up as with ID 8. Okay, and if you would want to check the logs for cron and AT, you can use command grep cron, then var log. We discussed in our file hierarchy topic that where is a directory where all the loggings and stuff are being stored. So syslog we will be discussing in detail as well, but this is just to grab the cron keyword from the syslog, that file. So all the things which are related to the cron will be showing up here, what kind of a cron that you have. So this is that same cron we were struggling to find. This file it was set up by this user, and then it was kind of trying to append this file. So all these details of the cron, you can see the logs, what all crons has been set up and what all AT has been set up here. So this is a helpful command actually. Let's just I just want to see if this is still created or not. Okay, it's not there. Okay, it's still not yet created. Some glitch or some issue, maybe in a syntax or something that we would have done. We can check that later, not a problem. What about AT jobs that you would want to see? So you can see AT logs, you can see in the var log AT. So if I say var log and AT, so this directory usually creates var spool, wait, var logs spool. Okay, it's not there. Usually it creates that var log, var spool logs, just to check the AT logs. Yeah, so otherwise we can see wherever it is created. So there might be some location where the AT logs usually gets created. What if you would want to set up a reminder that is a one-time reminder at, let's say, 2:55 p.m. So you can set something like, you can set up an email and stuff as well. Notification send of a reminder, meeting at 3 p.m. So let's say if somebody has a meeting at 3 p.m. and if you would want it to be remind you on the system and it automatically prints out to you, so you can set up something like this as a one-time job. And what time? Let's say 2:55 p.m. 5 minutes before, so that you can get some time to prepare for the buffer thing. So there might be some syntax things. Let me just check. Go notification send reminder, meeting at 3 p.m. at 2:55 p.m. Okay, there is currently no event, but go notification send. Okay, so it's unable to recognize this exclamation mark. What we will do is, let's change our reminder, meeting at 3 p.m. and let it be like this at 2:55 p.m. Okay, now it will allow you to create this. Maybe because of this exclamation mark there might be some backspace needed or something to ignore this, but as soon as we remove this exclamation mark, this error was gone, and now we are able to execute the AT jobs. If you look at ATQ, you will see there are 3 AT jobs are being scheduled at this moment. Let's delete all of them, and then you would not see any of the AT jobs has been scheduled. So this was all about process management, and then after that scheduling things. In the process management we saw PS commands, stop commands, stop commands. Stop commands is kind of a real-time logs and real-time processes that it shows, where various components of CPU usage and memory usage we saw. After that we discussed about the scheduling tasks, how to schedule tasks, how to reoccur and modify the task, how to remove the task, and if you have a requirement for the one-time tasks, not to schedule every time or a particular time, you can have it for one time, so you can use AT command to do the same. Then we saw how to delete those tasks and commands. So that's about the process management and the task scheduling in this topic. All right, so let's talk about some editing tools that we have present in the Linux systems and we have been using so far, and you guys must be thinking, okay, how to edit a file, what are the editors that are available in Linux? Like for example, in Windows you guys are using anything, let's say text edit or any other editors. In Linux also there are such editors available. So in this topic we'll be discussing about various type of editors. For example, you can see in the slides that we have Vim editor, and then we have Nano editor. After that we have a G editor as well in the Linux systems. Then we'll talk about some of the important files or tools that is basically being used for the file operations, and it's kind of good in terms of handling some sort of tasks related to the file. For example, fetching up the rows which are top 5 rows, or fetching up the rows which are top bottom 5 rows. So tail commands is basically being used for fetching up for the last one, and head is for the starting, and then more and less, all these things we will see in this topic. So let's just start the demo without wasting of any time. I'll just talk about the Vim here. So currently, let's say I am logged in with user parallel. All right, so let's create a file. So earlier we saw that we can create a file using cat command. That is fine. You can also append the data in the cat command itself by doing the redirections. That is also fine. Now let's talk about creating a file and adding up an contents using the Vim command. So let's say I am creating a file, file1.txt. okay, and it has some contents. So I'll just remove this content. Let's say, how do you remove this content? So Vim is a tool. VI is also a tool in Linux. Vim is the advanced version of VI. It has some other shortcuts and some great level of capabilities. That's why Vim is always preferable. There are other editors. We have nano editor, but I find it might difficult and not for so much use. But Vim is something, you have, if you have really learned the Vim and the commands and shortcuts of Vim, it will be gonna be really helpful for you guys. So let's say I am in the Vim editor. So there are basically 3 type of modes I will be talking about. So in Vim editor, so we have something called insert mode. Okay, that is one type of mode. Then we have execution mode. Okay, that is second type of mode. Then we have command mode. Okay, so this is another type of mode. So there are 3 type of modes available in the Vim. One is insert, second one is execution, third one is command. So whenever we create a file or open a file, we see we are by default in the command mode. Okay, whenever you open a file, I have not pressed any keys, I am just entering the file. Okay, so now I am currently in the command mode. So let's see, this is a line. Now we will slowly started seeing how to do operations here. So let's say I want to delete this line. Okay, so how do you delete it? There is one way to do it, I'll tell you. So before that, let's just go to see how to add some contents or how to write something inside the VM using Vim. So you have to go into insert mode in order to make any changes in the file, in order to add any few lines or comments. So how do you do that? So there are 3 options you can use. Either you can press keyword I. Okay, so once you press keyword I, you will see in the bottom you are into insert mode. Okay, so that is one way of going from command mode to insert mode, is by pressing I. Okay, let's just go back to command mode. So how do you go back from insert mode to command mode? Is you have to press escape. Okay, once you press escape, you will again in the command mode. So in the command mode, you usually don't see anything in the bottom. In the left top, in the left bottom corner, you don't see anything specifically mentioned, which means you are inside the command mode. Now let's talk about another way of going into insert mode. We have checked already I. There is another keyword called A. So if you press A, you are also into insert mode. Okay, with A also you can just go into insert mode, but you see a difference here. When I pressed I, my cursor was at letter I and it was still at the letter I. But if I go again to the command mode and if I press A, my cursor, which was at previous position, it just went to one more position once. So it is just basically trying to show the kind of little changes or stuff, but it is eventually going into the insert mode. There is one more way to go into insert mode, is from the command mode you can just press O, keyword O. So as soon as you press keyword O, you see the change here. It just jumped the cursor into a new line. Okay, and you see the modes have changed from command to insert mode. Okay, so that is one thing. Now after going into insert mode, you can type anything. Okay, that is, so typing is only allowed in the insert mode. If I go back to the command mode by pressing escape, I cannot type. Let's say if I type anything other than I, A and O, so I am unable to type it. Why? Because command mode does not allow you to type anything. Command mode specifically tells that you have to provide some sort of a command that you would want to execute. Okay, so that is what the command mode is being built for. So let's press I again. So now how to move the cursor from left and right? So usual left arrow will take the cursor left, right arrow will take the cursor right, bottom arrow will take the cursor bottom, top arrow will take the cursor top. That's like a straightforward thing. And then let's say if you would want to, from the command mode, if you would want your cursor to shift from here and there, you can use, there are some command options. For example, there is one thing called H. So if you press H, H will take you to the left side always. So it will move the cursor into left. But this is happening in the command mode, not in the insert mode. Because if you go in the insert mode and you type H, it will type H for you. Okay. What if, let's say I want to, whatever the changes I did, I want to undo those changes. So the changes, anything command that you would want to execute, everything will be happening in the command mode. Okay. First you have to go from insert mode to command mode by pressing escape. Then you press U. U is specifically for undo. So when I press U, that will remove the additional H which I did not want in my file. So it has removed everything. Okay. Now in the command mode, so it says that one change it did 21 seconds ago, whatever the change it was, it has reverted the same change back. Okay. So with H, you can take your cursor in the left side being in the command mode. If you want to take your cursor in the right side in the command mode, you can use I. Okay, sorry, not I, you can just use L. L will take your cursor in the right side. Okay, so H will take your cursor in the left side, L will take your cursor in the right side. What if you want to go down? So you can press J. Okay, J will take your cursor down, and if you want to use take your cursor up, you can press K. Okay, so H, J, K and L, these are the four keyboard keys which will help you to navigate your cursor in the command modes, up, down, left and right. But same thing you can do with the arrow key. So I think arrow key is very simple, but in order to explain, there are some other shortcuts as well. You can whatever comfortable for the user, they can just apply it, as per their own ease. All right, so now let's talk about how do you want to move to the beginning of the line. So let's say currently my cursor is at a letter called is. Okay, it's at the character I. Now I want it to take it to the beginning of this line. So for that you can press 0, numeric 0. Once you do that, you're automatically being taken your cursor in the beginning of your line. So let's learn this again. If I am at anywhere in the file at any line, I want to take my cursor at the beginning of that line, just press 0. It will by default take your cursor at the beginning of the line. So these executions I am doing in the command mode. So these are the commands that I am passing to the Vim. Okay. Now let's say if there is no white, if you want to move the cursor to the first non-white space characters, you can use caret symbol, which is nothing but usually present at the numeric key 6. You have to press shift and then press 6. It will automatically take on caret as a symbol and then it will do its job. Okay. What if you want to move at the end of the line? Okay. How do you do that? So you have to press $. So once you press $, $ will take your cursor to the end of the line. Okay. So that is what $. Does. If I want to jump from one word to another word, how do I do that? So you can press W. So W will jump your cursor at the first character of the next word. Okay, we'll see it again. So if you want to jump your character from comma to this, that is T is the first letter of that character. So if you want to jump it to there, so you're just pressing W. Again W, it will take to the first character of next word, which is. Okay, again W, it will take to the first character, which is S of word star agile. Okay, and then similarly T. So that's how you can jump to the next word. What if you want to jump to the beginning of the word? So you can press B. So when you press B, it will do the opposite of jump, W. So W was taking our cursor jumping to the next word, and B is doing the same thing in the reverse order. It just jumping at the previous word first character. All right. So that's how W and B are being used. What if you want to jump to the end of the file? So let's say, I am just typing and filling up some gibberish here, and here is my cursor. I want to go to the end of the file. By using arrow key, it will be hard because sometimes, let's say there are 10,000 lines. How much time it will take to pull down the arrow keys and to reach to the bottom of the file? It's really hard. So the easy solution is use keyword called capital G. So when you press capital G, it will automatically take your cursor to the end of the line. Okay, end of the file also. So in the file, whatever the last line it would be, it will take your cursor there. Okay, what if you want to move your cursor to the beginning of the file? So you have to press small g 2 times. So when you press GG 2 times small g, then it will take your cursor to the beginning of the file. So capital G just 1 time, take your cursor to the end of the file. Small g 2 times will take your cursor to the beginning of the line. Okay. What if you want to see the numbers present in the file? So everything such like that, you have to basically use the execution mode. So execution mode only allows you to perform some execution stuff. So we have seen command mode, we have seen insert mode. Let's talk about execution mode as well. So from command mode to execution mode, you can just go by typing colon. So as soon as you type colon, in the bottom you can see your cursor is blinking on that colon keyword. After that, you are into the execution mode. Now you can type commands whatever you want to execute it, and then you can just go there itself. Okay, now let's see. So I want to see the numbering of my file. So how can I do this? There is a command called set number. Okay, and then I press enter. So now you see, it's so easy for you to read what is the number of a specific line. Okay, now since you know that number is there, okay, so let's say I am at the line number 1. I want to jump to line number 6. For that also you have to go into the command mode. Okay, or execution mode also, like from the command mode to execution mode you can do. So what you can do is press colon again in the execution and jump. Let's say I want to jump on the line number 6. Okay, my cursor was at line number 1 previously, so I say colon and then 6. As soon as I provide this execution to happen on my Vim CLI, it jumped my cursor from line number 1 to 6. Let's say I want to jump on line number 3. So you say colon and 3. Okay, line number 3. Now it's blinking your cursor at line number 3. What if you want to jump your cursor on line number 8? So you say colon and then 8. Okay, so that is how you can jump. There are few shortcuts for the insert mode. So basically we have already talked before the cursor. It just let the cursor be there. Then capital I also takes your cursor, but at the beginning of the line. So let's say my cursor was at here, and if I press capital I, it goes into the insert mode from the command mode, but it goes in the beginning of the line. And previously my cursor was at somewhere in the middle of the line, but as soon as I press capital I instead of small I, it went into insert mode, but my cursor was at the beginning of the line. Okay. By pressing A also we saw append after the cursor, so it just goes to the next. So if you look at here closely, my cursor is currently blinking at first character of that line number 8, which is A. Okay, now I am pressing A. So A, what it will do is, it will just goes into the insert mode, and it will take my cursor from first character to another second character. So that is what A does. Okay, what if I want to, let's say this is a long line, number 3 is a long line, and I directly wants to go into the insert mode but at the end of the line. So how do I do this? You have to press capital A. So capital A will take by default to you at the end of the line, okay, and in the insert mode. So that is what the usage of capital A. Okay, now what if we have already seen that it creates a new line after wherever the cursor it was and goes into the insert mode. What if I don't want to go below, I want to go above, I want to create another line above where my cursor is currently? So you have to press capital O. So once you do capital O, it will jump a line above and it will go into the insert mode. Okay, so from insert mode, if you want to go to the execution mode, you have to first go to command mode by pressing escape and after the colon to go into the execution mode. So one thing to remember is just to identify which mode you are into currently. Command mode, your cursor will still be blinking, okay, and you don't see anything at the bottom of your line. Okay, that is what the command mode is. Insert mode is specifically let you see the insert keyword itself at the bottom corner, that okay, you are currently into the insert mode. Okay, execution mode, you see the difference here. You will see a colon at the bottom left corner, as well as you don't see your cursor blinking anywhere else. It will only be blinking just after that colon, which is, you know, which has already come up after pressing colon in the execution mode. Okay, now let's do some search and replace operations, which is very helpful to do in the Vim. How do you do that? Let's say you want to search, like for example in the PDF, how do you search a word? You have to press Ctrl F and then you type the word and it will search it for you. Similarly, here also, how do you do that? In the command mode, you can just do this because command mode allows you to perform any sort of commands. Okay, so to do that, you are currently in the command mode. Just press /. After that, whatever the pattern you want to search. So I want to search Himanshu. So as soon as I typed Himanshu, after /, it has lead my cursor to the keyword where Himanshu is there. Okay, what if I say no, I want to search a trainer? So it has lead my cursor, it pointed my cursor and highlighted that word, okay, trainer is here for you. So that's how you can search. What if let's say I'll just copy this. Okay, so let's just copy and paste it. So how do you copy a line and paste it? So you have to 2 times press Y. So Y means yanking. So you are yanking the line. So I pressed Y and then P. P is for paste. Okay, as soon as you press P, wherever your cursor was, a below line will be automatically copy and pasted. Okay, same line. Now what I want is, I want my cursor to take a little bit down and then I press P. Since it is already yanked, you don't have to again press, go to the same line and do YY. You can just, it's already being in the cache of that copy that you have done. Okay, it's already Control C has already done. Now you can do Control V any number of times. Similar things you see here. So YY is already done once, and after that I come to the line number 8 and I say press P, which means it is printing or pasting the line. So it has done. So now what if I search a pattern *agile? Okay, so now this pattern has identified itself. What if I want to jump from pattern to pattern, right? So for jumping, okay, so for jumping you have to do this. Once you find the pattern, you have to press Shift and N. So Shift and Enter. When you press Shift and Return or Enter in your keyboard, it will find the word for you. Let's do this again. Okay, there is one more thing you can do is like you have to identify the pattern first. Once you have identified the pattern, you just press enter. Okay, now your cursor will start blinking and going to that word. Okay, now to go to the next occurrence of that same word, you have to press N. So when you press N, it will go to the next one. Then you again press N, it will go to the next one. Okay, if you want to go to the replace in the reverse order, then you have to press Shift N. Okay, it will take in the previous order. And if you want to forward one, then you can just press N. So once you have to search it, then hit the enter button. After that, you can just shift your cursor to another pattern. Okay, now there is one more thing. Okay, so if you want to search your pattern wherever your cursor, so let's say my cursor is at this line. Okay, I want to search a pattern called star agile, but not after my cursor. Okay, I want to search it pattern backward. So how do I want to search this star agile, not this one. So for that, you can just use question mark in the command mode, and then you just type the pattern, and then it will search it for you, the back one. Okay, so that's how it works. Similarly, for capital N is basically used to repeat the last search backward fashion. Small n is used, let's say, let's search this star agile. Yeah, that we have seen already. Small n and capital N, backward and forward. Okay, now let's do replacing some operations. Okay, so for replace, you have to go into the execution mode. As soon as so how do you identify the execution mode? Is as soon as you press colon, you are into execution mode, which means Vim is ready to execute the command that you would want to execute. Okay, so it's always ready for you as soon as you pressed colon. So now here, let's first search that word. So I am searching star agile. Okay, after that, I am saying that, okay, so %s star agile, it's searched me, and replace it with the right star agile. Okay, and then G. So this, what it will do is, I'll explain. So this %s basically will select all the occurrences of of this pattern, whatever the occurrences is present in this file, and replace it with this word. Okay, and then G is just to tell that you are going to replace this pattern with a new pattern. So when I press enter, you see the star, there was a spelling mistake in the star agile. Now it has corrected. I have replaced the pattern match. Okay, so that's how you can use substitutions, basically the replace operations. Okay, sometimes we don't have permissions in order to make the confirmation for each match, so you can use GC instead of just a G. Okay, there is one more thing. When you press the colon and you want to see what was the previous execution that you did, okay, and you want to modify that, you don't want to type the entire one, so you can press up and down arrow key. So up and down arrow key will show you whatever the execution that you have performed so far in the Vim file. Okay, so that you don't have to type it again. It's easy for people. Okay, so GC basically replace with the confirmation for each match. Okay, so currently let's say I want to remove this. This is, let's say, Vim session. Okay, so now it asks you for the confirmation that are you sure you want to replace it. If you say yes, I am sure, then it will replace it. So that's how the GC is being used. Just the G, just replace it. GC needs a confirmation, and then only it will replace. Okay. Now let's talk about how do you work with multiple files if you would want to work. It's a very high level of Vim in case if gets used to it. So you can just basically use it. So there is first I have to see. Okay, let's before that, let's just go back and save the content. Okay, so for saving the file, you have to go to the command mode. So from insert mode to command mode or execution mode to command mode, just press escape. So I pressed escape, you are into the command mode. After that, for saving, just go to the execution mode and say WQ and exclamation. So WQ is basically nothing but writing it, saving it, and then quitting your Vim editor. So WQ exclamation will save the file. Okay. So if you look at the content again, so the content with the changes what we did has been saved in our file. Okay. What if you don't want to save the content of the file because there was some issue while you were writing and you realized that, oh, this was the wrong change which I did, I should not supposed to touch that file. So let's say, for example, I have just added this, and I don't think this is a very legitimate line for this particular file. I don't want to save my changes. I just want to quit this editor. So for that, press colon and then Q and then exclamation. So it will not save, it just close the terminal. So you see the changes were not applied because we just quit the terminal without saving the contents. So that is there. Now let's see if we have another file here, because I'm going to open another file inside the Vim editor on a fun file. So we are editing file1.txt, cool. If we have example underscore link.txt, let's check if there is anything. Okay, example link.txt, it's maybe a link file or something. It's a link file. Okay, let's create a text file again. I am just creating it, or let's use Vim only to create it. So Vim another test.txt. Okay, I am inside another text.txt. I want to type something. Let's say I said this is another text file. We will be modifying this. Okay, I have written some 2-line content inside my file. I want to open another file from here itself, from this editor. So for that, you can use a shortcut called :E, and then you pass the file name. Okay, that's fine. Let's see if the file is there. File.txt. Okay, no writes since last changed. Add overwrites. That's okay. Okay, let's open file1.txt. Example. What was that file? Another test. Score test.txt. Yeah. So what it has done is, from one file which was file1.txt, I have jumped directly into the another underscore text file. So if you look at like this, I am opening file1.txt. Okay, just look this very closely. This is the content of file1.txt. Okay, this is file1.txt. There are 11 lines and these are bytes. Okay, now let's say I go to another underscore test.txt. So you see the content will change now. Why? Because I am into another file now. So from a file, if you're already editing a file, but you realize that, let's say for some service, let's say Apache or DNS, you are setting up something and you find a configuration file which requires certain prerequisites to happen in another file. So you don't have to close your Vim and then go back to that file and make changes and come back and then again open the file and then update it. In order to avoid all these constraints, what you can do is, from a one file editing, you can just jump on another file. So let's say I have jumped from file1.txt to another test.txt by using :E and then the file name. Now I'll make some changes here. this is a jumped file, let's say for example, and I am saving the changes, okay, WQ and exclamation. So now let's see what happens. So does this change applied or not? We'll verify. So the changes has been applied here. So which means that you have opened a file and then you realize that there are some other files which needs to be updated. So from a file itself, you can just jump into that another file and you can make the changes and save it from a one file. So you don't have to always come back and then go to the same file and edit it. It will save the time for you, but it is such an operation that usually people don't use it. It depends on like what comes first when in your mind whenever you are doing such an operations, right? So this depends on the use case, if you have it or you remember at the time, okay, let's do it that way. So it's just a shortcut I would wanted to show that by using :E and then you can type the file name, so that it will directly jump on that new file. So now let's see this. There is one more thing. If I say :W, if I want this content to be saved in another file, so let's say test.txt, okay, already exist. Okay, so now this content, whatever it was before, has been added into new test10.txt, and if I save this, so I opened file1.txt, but you see test10.txt was not there before. Now it has automatically created and copied my content. So this is very useful when you have a content in some file and you want that to be copied over quickly into another file. Just by presenting in that same file, you can just copy it over using :W. So we'll see that again just to showcase. I just want to show that there is no file called test11.txt. Okay, there is no such things. Now let's open our test10.txt. Okay, we will do some modifications here. How do you delete the line from a file? You can press DD. Okay, when I press DD, so at the time only one line will be deleted. Okay, if I want to delete 2 or 3 lines or 10 lines or thousands of lines, you just type that number, numeric number, and after that DD. So let's say I want to delete 3 lines. What all? I want to delete line number 5, 6 and 7 all together, and my cursor is at line number 5 at this moment. So what I'll do is I'll just go to the execution mode by pressing the escape key, and I say 3DD. When I say 3DD, it deleted 3 lines. Okay, so now I will save this content, but I want to save this in test11.txt, which is not there currently in our system. We saw that already. So let's see this, and it has copied over the content from the test10.txt into test11.txt with the modified version of it. So currently, if you look at this, it says I am inside test11.txt and it is a new file. It is not something which was present already. It is a new file. Now, are you sure you want to save this content? Okay, then you press WQ and escape. It will save the content. Now, there is one more shortcut to save this without using WQ. For that, you have to go to command mode and then type Shift ZZ. That Z is that keyword, right? So 2 times if you press that Shift ZZ, it will save the content, and you see the content will be visible here. Okay, what is the shortcut of let's say I don't want to save this 2 gibberish lines which I have written, so you can just use shortcut called Shift ZQ. Shift ZQ will allow you to not save, just quit. So it's alternative of just :Q and exclamation mark. Okay, so alternative of WQ is Shift ZZ and Shift ZQ is for :exclamation mark. That is this. Okay, so that is about it. And then let's say you want to split files. So I am into Vim test10.txt. I want to split another file test11.txt. So now you see there are 2 files now. Test10.txt is there. Now test11.txt is also opened up here. Okay. both the files are splitted in my windows. Okay, now how do you navigate actually? So you can navigate via Control W. So Control W will let you go to the cursor from one file to another. So currently my cursor is in the test 10.txt. I want to take it to text 11. So I press Control W 2 times and then my cursor is in the test 11.txt. So that's how I can use splitting. So what if you want to split and then so okay, just come out of that file, split file. Just I pressed Shift ZQ so that I just don't want to make any changes and just quit the file. And currently I'm in test 11.txt. What if I want to split vertical wise? So for that you can use vsplit and then file name. So test 10.txt. See, now this is basically, you know, letting me shift from like splitting the terminal from as a vertical wise rather than horizontal. So these are the features you can use. Same Control W will work here, so that you can use to shift your cursor from one file to another file. So let's say I want to make any changes here, okay, and I want to save the changes in test11.txt, and now the changes were saved here. So that's how you can basically use the splitting features and all. Okay, so now let's talk about some tasks which are very important here to understand, which makes Vim so powerful that, you know, you get used to of it. So let's open the file again, test10.txt. Okay, what if I want to replace hi to hello from line number 3 to line number 5? Okay, we saw the replace for all occurrences in the line in the file, but we want specific occurrences from a particular location to another location, or particular line to another line. How do you do this? Colon 3 from 3 to 5 I want. So 3 to 5s. Okay, what you want to replace? Hi to hello. Okay, see, so now it has only replaced from 3 to 5. Okay, now what if you want to add hash at the beginning of line? So how do you do that? Or how do you, later we'll see how to remove that hash. So first let's see how do you add the hash. Where do I want to add the hash? From 3 to, let's say, 5s, then starting with and then hash. Okay, so I'll explain what it is actually. So we are selecting line number 3. From line number 3 to line number 5, okay, from these 3 lines, this caret symbol specify the beginning of the line. Okay, so currently it's just a caret which says that there is nothing in the beginning of the line. Okay, just a caret. I have not provided any other keyword here. So at the beginning of the line where there is nothing, there is just a space, or let's say, you know, there is nothing, I want to replace that word in the beginning is hash. So if I press this, it will add or append hash at the beginning of these 3 lines. Okay, so that's how you can make a change. What if you want to remove it? So opposite way you can do it. So from 3 to 5, starting with hash, I don't want hash, so it will remove the hash for you. So that helps actually in order to make the changes in the configuration files where there are some presettings already being given, but you don't want those presettings to be manually go to that line and then remove the hash. You can do that quickly by choosing the lines. Okay, from this line to that line, I just want to remove hash, or I want to comment the hash. You can just do that quickly. Yeah. So that is there. Also, we can make some more tricks and things here in the Vim, like add or remove hash from particular line 3 to 5, let's say, based on their current state, whatever it is. So that you can do multiple in the usage of, pipe, for example, like this. Let's try this 325s, starting with nothing, and then I want hash. Okay, now again 1 to 1, okay. 1 to 2 colon 1 to 2s, and then so this basically usage of it is, let's say, okay, let's see the usage actually. So what we will do is we will uncomment these two lines and we will comment these lines. Okay, so together you are doing two operations in Vim. See, that's how it supports 3 to 5s. There is nothing in the beginning, add the hash, but from line 1 to 2 there is a hash, just change and nothing. See, so now these two lines which had hash, it has uncommented it, and then it has commented the 3 lines. So this is a very good trick in order to do multiple operations together in one single configuration file. So this is like high level of Vim is what we are learning at this moment. There are some other editors, as I told, apart from Vim, but I usually don't use that. But yeah, you can use if you would want to. It looks like this. A nano editor looks like this. There are some read lines, and there are some shortcuts here where you can, by pressing Control X, it will exit. Okay, by pressing Control O, it will write out wherever you want to write out, and then you can press Enter, and then you can exit. So something like that you can do. This is the test file. Okay, test.txt. Let's say write out wo. Now let's say so now this is how you can do this editing by pressing this write out first. It will tell you, it will ask you where to write out. Do you want to write out in the same file? Once you click enter, and then you can exit it. So it's like there are a lot of other operations for same replace and read file and write out and help and cut and paste. So see, the overall thing is it's a choice of a user which editor they would want to use. Vim is having some powerful operations capabilities that Nano does not. By default, sometimes people use Nano, they like Nano, so it's a perspective of individual. We cannot comment about like which one to use when. So it's all about your choice. Any of the editor, if you know by heart, it's good actually. If you know that, if you really know the tricks of Nano and you like it, you should go with the Nano. But if you like Vim and its own tricks, and if you feel it is easy, then Nano, then you should go for the Vim. So ultimate goal is to write the file and make the changes. It's not about choosing which one is good or which one is bad. Since I've already told that Vim is better one because it has some more capabilities of performing some complex operations, which is good. Nano also can do that, but in a complex way. So you have to learn that and you have to do it. So it's all about ease and time, how much you can take it out and then do it. Now. Gedit also, there are some people who use gedit depending on their choice. So currently it's basically gedit is nothing but try to open up editor which is a graphical editor. It's not a command line editor. So it's not opening up here. It's fine. Maybe some package or something it's not allowing at this moment. Let me just see if I try it again. I will see about installed it. Okay, let's see gedit. Okay, it's some issue. It's not able to display, but so it's nothing but gedit is nothing but a command line editor. With the command also you can open it up. So this is how gedit will open when you open it. So it's as simple as this text editor what people use it, right? So this is test file, and then you can save it. Control S. It's a graphical representation. That's what makes Ubuntu user friendly, because there are people who does not does not have such of command lines. They don't prefer command lines, they prefer UI, because they are user of Windows. Slowly they are migrating themselves, or they are learning Linux, right? So they can use gedit. They can edit the file the way they edit in the text edits the Windows, and similarly they can slowly learn the Vim and then do their operation. So it's all about that. So you can just save the file and it will be visible in the command. So these are the three types of editors that we have. Vim, which is good, Nano is also good, and gedit is the graphical version of editor that you can use. Now we'll talk about some commands which are very helpful in order to perform certain actions on the files. For example, I want to find the top 5 lines, I want to fetch the bottom 10 lines, or specific lines. So how do you do that? So there are commands, for example, less command. So let's say, which is, we have commands like file1.txt, let's say less. Okay. So less is giving me the last 10 lines. So let's do one thing, let's just add some more lines so that we can have some other good thing. So I want to copy 10 lines together and then do print it. So I can press 10 and then YY, and then I'll take my cursor there and then press YP. It will just print on the same things. After that I'll save it. So now you look at here, there are a lot of contents. Now let's less the file1.txt. Okay, so now it has opened the file from the beginning itself, and if you keep on pressing enter, it will take you down, or you can press arrow key, that will take you down. So less basically shows the starting of the file, and then slowly you want to read the file, then you can use less. Then you might be thinking, why why are we using cat? See, cat is something it just displays the content once. Okay, it does not let you give a facility where you can just scroll up and then see. If you want to scroll it up, you have to scroll up the entire thing from the mouse, and then you have to see. But less is something which gives you a facility inside the less operator, where it basically let you search and scroll down and scroll up, and you can make changes. So that's how less is used for. Similarly, there is one more thing in less, is if you want to see the last 2 lines, okay, from a text, so it will show you like this, or let's say, no, that's not the thing. I want to start viewing my file from 20th line. So it will start from the 20th line. It will not start from the beginning. So how will you justify that? Let me just set the number and save it. Let's see if it has numbers. That's not. Okay, so okay, fine. Let's set the number. Okay, now you see at line number 22 there is a gibberish, something is written. I want less to read from that line, from line number 22. Okay, not from the beginning. Okay, you just remember this. At the beginning we have, this is VM session written, and line number 22 has a gibberish. So let's do this, less 22 file1. So it will start printing from that gibberish thing. It's not printing from the beginning. What if I remove this less, it will start printing from the beginning of the file. So that's the difference between using less with the options and less without options. And how many options and stuff, you can go to the manual of less, and then you can see opposite or of more. So what are the options that we have present in the less command, that you can see, D, enter, and W, and Y, and U. So there are a lot of options which are available currently for the less commands that you can go for it. So you can read through and try it out. So it's all about how much time you give to learn a particular command. It's by choice, so that you can do. There is one more command we have, is head command. So head command, basically, let's say I want 10 lines from the starting. So it will, you have to choose option -n, which means only top 10 lines, give me only top 10 lines. Okay, That is what it is giving you. So that is what the use of head. Then there is one more opposite command of head is tail. I want last 10 lines. File1.txt. So it will give me only last 10 lines. Okay. So I want to see last line for any file. So you can use tail -1. Okay. You can pipe it up and you can do something like this. I want last 20 lines, 30 lines, let's say. In that last 30 lines, I want top 5 lines. So you can use something like this. Okay, so first it is doing tail -30 file1.txt. If you scroll a bit down, so this is starting from here, okay, and then ending with here. Now I wanted this output, whatever it has come up, only top 5 lines. So top 5 lines, if you look at, this is the top 5 lines. Just try to see this, and now you compare here, you get the same. That's what the usage of pipe as well as tail and head commands. So they are basically being used to perform certain operations, whatever the use is. Now there is one more command, more command. So you can do more, and it will tell you the percentage of, and so more basically is quite interesting, as well as it's quite fast in terms of less. So in less, if you scroll your cursor down, so what happens is when you press that bottom arrow key, it slowly takes you line by line, but more does not do that. It takes in the chunks. So let's say earlier I was at percentage 34% of my file was open and visible to me. Now as soon as I press the bottom arrow key, it just took me to the 58% of that file. Then again I have pressed bottom arrow key, it has shown me 80% of my file. So quickly I can just review my file and then do read the content whatever I would want to read. So that's the advantage of using more and less commands. All right, so let's do something. If you want to open and jump to the pattern, so how you can do this is, you can do this less-p, the pattern. Let's say I want to jump on that pattern here, copy, or we have trainer, right, from the file1.txt. So less will open that file for you, as well as it will search for that pattern for you. So see, wherever you will scroll a bit down, you will see that pattern will be highlighting for you. So that is kind of a good thing if you would want to see which line my pattern is there. So you can easily detect it and easily identify your pattern. So that's kind of advanced version of what less can do for you, right? What if so show last 20 lines, 10 lines that we have seen. If you want to monitor the logs, so usually what happens is, for loggings, if you have servers which are deployed on your Linux machine, you want to monitor the logs for them. So always, if you want real time, because the tail command is not real time if you are using without options. But if you would want, what I meant is, not real time is, let's say if I was doing this test.txt, it has just printed, and after that my cursor has come to the next line. So it's ready for executing any command, but I did not want that way. I want it to be real-time capturing as well. So I want a file which is currently real-time having any data. So let's see if we have any such files. We can just check which file can have the data. Okay, let's try to see if Apache 2 can give us Apache 2 access logs. Okay, yeah. So body and mask. See, so tail -f opens like this. If you open tail without -f, it just showed us basically the file, and then the cursor has come up on the new shell prompt, right? But here in this case, with using tail -f, it has opened a session in terms of real-time capturing of the log. So now whenever this new log will be written, will be appended here, that time you will see the logs coming up on my window itself by default. So let me try to see if we can load some data and then try to see if it shows up. Yeah, see, now as soon as I try surfing some of my websites which has Apache 2 at the back end, it started showing me the new logs which is generated real time on the screen itself. So this is helpful in terms of troubleshooting when you're troubleshooting any live services or processes or microservices or whatnot, right? So you can just capture it this way. So tail-f is very good command which will show you the real-time logs. So you can see, okay, from this host, at this time, this is a timestamp, this is a method, and these are the REST API, the header part. Then these are status codes and user agent and stuff. Okay, from Firefox, somebody from localhost itself trying at this point to get basically the method, HTTP method, to fetch some sort of a data, and it got 304, which is nothing but kind of a redirection based HTTP methods. So now come out of that tail-f, you can just press Ctrl C, you will interrupt the signal and then come on to the shell prompts. So that is very good command. Then we have done grep patterns, trainer grep pattern from the file 1.txt, then less. So this will only be printing me the trainer whenever this match of trainer word is there in the file 1.txt, and then in the less mode. Okay, so initially I just grab this. If I just type it this one, let's say, so I see all the trainer in the grep, and it's a color mode because it's alias already grep. So now it's shown me like this, but I don't want it to be like this. I want it to be read in the less or more. Okay, so I am using less or more. So since it's very less, that's why more does not is not very helpful, but less is something, it can show you in the, if there are more contents inside it, you can just scroll down, scroll up, and you can, based on that, you can just change it up. All right, so this is about it. What if you want to extract a particular lines that we have already seen, though, or just revise it once? Tail-n, let's say 10 from file 1.txt, and then head -n 5. So this will first last 10 lines, and then from the last 10 lines, top 5 lines. Yeah. So this is about editors that we have discussed. Vim editors, there are 3 modes: command mode, execution mode, insert mode. By default, whenever you open a file or you try to create a file using Vim, you are into the command mode. To go to the insert mode, you can press I, A, and O, or capital A, similar way, and then it will take your cursor inside the file in the insert mode. After that, you can insert anything, whatever you would want to insert. And then any commands that you want to execute, you have to go to the command mode. From insert mode, go to the command mode, you have to press escape. Similarly, from execution mode, if you want to go to command mode, you have to press escape. From insert mode to execution mode, you have to press escape, first go to the command mode, and then go to the execution mode. In execution modes, you can open files, you can split the files, and you can make changes and modifications. In command modes, you can perform actions like, setting up the numbers on the real time and then seeing things, or you are using any commands that you can do. That is what useful for the Vim. And then in Vim, we saw how to shortcut for yanking the file lines and then pasting it up, moving our cursor to the back and front, and how to do cut copy or how to do paste and stuff. So all these things we see, how to replace and search patterns. That's what we have analyzed so far in the Vim. Similar things is available in the Nano as well, where with the different complexity and the patterns of Nano, how does it perform. And gedit, we saw that it's a graphical representation of our editors. Basically, how do we use text editors for Windows. Similarly, gedit is for Linux, especially let's say for Ubuntu. There are other editors also available. I would say JSON editor is one of it, and there are a lot of other editors available in the market. You can just go for it. But Vim and VI is the best one, is what I use, and I always suggest people to get a grep on this command, and this is very good. Vim is the advanced version of VI. VI does not have the color coding options where Vim it has it. After that, we discussed about how to fetch the top 10 lines, bottom lines, and more and head and tail commands, and then see the real-time logs. If you are running any services, you can use tail-f command. So that is about the editors and the important commands which are being used and helpful for the file systems. Okay, so let's talk about package management before going into anything further. So package management is what? So basically it's all about the managing the packages. When I say packages, that means softwares. For example, when you have, let's say for example, you guys are using Windows machine, so you use VLC player or any media player or any other Firefox or Chrome. So these are nothing but the packages. These are the softwares which are required in order to perform the certain actions on your machines. Similarly, for Linux, it should be very important for the user to know that what kind of a package is needed and where to download it, and from where to how to install it and how to use it and how to check the cache and stuff, right? So that is what all about the package management. So you can see in the slides that we'll be using so there are three type of tools usually in Linux that people use it for package management. One is the apt, that is mainly used for the Debians. For example, Ubuntu has the command apt. Otherwise, you can install or download that command apt, and then you can download the package and then install it, right? So yum and rpm. So rpm is basically for the Red Hat package manager. So that is specifically dedicated for the Red Hat packages, because Red Hat only published them, and then whenever you would want to download any rpms, you can download it from the rpm repositories, which are freely available on the Google. If you type it rpm repositories, you will find that for the Red Hat, and you can download any of the package and then install it. So yum command is basically nothing but an installer which helps to download and install the rpm packages. So there is a command, rpm command, that also helps to install the rpm packages or to verify if the package is installed or not. But using yum, it has a complete set of tools which is required in order to download and install the software. We'll be using apt in this case because we are using Ubuntu machine that we have installed on our machine as part of this demo. Then there are a few examples that I am showing up here, how to download and install the local packages using dpkg command. So dpkg command also is being used in order to download and install it. And then some cache policy commands are also there, just to check if the package is available in the cache or not. So yeah, that's all we'll be discussing here. So let's jump into our demo session before wasting any time. So let's talk about how to check or how to search the installed packages on our machine. So you can do that by using command apt list hyphen install. Okay, so this will tell you currently on my Ubuntu machine, these are the softwares which are already installed. Okay, so if you review this, you see the packages are ARM64. So if you remember that in the topic of hardware configurations, while we were installing our Ubuntu on this parallel desktop, you saw that this is a MacBook and M2 chip, right? So it's not AMD, it's ARM based processor, which requires certain type of softwares to be installed on it. So that's why all the softwares that you are seeing here is all only for the ARM64, because that's what our hardware is supported for and is able to understand. If we download a package which is not ARM64 on the ARM machines, for example M1, M2 chips, then there are chances that those packages will not behave as per they should supposed to. So it's always preferable that whatever your configuration of the system, you should also download and use the same packages which are compatible and supportable to the hardware. So you see that these are the packages that we have for Python packages. These are all for Python 3 packages. Then we have PSMIC packages. Then we have printer drivers and packages. So there are a lot of packages we have here. You can grep also just to check if we have such package or not. So I grabbed for Vim just to check if the Vim CLI tool, which is basically used to edit, is it available or not on my machine. So I can see that Vim has Vim runtime, common and tiny. So these are the packages which are all automatically downloaded earlier and then installed currently on my machine. Okay, so that way you can check it, you can just grab it. So let's say if you want to grab another software called Bluefish. So yeah, Bluefish is also installed and downloaded on my machine. So uh, this is the way to identify if any package which is available or not. If it is not installed, you can just get it. If there is no output coming, which means the package is not currently installed on a machine. Hence, in this case, you have to download the package and then install it to make it work, right? All right, so let's see, there is a package called GIMP package. There is a command that we will be using here. This command basically what it does is it checks for the GIMP package if it is available in the apt package repository and the one which is currently installed. So how do you verify that? So when you execute this command, it is saying it's unable to identify because the package, there was a mistake in the spelling. Yep, so now the GIMP is there. It says that okay, the package is currently installed. What is the candidate which is currently there? So the candidate is like, okay, we have 2.10 which is available, and then we also have 2.10, the same thing. We currently whatever is available in the repository. Repositories means that a place where you find all the packages. So if you Google it up, apt repository or Ubuntu repository, you will find that actually list. So if you check on here, Ubuntu packages. So when you list down it, you will see all the packages and their updates and their releases. You can search for any package, and then you can just find it out. So, okay, the GIMP package, what is this all about? And, there are versions which gets released based on the community editions, what it does. Since we are using LTS, which is a long time support, so which means the package softwares that we are using will be longer supported till 15 years. We can extend the support for it. By default, it's 5. So those things, right? So the packages which can be easily available and downloaded, you can just use it up here. So these are the repositories. You can look for any package, you can read about it and understand. So this is saying that currently we have 2.10 which is already installed, so that is good. Now if you want to search any package, so you can do this apt cache search, and let's say python star. So basically this commands it shows the available apt package management systems cache. It just checks that and then tell you if the Python packages, what kind of a packages and sub packages are available. So see, usually what happens is when we talk about package management, so don't just think all the packages, always all type of softwares just have a single file. That is not the case. So there are chances that a file has a dependency. When I say dependency, what does it mean is a package, a parent package, a main package requires certain further packages or sub packages to be downloaded and to be installed. Then only the main package works. So this is called a dependency. So dependency means until unless you have all the dependencies downloaded and installed, the main package will not work the way it should supposed to work, right? So that's the importance of dependencies there. So every package is not just a single, there are interlinked packages where it has to be set up properly and then only the main packages gets installed. So you see this here in the Python 3, there are a lot of Python 3 packages which are currently available, and I'm able to search it from the available apt package management, whatever is present in my current system's cache. So that's how you can check it up. In case if you want to debug and logs related to packages, so what you can do is you can just say there is a same location where logs, where all the logs are usually present. For apt, there is a separate directory automatically being created when the apt tool itself was installed or downloaded. And then there is a file called history.log. So this file tells me the history of the package when the package was installed basically. So if I look at the latest history, and as you can see here, that I installed package called Apache 2 because I wanted to set up a web services that will be coming up in the next topics. For that, Apache 2 has to be downloaded and installed. So that's how I did it using apt install command. When did I do it? On 5th of January. This is the time, you can see it here, and then requested by which user basically. So this is telling the user called Parallels, which has a user ID 1000, and the package was installed. Now if you look at closely here, so you see there are a lot of packages have been installed and downloaded it and installed on this machine just for the Apache 2. So what is these packages? These are all the dependencies I was talking about, right? So it requires this utility packages, then it was requiring some other DBD SQLite packages, or Apache 2 data package and Apache 2 bin package. So these are nothing but the dependencies. So it is telling us, okay, this is the package which was installed under the hood of this main package Apache 2 uh, on ARM64 supportable package software, the bundle. This is the version of it, and automatically we downloaded it. So it is telling all the dependencies. So similarly, if you look at what all commands I have been using in terms of purging or removing and installing the packages, everything will be recorded and captured here, right? So this is what the advantage of having the logs and review those. So if you look at this, apt remove -- purge ISC DHCP server. So this is what I was trying to some operations related to DHCP servers. I was trying to purge the softwares and doing some stuff. That's what it has captured. Then I installed DNS mask as well in order to set up the DNS services. So then DHCP and stuff. So you can find out the history of all the type of packages which have been done installed so far, and then so those are the things you will see by using the logs. Now there is one more thing you can do: sudo apt check. Okay, so currently it says invalid operation because we have not done anything in the apt. We have not installed or downloaded anything for this moment. So that's why it is not unable to check anything such has happened. That was all old. So we'll check that later once we'll download and install something. And so meanwhile, let's try to search how to search a package. Let's say I'm searching this. So we are able to see that currently this is searching the package Apache 2, and Apache 2, these are the libraries and stuff which are required for the Apache 2, and it is able to find out and tell us, okay, these are module for Apache. So all these things are dependencies. What are the packages and dependencies which are required. So you can use search command as well to find out Apache related packages or any other packages. Let's say if I say search Vim, so this will tell you the Vim related packages like Vim synthetics and subtitles and Solaris and stuff. So you can just see what all packages are currently available and ready to use. You can search it up and then download it and install it. Sometimes what happens is there are few packages which are not available on the apt repository. So apt is nothing but a package manager who is basically helping us to download and install the package. What if that repository means, let's say there is a cloud storage where all the packages are listed and kept it. From there itself, this apt is by default download and install the package. What if the package itself is not there on the storage? Right, there could be possibility that particular package which is not available on the repository, but still we need that package. So how do we install it? So for that, you have to before download the package. So you can download, say you have googled up the package and you have downloaded the ARM 64-bit supported package for this. So and then how will you install it? So first I'm just trying to show up download using apt. So how does it does actually? So it's basically trying to fetch some data, but it says at the end, okay, permission denied. That's fine because maybe it does not have permission to access for this apt user. That is okay. But if you already have a package which is available, currently I don't, but I'll just tell you the command apt install / in case if you have the package available. Okay, I have it, seems like. So this is the package which maybe have been downloaded and already present on the machine. That's how you have to install it with the using apt install command, and manually you can pass the path as an argument for the command to download and install it package. So okay, fine, it says reading package files, that is done. Building dependencies, that is okay. After that it says that Vim is already installed with the new version, so there is no need to reinstall it. Though you can reinstall it, there is another command to do manual download and another further reinstallation. We will do that. We will see that as well in coming up. So, but this is a way, if you have downloaded any package, how do you install the manually downloaded package? So instead of using this apt install Vim, you could have just given not just by the package name, but the package path, package path. Okay, that's another way of downloading. Sorry, another way of installing the packages. Okay. Now let's say if we try to install from a specific source, we can do that as well. There are some requirements at times where you have to install from the specific source itself. So let's say, for example, I want to. So currently, if you look at the Vim package which is installed is 2:9.1. Okay. So this is the subversion and this is the Ubuntu on which it is running. So it's a Ubuntu package. Okay. But instead of 2:9, I am using tag to 8. Okay. 2 is the version and then 8 is the tagging that has been done. So I'll use this tag 2:801. Let's say 801453. This is just a package. So I have been trying to basically read it, package it, and seeing the dependency, but it says okay, Vim, this was not found, so that's okay. So it has to be clearly identified, and before research saying that the package has to be available, whatever you would want to basically download and see. Once you have notified and once you have identified that okay, this is the package which I would want to download and install, you can just directly install by tagging the name as well. If you are not interested just by the name, you want a specific version of the package, so you can pass the version after giving equals to and then the version name. Once you provide that, it will specifically download and install that version. It will not pick the default, the latest one. So always remember, whenever you're using APT software to download the packages, it always prefers to download the latest default available package. It does not let you by default install a specific version of a package because of security vulnerabilities, and make sure the package is up to date. It does not have any bug identified at this moment. That's why it's always recommendable to prefer to use the latest package, until and unless there is some dependencies you feel while working, saying that okay, no, I need, because there are chances sometimes in the complex microservices architecture based systems that there are some dependency of further packages. It only requires Java, this version Java 6 or Java 7 or something, right? So at that case you have to choose that specific source of version, and after that you can install and download that package. So this command will help you do this way. Yep. So yep, that's there. After that we can see how to add a repository if you would want to add. So there are commands for this as well, like sudo apt add repository, and then let's say, for example, I'm just adding up a repository here. So the repository has to be verified. Repository has to be checked upon. It should be present. If it is there, then only it will add, otherwise it will not add. So currently we are seeing that it's trying to hit up checking that Ubuntu things to the repository, trying to connect it up and then fetch the details and package list. So it's able to do that. It successfully happened. So if you look at here, you get the details about what is the reported issue so far for this repositories, dead snakes issues. If you click on it, it'll redirect you to the issues. So let me just copy link, and let's check this link. So if we do this, so it will tell you, so this is a public GitHub repo. Just wanted to showcase, if you have your own repositories of packages and how do you want to add those repositories, you can do this. So currently there are no open issues, but if in case something happens or comes up to this, you can just always add this. So this is just an example to showcase to you how do you add your own GitHub repositories in the as a package manager APT tool. So this is useful for the people who do the codings and have and are aware of the GitHub, because GitHub is mainly used everywhere for the GitHub, for the repositories management and stuff, right? So people who are already using GitHub and would want to store their packages in the GitHub repository and want to add that as a source, so feel free to do that by using this command. You can do this. So this will help you to download your own custom packages and stuff. So that's what you can do this. And apart from that, how do you update your package manager? Using sudo update command. So this will check if there is anything latest update available or not. If it does not, then it does not upgrade. Currently it says it has checked the updated version. It says that 11 packages can be upgraded. So you can see the list. So these are the 11 packages which can be upgradable from this version. So currently if you look at this, this was at 46. From this package, this is currently available, currently installed, and this is currently available. So this is what it is telling, that you can, if you want to upgrade these packages, you can do this. So these are the packages, are ready to upgrade as well. Okay, let's try to install. If we have Python 3.9, okay. All right. So when, let's say for example, I wanted to showcase this, when you install a package, what happens? So here I am trying to install Python 3.9 specific. Now you are seeing that reading package list, building dependencies, reading state information and stuff, and then it is trying to say, okay, after this operation 20.6 MB of additional disk space will be used. So I said okay. So now it's connecting to that snake PPA, because that's what the repositories that we have added, and it's trying to download it. Okay, all right, so we are good. So it has successfully downloaded and installed the package. So these are the messages you can see. These much packages were fetched from these locations, and after that it's selecting previous unselected packages and prepare to unpack. So package always comes in a bundle. When I say bundle, which means that there's a list of sub packages and dependencies, so it has to be unbundled. So once it is unbundled, after that only you are going to install that package. After that only package manager is able to install the packages. So that's how it does. Right. So what if you want to hold a package? So let's say for example, by default, if any admin has done some auto upgradation for the packages whenever something is available, but for a specific requirement where you don't want a package to be upgradable, you don't want a package to be auto update, so you can hold that. How do you do this? You can say sudo apt mark hold, and let's say vim. Okay, so vim is set on hold. What does it mean is, whenever next time we will do sudo apt upgrade, or we'll try to upgrade all the packages whatever is installed, apart from vim, everything will be installed. Why? Because the vim we have set on hold, so that don't touch vim, and apart from vim, whatever is packages are there, and if there is any possibility that a later version of packages or latest version is available, feel free to install it. So that's how you can just hold a package. And let's unhold it. Let's unhold it. So cancel hold on vim, it's just straightforward commands. That's helpful for for the packages. Now there is a option in apt mark. Basically, let's say if I say apt install vim -- simulate. Okay, let's reinstall actually. Reinstall and see. Okay. So basically simulate is an option which tells you more information about the package. It tries to simulate things and make it little easy readable for the people. Otherwise, let's say if I remove this and see the difference. So you see the difference here. So you are seeing unpacking and packing and stuff, right? It's downloading. So all these messages which are not really required for somebody who's using and don't want to see this again and again, so they can use simulate. So simulate will help to make it short, but make it more convenient and more understandable in terms of telling that okay, these are the new package is installed. When we have reinstalled one package and 0 is removed. So that is all about the summary in a short type, he is telling that. So that's how you can reinstall and simulate the package. That's the advantage of using simulate option. So if you want to see the man command and apt, let's check about this. So here also you can see the definition of apt command, what it does, what are the options which are currently available with the apt command: upgrade, updates, and full updates, install, reinstall, remove, purge. So all these things, you can get to know, and also you can identify and use it whenever where it's required. So it depends on the use cases actually. So this is the command, and these are the use cases that you can use, to download it, sometime install it, download it, reinstall it, remove it, purge it. So you can read anything about apt in the manual, and then you can use it up. Okay, so and let's use, there is a command dpkg, which basically is very helpful to check the status of any package. If a package is currently installed or not, with the help of dpkg also we can see that. So for example, vim command, vim package is currently installed. Okay, to tagging 9.1, 291, 291. Let's check some other packages. Let's say gedit. So gedit also is available 46.22 and 5.8. So these are the packages you can also list down if it is currently installed or not on this machine with the help of dpkg command. And if you just see, so this dpkg-l basically is going to tell you all the packages that are currently available and install on this machine, and you can just list down by using up arrow, down arrow key, or using enter key. So anything. So you see there is no other packages. So all are supposed to be for the ARM based supported hardware softwares, so that it should be compatible enough and should not be able to make any problems for the hardware to understand the translation. So that's how the packages are being installed. Reinstallation we have seen already. Now how do you remove, there are sometimes requirement in order to remove the packages which are not being used. How do you remove the unused packages? So you can use like you can remove like this, sudo apt auto remove. So this will see, okay, it's saying that after operations 15.6 MB disk will be freed up. Why it will be freed up? Because 3 to remove and 11 not upgraded. So 3 softwares are the ones which can be removed. So those are unused softwares, and it will remove all these 3. So these are the softwares that it has removed: Bluefish, this triggers, and this one. So that's how system is so understandable and intellectual that it understands what are the softwares which are really not required and not been used. So it is removing that. But if in case you want that software to be used and downloaded for your later purpose, you can anytime do this. It's by choice. So, and then if you want to clear the cache for the packages, you can do apt sudo apt clean. Okay, this will help you to clear out the cache packages file. Then we can use apt auto clean. So this command basically lists the packages taking disk spaces. So it's auto cleaning it actually. Okay, it has done. Now apt -fix broken. I'm just talking about some of the options which were available in the manual command. Fix broken install. So this basically helps to for the packages which are fixed broken, means their fix is currently in the broken state, it's not available. So those things you can check out and install those packages as well. Now let's see if we can show packages. If you want to read about a package, you can use command apt show vim, and this command will tell you what is vim. So it's a vim is this, and maintainer, who is the maintainer, Ubuntu developers. The origin of vim is Ubuntu only, and install size, dependencies, These are the Vim docs, suggestible docs. You can go through this home page and read about Vim. You can do that. And then this is the apt resource for the Vim. And so yeah, you can read about that, read about any other package, let's say Bluefish. So it will tell you, but it's still lightweight and fast. What does a Bluefish do? You know. So these are the things that you can see. It's basically advanced GTK text editor for web and software development. It's a powerful editor targeted towards programmers and web developers. So yeah, it supports various operations over FTP, SFTP. So any of the packages that you would want to see what it does and what is the description of a package, you can use apt show command. I will show you that. And the last command that we'll see for this package manager is sudo apt update. We'll see this, what it does actually, it tries to update the package list. If there is any package which requires upgrade, it basically does that. And then after that, if you would want to see the upgradable packages available, you can see all those 11 packages which can be upgradable. So if you want to update it, so you can just update the package. Let's say genome control center. Okay. apt install. Okay. Sudo. Yep. So it will download and install the package. Now if you see, so it will be listing the 10 only. Okay. Yeah, that package is gone which we have downloaded and installed. So that's how you can basically check and download it and install the packages. So in the package management, we have seen that the software basically which is responsible for downloading and installing the package. Similarly, for example, if we talk about Windows, right? So in Windows, anybody just download the package manually and then install it. For example, Chrome. So for Chrome, you have to download that Chrome package. You have to unpack it, which is available in exe file, and then you have to double click and then open that file and unpack it, and that's how you download and install the package. In Linux, there are package managers which helps you to do that, so that you don't have to unnecessarily go to the websites and then download it and then install it. It helps your job to make it easy, so that they themselves download and install the packages. So that is how you can manage, and that's how you can install it, uninstall it, remove it, purge it, and so many other things you can do. And you can always read about the manuals of the packages. So that's all for the package manager. So let's talk about networking in Linux. So if you look at the slides here, you can just check the networking basics. It tells about the TCP. So I'll explain here in a bit what TCP is and what is the networking which is important for Linux. So first of all, we should understand what is an IP address. So there is a common term which basically is used is IP address. Okay. So IP address is currently there are IPv4 and IPv6. So this IPv6 was launched because IPv4 was getting occupied. It was already allotted for the public cloud servers. That's the reason IPv6 launched. And then after that, there were more additions of the IP address were added, because there was a limitations which was found, and in some time in the future the IPv4 will be fully occupied and consumed. So after that, IPv6 will be the common platform where the IP address communication will be happening. So in this we'll be talking about the IPv4. So let's say, for example, a machine has an IP address. So let's say this. So this is an IP address. This is IPv4, and if we talk about IPv6, so this is how something it look like. For example, like this. So IPv4 is always in the 4 octets. Okay. The IP addresses. So see, the thing is, in the world, if we talk about internet, right? So every machine which wants to communicate to any other machine which is available in the internet, it requires an IP address, which means the existence of that machine present in the world. Okay, with that existence, it is able to communicate to other machines over the internet, right? So IP address is a very important term here. So IP address is always in the 4 octets. Okay, and there is something called the MAC address. Basically, there is another term. MAC address is basically used for the hardware address. Every hardware machine has this address called MAC address. Okay, of their NIC card, which is a network interface card. So that card contains a MAC address, that is by default. Also, we'll be seeing the DNS in the networking. So DNS will be talking in detail that it's a domain name server, which is basically used to resolve the particular domain on an IP address, so and communicate which domain exists where, and that's how it communicates the DNS. And then there are some common terms like default gateways. So basically, default gateway is used to route the traffic when there is a traffic from your local network. Let's say this is a local network, some 10.0.0.0, okay, and there is some other network 192.168.0.1/24. So if you are routing your traffic from the local address to the another network, so in that case, default gateway is the gateway out of which the traffic traverses or goes out of the local machine. And every NIC card, every network interface card has a loopback address, which is default same for everything, called loopback, and that is called localhost address 127.0.0.1. Okay, now we will be talking about CIDR. So it's very important to know what is CIDR. I'll give an example here. So basically, the CIDR notation is the notation of an IP range. Basically, it is used to represent an IP address along with its network prefix. So for example, if we say 10.1211.55.12/24, so this address represents a CIDR notations. Okay, so if we break down this, we'll get to know that 10.211.55.12, okay, so this is the actual IP. Okay, this is the actual IP address which represents this specific host on this network, and it has a range, basically the private range available from 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255, which is basically used for the internal networking. So that is the range of this address. Now here /24, what does it mean is that first 24 bits, the first 24 bits are used for the network address, and remaining 8 bits is for the host address. Okay, if we break down this a little further, let's convert the decimal 10. So we are converting this address into binary format to understand this a bit more. So let's convert the first this address 10. So how do you convert that into the binary? So if you divide 10 by 2, you will get the quotient 5 and remainder 0. Then you will further divide by 2, then you will get the quotient 2, and then you can get it, and then 1, and then after that, if you divide again by 2, you will get it 1 quotient and the remainder 0. Okay, and you again will, if divide this by 2, then you will get 0, and then this is 1. So now the remainders are, if you take it from bottoms, that's how it takes it. It's 1 0 and 1 0. So bottom one should come always on the first preference, and then second one is this, and then third one is this, and then fourth one is this. Okay, that's how it is being considered always. Similarly, if you break the second of it, the 211, if you break the same method what we have done just now for 10, for 211 also, you will get somewhere around 1 1 0 0 1 0 1 1. And similarly for 55 also, you will get 1 1 1 0 1 1 0 0. And for 12 you will get 0 0 1 1 0 0 0 0. So these are the binary addresses that will be coming to represent the decimal. So if you see like this, 10.211.55.12, so you can write it like this: 0 0 0 0 1 0 1 0. This is 1 1 0 1 0 0 1 1 0 0 1 1 0 1 1 1, and then 0 0 0 0 1 1 0 0. Okay, so the subnet mask, what is the subnet mask here is /24. That means the /24 represents 255. So the first 24 bits, the 3 octets, basically are the network portion. So 255.255.255.0. And if we calculate this in the binary, it will come somewhere around 1111 1111, same, 2 0 0 0 0 0 0. Okay, 8 times octet. So that is how it will break down: 255 255 255 and 250 and 0. So that's if we try to calculate the network address, so network address will be calculated as a portion of initial 8 bits. So that's how you can do it: 10.211.55.0. So this address will be the network address of this range. All right, so we see this, that 10.211.55.0, this is the network address. And if we calculate the usable host, so how we can do this is, since this address is already being associated for and assigned as the network address, and the last address of this would be 55.255. This will be reserved for the broadcast address, and this is network address. So the usable range, if you calculate, it will come somewhere around 10.211.55.12, 10.211.55.254. So till this range, from this to this, these are the IPs which will be usable and can be associated to the machines. And if we talk about the broadcast address, so broadcast address would be for this network range is 10.211.55.255. So this is the broadcast address. Okay. So if you look at the summary for this range, 10.211.55.254, 55.12/24, the network address is 10.211.55.0/24. Okay. The broadcast address is 10.211.55.255, and usable hosts are from here to here. Okay, so that is the kind of overview about how do you break down a particular IP range and how do you calculate the number of usable IP addresses in that range. So this is very important in order to understand the networking basics. So that's why I am explaining this here. And there are some private range IP addresses which are available for the machines which are not publicly hosted. A private range, any cloud locally cloud, if you are building up, or any enterprise cloud you are building a private network, so you can have a private range. So private range is basically predefined from 10.0.0.0 to 10.255.255.255. Okay, so if you see the address for this would be /8. There is one more, 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.255.255, and this is 172.16.0.0/12. So if you calculate the 12 here, so you will get to know that okay, initial 12 bits will be for the network, and the remaining will be for the IP addresses assignment. So then similarly there is one more range, 192.168.0.0 to 192.168.255.255, and that is 192.168.0.0/16. Here the 2 octets will be assigned as a network address. So that is private network addresses range that we have. Now there is one more thing called NAT. Basically NAT is nothing but networking translation, address translation. It's basically used to communicate the internet, and which is very important, because when a router changes the private IP to public IP for outbound traffic, so from the router, if there is any outbound traffic which is going from the private network to the public network, it requires NAT from where it is going to translate that IP address. So in order to translate it, it's using NAT, which is very important to know. All right, the remaining ranges, whatever is there, those are for the public ranges apart from these 3 ranges. And if we talk about the Google's IP address, DNS server's IP address, 8.8.8.8. So these are the things you should know by heart, that because you will see this many times in the configuration files of the DNS. So this is a Google DNS server IP address. Okay, now we will talk about the clouds, that various clouds which are using. So why did I spoke about this is because for AWS has various machines, AWS machines, EC2 machines, which has the IP address associated to it. So we should be aware about the public and private IP addresses. Without that, it is going to be tough to understand what is an IP address and how to assign and stuff, right? So that's why it is very important to know the IP addresses. So now we'll take a look at the DNS as well together here. So let's just see. Here we are talking about DHCP and DNS servers. So in DNS and DHCP we will be talking about like this. So let's say DNS, what DNS does is, DNS is basically used for domain name resolutions. So what is a domain name, right? So in order to communicate to any entity which is existing in the world has a name associated to it, it's called domain name, right? For example, you must have seen google.com or facebook.com or instagram.com. So these are nothing but the domains that people purchase it, and to purchase it they have to pay something to the vendors who are selling it up. For example, GoDaddy, they sell the domains. You can purchase the domain from there, and they can host the website also if you would want to. There are few other vendors available in the market. You can just go with this. This is an example. But how does a DNS work? So let's say there is a client machine. It has some IP address 10.0.0.27. Okay, and this machine wants to communicate to the cloud. Okay, let's say Google. So there are a lot of things which comes into picture. There are in terms of networking, if we talk about from the layer wise TCP IP layer, and then there are a lot of things, but we are currently discussing about the domain, how does a DNS work. So DNS basically, when you're typing in your browser tab www.google.com, so you are asking that give me the IP address of the Google, because see, every machine, this is nothing but a host address. Okay, every machine has an IP address. So let's say Google IP address is example 8.8.4.4. okay, that's called IP address. Now you are asking that give me this IP address. Okay, so now you're asking to which DNS? To your local DNS. So first of all, for any client machine, the local DNS entry in the Linux machine is present under etc hosts. Okay, after that it will check the result.conf. Okay, these two, if in the etc host file, if it has the entry for google.com, okay, or usually it has the entry for name servers, that which DNS you have to go to. Okay, and similarly this also has the entries for the name servers, that which server you have to go for the resolution. So let's say for example it has the entry for google.com that the IP address of Google is 8.8.4.4. okay, so now how does it happen is it just directly goes to the Google from the cache itself and then loads it up. But what if we don't find the Google's IP address, so what it will do is it will let's say you're connecting to the internet Wi-Fi. Okay, so the first request which goes from your machine, it goes to the DNS server of your Wi-Fi vendor. Let's say you're using Tata or Jio internet or whatever. So let's say Jio if you are using, so it goes to the DNS server of that internet provider. Okay, now that internet provider has the root table, the DNS table of all the various public cloud domains. Why does it have is because that's how the DNS system works in the public internet, where it spreads out the information whenever there is any new changes happen in the configuration file. So I'll talk about the hierarchy of a domain. How does it look like? So it starts from the dot. We call it a top level domain. Okay, so the short term is TLD, top level domain. The dot has lot of branches. Okay, for example, com, org, in, edu, or let's say gov. Okay, there are a lot of branches of dot. So under, let's say, com, it has Google. In com it has Facebook. Okay, similarly for org, let's say it has some organization, let's say Bharat Petroleum. Okay, so these companies have registered or purchased their domain from particular vendors. So let's say google.com, right? So google.com has many other branches. Google has many other branches. One is let's say mail.google.com. Okay, that is a mail Gmail service. You have a docs.google.com, that is a document service of the Google. You have drive.google.com. okay, you have www.google.com. so this www.google.com is where we would want to reach. That's where the search engine search page opens. If you open drive.google.com, the search page would not open. If you open docs.google.com, then search page won't open. So what does it explain? It explains that all four hostings are different. All four hostings in the public internet is hosted on different IP addresses on different machines. Okay, so www, let's say for example, hosted on 8.8.4.2, drive.google.com is hosted on 4.4.2.1, something like that, So now what happens is your internet provider DNS has connected to the DNS from where it is getting that entry. Now what it does is it goes to the top level domain. If it has not found the entry from top level domain, it goes try to find .com. okay, it is able to find that. After .com it goes to Google. Okay, google.com. After that www.google.com. so once it gets the IP address, it returns back it to the Google, and then from Google to com, and then TLD, and then after that it stores that IP address information in the DNS table. Why does it store? So that next time you should not take so much of time. So if you remember, or if you have seen in your life, for example, you have purchased a new system, new laptop, and you have a new internet connection, and when you search google.com, it takes a seconds of time sometimes to load initially. Why? Because at that time your local DNS cache and the cache of your internet provider is fresh. There is no google.com entry present. In that case, it has to go through all this path and then gets the IP address. Once it gets the IP address, it stores in the cache, so that next time whenever you search google.com, it will, within fraction of milliseconds, it will load the page for you, until unless that website is down. Okay, so that is the advantage of being using DNS. And everywhere in this public cloud internet, whatever you are accessing, whatever the applications you are using, it has to require DNS services. Without DNS services, you will not be able to resolve the IP address of a particular domain and won't be able to access that domain respectively. So that is the advantage of using DNS servers actually. We'll talk a little bit about TCP as well, because TCP is a very important transmission control protocol. What it does is it makes sure that a client which wants to communicate to the server, okay, it creates a legitimate connections which make sure that, okay, client is connecting to the right authority or not, right? How does it do? So TCP works in three-way handshake. Okay, three-way handshake means there are three ways. One way is you are sending a signal, SYN packet. After that, server sends the response back with the packet called SYN and acknowledgement of the previous SYN what you have sent it. Now again, client sends, okay, it acknowledged your SYN which server has sent. So basically it is like handshake. What is handshake? When you go to meet somebody, you handshake, right? Which means you are agreeing to the both parties, okay, we are meeting, we are doing handshake, which means that we are knowing each other. That's how in the real world also, TCP connection does a handshake between two parties. Let's say client and a server, it does the handshake, but it has a process to do this. For example, it do a three-way handshake where it's a packet-wise, SYN, SYNAC and ACK. That's how it does the handshakes. Similarly, whenever you open any secure website, HTTPS, all the websites, if you have seen, it starts with HTTPS. HTTP means a website which is not secure. Okay, this S makes the website secure, which means it is running on a secure server. It's running on a secure way. How does it make sure that it is running on a secure? Because that's where the client and the server, they both agree on their own conditions, where a client says, I am using Firefox, for example, version 2.24. Server says I am using Firefox, I'm supporting that version of Firefox till 2.25. Okay, I'll support yours as well. Then it says I am using TLS version this 1.2. It says no, I am supporting only 1.3. I will not support 1.2. In that case, connection may not happen. So sometimes server will fall back, but sometimes server accepts the connection. So that's how both parties, and then there is a certificate also gets involved. So certificate is what we see when we click on that lock icon in your browser tab, right? When you click on that, there is a lock. When you click on that lock icon, you get a certificate, or certificate is still valid. That's why it's a legitimate website, in order to make sure that. So yeah, so that's about the theory of what DNS is and IP addresses. Then DHCP server is another server which is basically being used in the various systems where you have to dynamically assign the IP address to the machines, where you don't want it to be manually assigned, right? That's the case where you use DHCP servers. Now we will go to the hands-on of all this what we have discussed here. So let's proceed to the hands-on. Yep. So we will be talking about that IP addresses, how do you see the IP addresses, and how do you find that information. So there is a command called IPA. So this command tells you what is the IP address that is basically assigned. So if you look at here, there are two types of NIC available. When I say what is this is interface. As we have already talked, that interface is something it's a physical network interface card. if you don't have that network interface card in your laptop, you will not be able to assign any of the IP addresses, any physical IP addresses, because it requires a physical network interface card in your system, and every laptop and every machine has a network interface card installed, okay, if it wants to communicate to some other machine. So otherwise you can have a option to choose the virtual IP addressing and stuff. We will talk about that as well, the virtual IP addressing, but it has to have the physical NIC card. Without that, IP addresses won't be assigning, and then won't be usable for the system to communicate into the world. So this has IP address, as we have discussed. This is nothing but a CIDR format of IP address. The for 24, which means the 3 octets are being used in the network address, and then remaining one for the host address and stuff. So that we have already discussed. Here you see the broadcast address, what we calculated earlier and seen it. It's 10.211.55.255. Okay, and then this is the loopback address. Every local machine has a loopback address assigned, and it's the same, 127.0.0.1. That is same for every laptop in this world, every machine in this world. Loopback address, every machine has it. That's the same. Now, how do you check the network interfaces of their IP addresses configuration? So there is a command called nmcli device status. So it says, okay, currently there are 2 devices. This is okay. Loopback, you can ignore loopback because loopback will anyways be there. But let's focus on this Ethernet device. So this is an Ethernet card that is plugged into my laptop, and that's how I'm able to see, oh, it's naming as ENP0S5. This is the device name, and it is corrected. Okay, and the connection plan, it is saying net plan. Net plan is nothing but a service in Ubuntu which basically configures that networking configurations available for the machine. Okay, now let's try to test the connectivity. How do you test the connectivity to Google? For example, how do you usually do that? You open a browser, go to the tab and say www.google.com. But what if you don't have a browser? Then how will you do that? So for that case, you can use various CLI tools to identify if you are able to reach to the Google, or if the Google page is loading for you or not. So one of the command is ping command. Let's say ping google.com. Okay. If you are getting the response back, since we are getting the response, I'm connecting to the internet, and I'm getting the response back from the Google IP address, which is this one. And this is so ping is a command which basically works on ICMP, packet transfers. So here we are getting that, okay, you are getting the response back, the ICMP packets, whatever you are sending, you are getting the response back for the request that you have sent to the Google, which means you are able to make a connection to google.com. Okay. And let's say if you want to send ICMP echo request to check connectivity, you can do this, let's say, for example, just 4 times I would want. So it will just run for 4 times and it will break. So what this command does is, so this command will keep on running all the time until you interrupt it. But you don't want it to run for infinite time. You just want to send the ping request for limited time, let's say 4 requests, and then close the connection. So this command is helpful just to say 4 time request sends to this IP address 8.8.8.8, and if you are getting the response back, which means we are good to get the connection. We are good to proceed with our connection and can do further whatever we would want to do it. Okay. To check the DNS, there is a command. There are 4 commands to check it. One of the command is dig command, which will show the detailed information about your domain name services. So let's say we try to check the dig for ubuntu.com. So here you can see there are a lot of response we got here. The important things to look at it, that ubuntu.com answer. So you're seeing small a, capital A here. So this capital A single shows the IPv4. If there are 4 A's, which means it's IPv6. So that's how it explains. Single A we are seeing here, there are 3 IP addresses assigned to ubuntu.com. You must be thinking why there are 3 IP addresses assigned. Because see, any services, any server which is running in this world should not have just a single machine. What if that machine goes down, right? So it should have a backup always. We call primary and secondary. So for example, I would say if it has only one IP address, what happened if that IP address goes down, then you will not be able to further communicate to this. That is the reason it always have multiple IP addresses in the load balancing format, and in order to communicate different machines present, maybe sometimes it presents those machines in the different geographical locations, so that it's easy and less time consuming for the people who are accessing from their region. For example, from Mumbai, if I'm accessing google.com, what do you think? The Google request, the google.com request, does it really goes to the Google United States? Not really. Why? Because Google has their data centers in India as well. So my request reaches to the nearest point, and from there, if I have that pages and whatever I'm requesting, if I get that, that's it. So those servers which are lined up in the geographical locations always have sync between each others. So it's always easy for the people who would want to access it from a respective regions. So that's why it's always it's always like this, that from wherever location you are trying to get the response back from any servers, or you're trying to connect, you always try to connect that to the nearest one. If in case that nearest one server hosted does not have the relevant data information what you are looking for, in that case your request will be forwarded to the main server, and then it might take some time. So sometimes you see there is a website which only is hosted, let's say, in Canada, and you are accessing it from the India. So from India to Canada, whatever the time it takes via internet, that time you will see the latency over there. Okay, website is not loading, or it is not loading properly, some contents are showing up or not. So those blockages could be because of internet, or could be because of the distance travel, whatever it does. So it's always preferable to have multiple servers hosted across various geographical locations, so that you can easily connect and with the less time consumptions. So that is advantage of having DNS hosted on the various geographical locations. So now there is one more command for check the DNS entry, that is NSLOOKUP. It is not as detailed about server and query time and stuff as what Dig says, but yes, it can tell you the IP addresses of Ubuntu machines. So these are the three IPv4 what Ubuntu machines are currently running on, and these are the three IPv6 where the Ubuntu machines are currently running on. So which means ubuntu.com website is currently running on 6 different locations. 6 different servers are running the same website. If any of the server has a high load, or a lot of users have connected to a server, then the request will be automatically internally forwarded to another server, in order to make sure that consumer, the users who is trying to access, should not face any downtime. So for example, you also must have seen the real-time scenarios when Flipkart does a big billion day sale, or Amazon do a big billion sale, their website does not go down usually. Why? Because there are a lot of latency people created because of the lot of traffic coming to the same website at the same time. Oh, there is a sale going on, everybody wants to buy stuff. But what if they only have a single server and it has a capacity to handle, let's say, 1 lakh user? What if more than 1 lakh comes in within seconds? Then how will server be able to handle such requests? So in that case, it's always preferable to have multiple servers located, as well as has the replica of all the same things, databases, so that if one server goes down, or if the one server goes out of limit, your request will automatically being forwarded to the another server. But user will not get to know that, okay, you were trying to connect to India server, but unfortunately India server was already occupied, so your request has sent to the Canada server or some other server. It happens within fraction of seconds. So user does not really get to know there is a slowness or a latency problem, but that is how it is working, and that's how it is surviving also. So it's always preferable to have multiple servers located into various locations, and that's how we call it, hosting, on-demand hosting and dedicated things. So that's how the real world works in this case. So we can learn and see things like this. Now if we look at IP root command, so IP root command is basically trying to tell me that via this IP address, whatever the traffic you are trying to send to the internet will be going up. So this is that interface route it will follow in order to make any connections outside. So that is what the IP root command basically tells. Now let's managing some networking interfaces. Let's try to set it up if we are able to do this. So we will use if config command. There are multiple other files and commands present which can also do the same stuff. We will see that as well. So first I am using if config command. So let's say enp 0 5s colon 1, and I'm assigning an IP 10.0.0.50 and net mask 255.0.0.0 and up. Okay, it'll ask my password, and now let's see this, what change you find. So as soon as we try to add another interface, so this is nothing but a virtual interface we are assigning here. So the virtual interface, so currently we have one single interface enp0s5, but with the help of this command we have temporarily created one more virtual interface which has the IP address 10.0.0.50. This is that network address range, and this is the broadcast address. So you have virtually assigned one more IP address to this interface. So that's how you can do this. After that, if you would want to shut down, let's say you can link, let's say enp 0s05s 5 down. Okay, what happens after that? Okay, so now all these things will be going down, and then it has just that IP addresses. So this is basically to set any interface down, and you can just set it up as well. Okay, to bring it up actually. Earlier we saw this is current. This was showing the state as a down, but now it shows the state as a up. So that is a difference. In order to see that state, how do you change is how do you make your network card to be a down state, but usually you don't want, you want it to be running, so that's why it's always to keep it up. Yeah. After that, let's assign an IP address that we have already did, but let's use some other command. There is a command called ipaddr add 192.168.1.50/24, then dev enp p0s5. Okay, let's see what happens now. Okay, one more thing is, if you run command if config does not show you the secondary IP addresses. It always shows the primary IP addresses, whatever has assigned to this machine. But if you want to see all the IP addresses, then you can run command ipa. So now you see we have this IP address assigned 192.168.1.50. That is what we have given here. So that is how you can assign an IP address. Okay. Now we have checked the interfaces using if config command. That's fine. Now let's see. Sometimes if you are not able to use if config command, then you need a software in order to use it. So the software name is NetTools basically. You have to do apt install NetTools. Okay, so since it is already installed on my machine, that's why we are able to execute the if config and necessary commands to validate the networking part. Okay, now let's check the open connections in the Linux systems. So currently it is connecting to this local port. This is a local port, and this is the HTTPS address. Okay, this might be some public IP address I might have been connected in Firefox. So if let's say you can reverse lookup as well to try to check if you are able to, yeah, you are able to find that IP address belongs to some user Google user contents. So let's display the listening TCP ports. So you can do that by using, so these are the TCP ports which are currently in the listening mode. So you can see like this. If you want to monitor the TCP traffic, so you can use TCP dump, then -i, then p0s5 and TCP. Okay, so it is listening currently. As soon as you initiate any TCP connection, it will start capturing. See, as soon as I hit it, so it is capturing all the packets which are. So this Wireshark is a tool which is basically used to capture the traffic. Similarly, TCP dump is nothing but a Linux utility. But once you dump that output into ICAP file, you have to read it via Wireshark only. if you're reading it in the GUI, the good format in Windows, so you can read it like this. In Windows, you can still, sorry, in Linux, you can still read it via TCP dump command. That is fine. But TCP dump is the same utility is what Wireshark does, but that is a UI based tool, and this is a CLI based tool. So it tells about the connections and whatever ports are being used and IP addresses are being used. So I'll just cut the connection. So far it has captured this much traffic and received it. Okay. Now let's test the TCP connection port connectivity. So you can use command netcat and see, and then 192.168.101.80. There is no connectivity at this moment. If there is any connectivity, let's say, let me check the IP addresses. Let me try this one. Okay. Okay, it says succeeded. Why is it? Because this is my local IP address of this machine, and on this machine I have some websites hosted that will be talking about once we will be hosting the website, right? So this is hosting on the local host. Okay, so these are my local website which are currently hosting. That's the reason it is saying that it is able to connect. Similarly, if I try T8, it will connect to the local. Let's try local loopback as well. It will connect to the loopback address as well. There is one more command, telnet command. The telnet command basically .50. Okay, so telnet command also tells us about how do you are you able to connect to a remote server or not. So if you get this connected to this, which means you are able to connect, which is my nothing but a local machine on port 80. You remember when we were talking about the Linux file types, so we discussed about that socket type files, right? So in this case also there is a socket type files which might have been created for this socket communication. So currently, since it is a local thing, right? So in the local system, the socket connection is established to itself, and then on port 80 it's able to listen and then respond to the user. Yeah. Okay. Now let's talk about if you don't have a browser, then how will you read and try to find the page, So you can use this command curl v and then say local 8080. Okay. So see, whatever I was getting here, localhost welcome to StarAgile web server, the same thing I'm getting the response back. So I'll explain what is this actually doing. On the localhost resolved, IP address is this, connected. Basically this is nothing but a HTTP header. So there are a lot of headers. HTTP is basically trying to connect. Let's say get is there, then post is there, put is there. There are a lot of headers. So this is using get header in order to fetch the data. Okay, from where? Localhost. And what is a user agent means? The application it is using. If you are using Firefox, then you would have get Firefox. But since we are using a curl utility, so with use curl, you can just see the user agent is curl defined, and this is the version of curl that you are using. Now this is the request that you have sent, which is called HTTP request, and this is called HTTP response. Okay, so the response that you got from the server says okay, 200 okay means okay, you got the response from the server back. And what is the response content? It says welcome to StarAgile server. This is as same as what we were getting by the browsers. Okay, so and content type was in text HTML. It's a plain HTML, nothing fancy. So that's how you can check. And if you are checking the TCP statistics and socket statistics, so you can run command netstat and st. So this will tell you all the stats of your TCP, how many connections active are there, how many passive are there, failed connections, and so stuff for UDP Lite, and so like that you will get all these information about your TCP stats. And socket stats you can get it SS-S. So all these total sockets, TCP connection which is currently active on the socket is 10, established is 1, time wait is 2. So something like that. You get all the information about your socket stats as well. So basically, so this command is just to give you a quick overview of active connections, network connections. It's helpful actually to check the overall network states, and it identifies, if in case you want to identify the issues in terms of connections, so you can do that and troubleshoot it as well. And so common TCP port that you should remember, 22 is being used for SSH service, okay, 80 is for HTTP, 443 is for HTTPS, okay. After that 3306 is for MySQL, okay, 53 is for DNS. So then 21, 22 is for FTP servers. So they are like that. You have to remember this, because that's very important. So common ports, what are the common ports for a respective web services or some other services which are there in the market. Yeah. So that's the conclusion about the TCP. How does the TCP is being initiating a connections, and how do we troubleshoot, and how do we see with the help of Linux commands. And then if we talk about DNS, that we have discussed about dig command, nslookup command, and there is one more command called host command that can also give you, but very shorter than nslookup. So host and then nslookup and then dig. So these are the three level of information that you could gather for the DNS host servers. If you want to configure the so this is the file I was talking about earlier, etc host file, which has the entry for my websites also and localhost, and there is a file called resolve.conf, which has currently it's not present. So let's see if it is present. Okay, it's not there, that's fine. So usually resolve.conf has an entry if in case you want to communicate to the name server information. So maybe I might be using some other name servers, that's why resolve.conf does not legitimate here. If in case you want to set up a custom DNS, so you can do this by using command netplan, and whatever the YAML file you have. So this is the example of netplan file. This is my IP address, and this IP address I chose it for the secondary, but currently it's commented, so it will not be eligible. This is the default route which it should go traverse to, and these are the name servers. I have given the entries of name servers itself in my netplan itself, so there is no need for the resolve.conf anymore. Now you can just get the reference from here itself. Okay, if you would want to apply changes to the netplan, you can do this sudo netplan apply. So it will apply the changes if in case you are making any changes in this configuration file. This configuration file can vary based on whatever the system you are using of Ubuntu. Sometimes it's 01 cloud, net CFG YAML, sometimes 01 init cloud YAML. So it could be anything ending with the .yaml as in its suffix. Now there are few files we'll be talking about in DHCP. So DHCP servers are basically is used to automatically assign the IP addresses for the machines which are needed in the network itself. So it does the discovery of the client IP addresses. After that, it offers the IP addresses actually to the client, and then client sends the request of the offered IP addresses, and that's how it acknowledges the client request and then gets the response back to the client. So there is one more but it requires a package to be downloaded first, and then only you can communicate to DHCP. So this is the file DHCP lease file. That is a file which contains the entry about the DHCP things. So this is the package which is required for the DHCP, very important. So if in case you want to set up a DHCP server, you need to download this ISC DHCP package via apt install that we have already discussed in the package manager episodes. Okay, and then the documentation, if you want to check the documentation, you can just go to the release file manual page, which is on the Google SL. Also you will find it up. And then let's say you want to DHCP. These are some commands I'm telling DH client command -r to lease renew the lease. So that's how you can renew it, -r. If you want to renew the lease, if in case you are the entries that you are adding up into the lease for the files. So that is all related to the configuration that we are not doing here. We are just seeing how to basically understands what are the files which are really common for the DHCP servers. Let's talk about some static IP addresses. How do you set it up? So for example, one way is we already saw here, net plan commands. In the net plan configuration, you see the IP addresses which are there. So you can set up this IP address. Let's say if I do this, okay, and let's say net plan apply. Okay, now let's see. So you see this IP address is also associated. Plan, whatever it is. Okay, see, this is the same IP address, we uncommented it, and that's how it got allotted by default. So that's another way of doing it permanently using netplan. But if you want it to be set up for temporary, you can use ifconfig command or IP address command that we have already checked out here. Then there are some common tools which you can use for DNS. DNS mask is one of it. Then bind9 is another one you can use. And for DHCP, you can use DHCP clients to manage the client lease and all. Now let's talk about basic networking commands. For example, if config, there is one more command I would want to show, resolve CTL and status. Okay. Okay, currently it's not running because it requires system resolve to run, because I am using DNS masks. So if I want to run this command, I need to switch this on. We will see how to use systemctl when we are going to use this command, but I'll just show it here. You have to start the service called systemd and then resolved. Okay, so now you will see the status. So these are the global DNS server, okay, whatever is assigned 10.11, and these are the DNS entries that is being coming up from the netplan configuration file for this ENP0S5 Ethernet. Okay, so now I will disable this for now. Disable will stop it and then disable it, which means whenever the system will reboot, it will not automatically enable. That's what disable means here. Okay. If you want to see the full traffic that on a particular interface, so you can do TCP dump -i ENP 0S5 -n. So this is how you can basically see the full traffic, including the local interface IP. Or there are some other ways as well. Let's say if you want to see on this host google.com, only the google.com thing. So let's say if I go here and say google.com, so you should supposed to see google.com thing, TCP dump -i, say host google.com. Or let's say there is one more command called mtr that also shows the google.com. So this is very helpful in order to troubleshoot where you want to see the packet loss, how many packet loss is there, and you can just check what are the pings based on this ICMP only. It is trying to find out the losses which is happening in the system whenever it is trying to reach to the Google and get. So it's like a live response back from the Google itself, where we are trying to troubleshoot so it's kind of a trace route, back trace route actually. So there is one command called trace route command, which is very helpful just to see how the traffic is being flowing to google.com. So maximum it takes 30 hops. Hops means router by router, the machines which are coming in between the client and server, those are called hops. So these star means either it did not receive the IP address or there might be a firewall which is engaging in between. So trace route basically is a good command just to get the response. So not Google, then let's check for ubuntu.com. if we are getting any response back. Yeah, here also we are seeing some sort of firewalls which are being involved here, and we can just validate this further. So if we try to see any of the trace route things, right? So usually we are getting star star star. There could be possibility that it is having a firewall, or due to which we are unable to fetch the real IP address. So we can do something like local hosted website. So which I have done here. Let's say mywebsite.com, and if we try to find the trace route for this mywebsite.com, so I'm getting the single response back saying that this website is hosted on this IP address, and this much total time is what we got in order to reach this website. So that's how you can actually locate and try to fetch the route, how hop by hop the ping is there, and then how are you getting the response back, from which IP, the target IP, you got the response back. Since this website was located locally on my machine, that's why we were able to get the response quickly from the local host. So this IP address is nothing but of the local host IP address, and that's where the website is currently running in the Apache 2 format. So these are the general commands that we would want to discuss in terms of troubleshooting the networking scenarios, or in order to see how to check the DNS configurations and stuff. So let's recap this quickly. So we just discussed about the IP addresses. What does an IP address look like? IPv4 and IPv6. Then there are private cloud and public IP addresses. There are 3 specific ranges which are being allotted for the private ranges, and then remaining of the ranges are associated with the public cloud ranges. Now if we talk about IPv6, the requirement for IPv6 happened created because of shortage of IPv4. In some time in the future, IPv4 will be fully occupied and used. That's the reason now companies and the people who are running their websites on the internet, they are going with the IPv6. So after that, we saw how does the DNS work, what are the DNS configurations files, and how does the DHCP work, and it tries to associate the IP addresses. Then we checked few commands to see the socket connections and the TCP connection, and telnet command, netstat command, and netcat commands, just to analyze the socket connections open and listening TCP connections. Then we try to see how to trace route and backtrace for any host address to identify the location of it, how to check that using traceroute command. Then mtr command is additional tool you can perform, where you can check the packet loss which has happened for in order to communicate to the server. After that, we also see the tcpdump command, which is nothing but you can say the alternative of Wireshark. And similarly, you can trace the packets whatever is going on your network interface outside of your laptop machine, and then you can check that as well and try to identify the problems if there is anything has been detected. So that's all about in the networking, basic networking of, and the basic commands which are needed for the Linux systems. All right, so let's talk about how to configure the networking interfaces. This is important because if you want to communicate to internet or intranet within machines, you should have an IP address and you should have a way to communicate. So networking interface, as we have already talked in the previous chapter that about the IP addresses and about the interface. So this is nothing but a physical NIC card which has the interface, and we do need to set up the IP address. So previous versions of Ubuntu 16.4 and latest, prior to 18.4, we were using networking manager, but since we are already on latest version of Ubuntu, so any machine which is beyond Ubuntu 18.04, we will be using NetPlans, as you can see in the PPT. So NetPlan is a utility which helps us to configure the networking interface, and after that we set up an IP address and we communicate within machines. And after that, we will also see how to validate the networking manager, how to verify if the networking manager is working or not working, and how to set up the IP address using networking manager. Also, sometimes you can set up both depending on the requirements, but it's always being suggested that either you choose the NetPlans or you should go with the networking manager. So without wasting any time, let's go to the hands-on and see how to set up the networking interface using NetPlans. Okay. All right. So this is the machine where I have set up this. I'll show you the files, you don't have to easily remember the commands whatever I'm going to execute, but rather you can just make a note if you would want to. It's always okay to take the references of the commands. It's not always recommended to remember the command. So you just need to know the files where the configuration exists, and then later you can just set it up. So we have a file inside etc netplan called, so there are 3 files currently you see on my machine. One is 50 cloud init YAML. So this is the configuration whenever you try to set up using netplan. So I'll open this file and I'll show it to you. How does this file look like? So you can see this. By default, in this file, you can see the default configurations whenever you have not set up anything. So this file will be usually having this 3 lines. This indicates that you are currently rendering on the network manager, which means you're dependent on the network manager to set up an IP address for you. And if you have an DHCP setup as well, then you can set up this configuration where you are trying to set the machine saying that we'll be using Ethernet, which NIC card of Ethernet, which is ENP0S5, and then DHCP version 4. Are you going to set it up to yes or no? So in case of DHCP, you can mark it to yes. But we are not using network manager and not the DHCP. We will be using from scratch. So you can just see how does this file look like. So currently this file says that on the interface ENP0S5, we have DHCP is disabled, and these are the 2 IP addresses range what you can see. One is 10.211.55.12/24. Then another one is 192.168.1.1/24. And the routes that we have to define the routes, because this is how the traffic is going to traverse to our machine, right? So the default route what we have set up is via 10.211.55.1. And the name servers, if you remember, in the DNS we talked about the name servers, which means the servers which provides the IP addresses to the host machines, right? For example, google.com. Google.com certainly have an IP address 4.4.4.4 or 8.8.8.8. It could be anything. So currently we are using the DNS servers as a name server. These are the 2 entries that we have set up in our file, 8888 and 1111. So let's save this file. And after this, you can run this command called sudo netplan apply. What does this command do is basically it tries to apply the changes whatever you have made inside this configuration file. Okay. Now you can see via IP link show, just to see, okay, this is the interface that we have. This interface is currently up, state is up. And if you want to see the IP address, then you can see IPA command that we have already discussed in the previous chapter as well. On this interface, there are 3 IPs. One is this, and another one is this. We'll be talking about shortly what is this IP and how did it come. So these are the 2 IPs which are coming from the netplan configuration files. Okay. There is one more command, basically you can do netplan try. So this, what it does is on the fly it tries to make sure that the settings that you have done is correct or not. If you are sure that the settings whatever you have updated in the configuration file is correct, then you can press enter. Otherwise you can skip it as well. So this will just to kind of lively try the netplan configuration whatever you have set up without setting it up so without applying it. So you can just try it out. After that, we can just see about the configurations, and we can manually add the IP address as well when and where required for you. So I'll show the command how to add an IP address via netplan manually. If you don't want IP address to be fetched from the configuration files, and then you can set up IP address manually on the host machine. So there is a command called sudo ipaddr, then add, and then you can tell the IP address. Let's say this is a range, and then which device, ENP0S5. So you can add the IP address like this. And similarly, there is a command, you can delete the IP address. Via this command, you'll be able to delete the IP address. and it will help you to remove if there is any IP address which is configured on the interface. So you don't have to, like, always, as I said, that you don't have to remember the command. You can take the reference, you can just note down, and then later you can use whenever it's required or needed, right? About the applications apply and the try, we have already seen it. Now let's talk about the system manager. So there is a command to identify the status of the network manager. So currently we see systemctl, we will be talking shortly as well in this chapter or next chapter. This is the utility which helps us to identify or find out the status of any any tool which is running on the Ubuntu machine or not. Any Linux, you can say systemctl is a standard command. So currently we are seeing the status for the network manager is running. And if it is stopped, which means then only the configuration setup is done by the netplan. If this is also running, there are chances that you see a file which is already created with the network manager, or it's just running, but it is not basically hosting any IP address or having any IP address configured. But when we see this command etc netplan directory, if you see this directory, you see there is one more file called ntnm. This is nothing but a network manager. So whenever the network manager is enabled or running and we try to set up the IP address via network manager, it automatically creates this file, this YAML file, which has the similar information what our init file has it. So this is another file which I create a backup. Backup is required when, let's say, later if you want to take a reference from the file, you can set it up and then change it. But let's review this file, the content, what it has it. Okay, netplan 90. Okay, so this is clearly saying that we are currently using network manager. These are the 3 IP addresses range. These are the name servers, the routes that you have to define, and the network manager name and its UUID. After that, IP addressing methods, and if you are using manual, then you can use manual, otherwise let it be. And if you want to set up a proxy, then you can set up a proxy. The references for the configuration for the proxy, you can find it on the Google and then set it up according to your ease. I'm just trying to show up here how do you set up the network manager and how do you apply the changes. So currently the status is already running. If it is stopped, then you can start the network manager using systemctl start network manager command. It will ask for the sudo password. Okay, and if you want to stop it, you can stop it. Okay, now if you see the status, it will be showing as stopped, inactive, which means it is not currently being used. Okay, so nmcli is the command which basically helps network manager identify if the service is running or not, or if it has any IP address which is assigned via the network manager. So nmcli is you can understand like this, it's a shortcut of network manager CLI command. It's a utility which helps to identify if the connection is enabled or not, if it is active or not, for the network manager. So what if we restart or start the network manager? Later if you run nmcli, you will definitely see the connections because the network manager is currently in the running state. I'll show the status as well. Again, it's in the running state. And after that we see, okay, there are 2 interfaces. One is netplan enps. So it says that, okay, you have an interface already with the name netplan, and then there's a UUID. It's a unique identifier ID. Then it's of Ethernet type, and then device name is enp0s5. So device, it's a device type file, which has the networking configurations there. And second one is a loopback, which always every machine has the loopback address 127.0.0.1. Okay, so this is how you can see the network manager. After that, what if you want to set up a static IP via an MCLI? So there are commands that you can run. An MCLI connection mod I'm just taking the reference of the command, and you can also take a note, but you don't have to always remember whatever the command is. So let's say I am trying to set up another, since I have already set up one network manager, netplan enp 0s. Let's change this for this time and say enp 0s5. Okay, the connection name basically, and then let's say ipv4 dot address and 172.16.2.2, okay, /24. Okay, it says unknown connection. No worries, you can modify the connection whatever we have existing. So netplan, and okay, this is enp 0s5. okay, now let's see this CLI connection show. Okay, fine. Now let's do one more thing. Let's try to add a gateway as well. NMCLI connection mod netplan 5, then IPv4 dot gateway and 172.16.1. okay, let's add a DNS as well. Netplan enp0 IPv4 dot DNS. Let's see 4.4.4.4. that's it. After that we can set up the method. Okay, IPv4 method manual, because we are setting up this manually, that's why the method I'm choosing is the manual. And after that NMCLI connection up and then connection name, which is netplan enp0. So now you see there is one connection which is successfully activated. Okay, this is the activation path it has chosen from the network manager location. Now let's review if we have any file created or another entry in the same location file which has been added. Let's try this, opening up. So now you can see this connection timestamp. This is the connection that I am trying to add, 162.16.2.2. okay, this is the gateway for this connection. It's a manual connection, and there is one more entry for DNS has been added. So and then this is already, the roots were already created. This is a new entry that we have seen which has been added after the making changes. So you can make changes n number of times you would want to using network manager. So these are the commands, you can just modify the connection and set up the IP addresses and their methods and stuff, and then you can just make sure that run the network manager restart command to update those configurations by the network managers. So yeah, so these are the two changes. Now we see that third one has been removed because we started using the network manager, so it is taking the configurations from the network manager. Okay, all right. So now how do you verify the active interfaces? So there is a command called addr show. This will show you, or IPA as well. You will be able to see that address. How do you identify what all interfaces and what all IP addresses information are there? Then you can ping on the DNS that we have set up, if it is going through or not. Okay, currently it's not going through. Let me check the Wi-Fi that is there. Maybe we need to switch off the network manager settings, so we can do this. Connection systemctl stop network manager service. Okay, or let's say sudo netplan apply. Now you will be able to ping. Okay, it's not connecting. No worries, there might be some connection issues, but once you have the internet connected, you should be able to get the ping packets, ICMP packets returning from that IP address. Let's try to ping the local machine and see if it gets connected. Okay, it's connecting, going through. All right, what if on this machine 192.168.1.1, that is also going through. Let's try the netplan command to try it out. Okay, no worries. We will also validate what is the changes that has been done in the netplan configurations, if in case there is any. Okay, so this looks good. Fine. After that, we will see that we have already identified, okay, what is the interface of the device which has the connection stability, and then we can verify, okay, this is the connection name netplan enp0s5 via this command nmcli. Then let's try to use both. So as we have already seen, so we just have to start the service here, systemctl start. Okay, so once we start this, you must be seeing that there are two files which are already present inside netplan directory. One is 50 cloud init and one is 90 nm. So both are representing that we have netplan as well as network manager, both are running, and they are running in parallel and having the IP addresses information assigned successfully. Okay, so but it's always recommended to have one interface, a utility to set up the interfaces and configure the IP addresses. The reason being, there might be chances that it will create a conflict and it will not, able to communicate to the internet as well sometimes. So because the conflict will create for the interface, that it is the traffic which is going through. So if that interface is not being able to capture the traffic for some reason due to the conflict, so sometimes we might face such issues. So but yeah, should be aware about how do you set up the configurations. There are two ways. Netplan is one way, another way is via network manager, and then you are aware about the files both are present inside etc netplan directory. And whenever you start the network manager service, automatically a file which is created in the YAML format. So YAML is a kind of a good format. So usually in DevOps things, we see YAML is the common file, what Terraform uses or some other utility which uses. So that's how the indentation of the file and the data which is stored inside those YAML files are being captured. So it's a good way of representing things. So that's why most of the things and configurations are being stored in the YAML these days. So you should get familiar with the YAML and how does it look like. So that is about it. So now let's talk about SSH. So SSH and what is a remote login. So you might have seen so far, if you are working in any industries where you have a user account locally on your machine, but for the company servers and stuff, you have the machine which is remotely located. The machine could be located at anywhere. Let's say you are logging from the Mumbai region and you want to connect to the Canada. That machine has a remote access to you, which means that with your user, you should be able to directly access to that machine. There are ways to set up the authentications. Let's say, for example, sometimes you can set up via IP addresses, passwords. Sometimes you can set up just by passing the keys, which are the public and private keys, so that you should not be able to always ask for the passwords. Once you have the authorization fingerprint saved at the remote machine, you should be able to access the remote machine in no goal. So that is how the usage of SSH basically works on port number 22. It's a secure shell. Secure shell means we are providing users a facility where they can access the remote machine via a secure channel or a way, how do they communicate. So in the PPT as well, you can see here that there is a machine and there is a firewall. So usually firewall or a forward proxy can be there up front of the machine, client machine, and then there is a cloud which represents the internet. So the traffic is going via the firewall or a proxy, going to the internet, and then after that it is setting up there is a SSH server somewhere located in the public internet, which is the remote login machine, and then which runs usually on the port number 22, and then it's trying to create a connection from the client machine which is behind the firewall. So that is how kind of a representation. And then sometimes people prefers to create the tunnel as well, so which basically stores the secure tunneling the way a client wants to communicate and connect to the machine. So there is a way to set up a tunnel as well. In this chapter we'll be talking about how to set up SSH. We will see the hands-on, what are the commands and how to set up, and what are the configuration files similar to what we did in the network managers. As such, also you can do the same things, like you can see the configuration file for the SSH. If the utility is not installed on your machine, then you can use apt-get command to download the utility, and then the configuration file will be there. After that, we will be seeing how to create public and private keys using SSH keygen command, which will help you to create your own key pair, and then you can set up the public key to the internet, and then you can authenticate via the private key. So we will see as such things. So let's go to the machine. So this is kind of a good hands-on where we have a two machine. One is a server machine. So you can see currently this is server machine 2. I have one more machine which is a client machine. So we will do the SSH from the client machine onto the server machine. Just want to see if the SSH is running and how we can communicate to it, right? So let's log into the client machine as well. Okay, let's see. Currently I'm logged in with the parallel user. Okay, and let's just move this window here a little. Okay, yeah, fine. So if you don't have the SSH installed, you can use this command sudo apt install OpenSSH server. Since it says that OpenSSH server is already at the latest version, so you don't have to install it again. That's fine because I have already set up this, but in case for yourself, if you have not done the SSH download and you have not set it up, so you can use this command to update or install the OpenSSH utility. After that, we will see the status for SSH command. So systemctl status is SSH. Currently the SSH is running on this machine, and it is running since 22 hours ago. So on 15 January it started running, and then after that the service is currently running on port number 22, the listening port. After that it's tells about the some of the information about the SSH, and it has some logs and stuff. You can see it. Accepted password for Himanshu user. I was trying to set up and connect via Himanshu user. So yeah. Now if you don't have it running, and you can start the service via the same command, sudo systemctl start SSH. Okay, then you should be able to see the status of this service which is in running state. Okay, after that, if you want your SSH to be always up, you can do systemctl SSH enable. So this commands basically enable the, after reboot of your machine, what happens is by default the configuration goes away, which means it is not active, the service is not in the running state after the machine is boot up. So it's always recommended to have this option enabled. So what it does is, whenever the machine will be booted, automatically the service will be up and running, so that you will not see any type of a glitch when the user will try to communicate via SSH. The reason being, see, there is always a cluster. It's not like a single node which is running on SSH and then you are trying to connect to that single node. There is always a cluster of multiple nodes. What if one cluster node goes down and then other one is also active? So at the same time your connection can go to the different node via the load balancer, and then that node will be able to connect, right? So what if the the node which is in the reboot state and the SSH service is not up? So it's always an add-on for the admin to enable the service or start the service whenever the machine gets boot up. So that's why this is like no human intervention required. Whenever this system gets boot up, after that automatically the service is running. So this is the command systemctl enable, and after that whatever the service network manager or SSH or netplan, whatever you want to have it, you can just have it up. So we have set up for the boot level. Now let's talk about the configuration files. So all the configuration files are mostly stored in the etc directory that we have already discussed in the previous chapter of our file hierarchy systems in the Linux, right? So etc sshd _config. So this is the file which is the default file for the SSH configuration. So there are a few options which you need to enable. One is you can set permit root login no. What does it mean is that for the root user we never allows to connect to the remote machines. The reason being, root user is not recommended. So whenever any user wants to go, so the user has a private key and then communicates via the public and private authentication to the remote server. Why do you need the root? So root is never required, but in case you need a super user privileges after logging onto that remote machine, you can always switch user, right? So the su command you can always perform, and then you can switch from the normal user to the root user. But default to create a public and private key configurations for the root is never recommended. So you should always set this permit root login no. After that, there is another configuration I have enabled, public key authentication yes. Okay, authorized files, this is the file where all the authorized public keys are stored at the server. So currently stores in this location. We will see that location. What does this file looks like? Okay, now let's see it here parallelly. Let's just zoom it up. Okay, now what if sudo vim etc ssh authorized keys. Okay, so now you can see that this is how the file look like. So there is one user which is public key already enabled or present in the authorized keys file, because I have already tested this as such. So this is the public key and this is the email address basically the user gave while creating the key formats. So this is using SSH RSA is an algorithm how this key is being encrypted, and then once the user provides its private key, it allows user to basically authenticate to the machine. So this is that file. After that we will see password authentication yes, which means that we are also giving an option to the user for authenticating using passwords. If you set up this no, which means that password authentication will be restricted, only the key authentication will be enabled in case you have set up public key authentication to yes. If you don't set up it to yes also, in that case as well you will not be able to authenticate via either of these methods. Then there are some configuration about the Kerberos if you are using and stuff, X1 forwarded gateway ports and stuff. So all these things are not needed. So these are the two configurations, and the port number also by default port number is port 22. So these are the important configuration which are required, and I have showed it up to you just to see which is minimalistic required for the SSH to set up and configure. Now we will also see firewall rules in case there is any firewall rule which is enabled for SSH. So we will so there is a utility called ufw allow. We will say this. Okay, the utility is not there. Okay, We'll see this later, though not a problem. But let's try to authenticate to this machine. So currently I am at the client 1 and I want to do SSH. Okay, so first I'll show you the user that it has it. So I'm currently switching to the user called Star Agile. Okay, so Star Agile user is there. This is the IP address of this machine. Okay, now let's check the IP address of this machine as well. This is the IP address of this machine. Before authenticating via SSH, we just need to make sure that the machine should be able to basically communicate between each other. If the communication is not there, then you will not be able to communicate or do the SSH login. So I'll just try to see if I'm able to ping to this IP from my client machine, because I have changed the IP settings via network manager. So I'm not sure if it will work. I doubt it will work. It is not able to connect, right? Because the IP addresses of this machine is in 10 series, and similarly for this also was in 10 series before setting up the network managers, because that is how the parallel desktop utility gives the IP bridging and creates it up. So let's see if we can make some changes in the some file. And what this thing is there. Let's delete this. Okay. I'll just remove network manager configuration files. Okay. Now sudo stop this sudo netplan apply. Okay, now it has come back to that IP, and now we will try to ping to this IP 10.211.55.12. okay, now we have the communication which is stable and connected client to the server machine, which is good because that is very important. So usually since all these remote machines are hosted in the internet, VPNs and stuff, so nothing to worry about. That is already being checked and configured by the admin, whoever is going to set up the SSH. So now let's try to authenticate to this user onto the server machine. Just make sure that at the server side also the user should be created. So let's see if we are able to find out. Okay, so now we see the user is there, but it has not logged in and stuff, so we are not seeing any entries. Another way to verify is you can check etc passwd grep for Star Agile. Okay, so the entry for the Star Agile user is present. Okay, now how do you connect? You have to say SSH is the utility, after that username Star Agile @ and server IP address or host name. In case you have resolution of host to the server, then it's good to have a host name or IP address, whatever you can just configure. Okay, so it has given me this prompt. So this prompt says I am able to connect. Now it's asking me how do you want to pursue. Basically it's asking me, are you sure you want to continue the connection? If you are say yes, which means your fingerprint identity will be shared and will be shared across the server, and you should be able to communicate. So let's say yes, and it's asking for the password. Let's try to give the password of Star Agile user at my server. Okay, so currently if you are seeing, so this is a password based authentication. It's not a key based, because it's asked for the password. It should not ask for the password if you have a key based authentication. And currently I am at my server. Okay, you see this is the server IP, and similarly you see this is server IP 10.211.55.12. okay, this is my client IP. Wait, let me do this. Connection is closed. 12. Let's try to connect to 12. Okay, now it's connected to 12. So this is the server IP. So that is how you can initiate a connection via SSH command. Okay, let me close the connection and let's see. What if you try to do a search from here, *agile@. Okay. All right. So now it asks for the password. The reason being it asks for the password because from currently you are logged in with the parallel user. So you should go to the *agile first, and then from that user you should be able to communicate to the *agile user which is present at the host at the server machine. Let's review the configuration for *agile user at the server machine. Okay, so this currently I'm logged in with *agile user. Okay, now let's verify its keys. Alright, so there are two keys which are present. So I might have created previously these two keys and have already added and setting up in this machine. That's why you are seeing two keys are present. But let's try to create a key from scratch and then let's try to enable it. So for that there might be one more user which is created. So there is a user called testing SSH. Okay. All right. Let's see if this user has any authorized keys or not. It does not have any authorized keys file itself, which means the SSH was never set up for this user. So we will try to set it up. Let's quit from *agile and switch to testing SSH. Okay. Okay, we are logged in with the testing SSH. All right, if you want to see if the SSH keys are present or not, so there is a directory in your home directory. So currently I'm just checking the home directory of testing SSH user, and there is a hidden folder called SSH. So there is no such file or directory created because we have never tried to set up the SSH keys. So now let's try to set up SSH keys on the client machine, and we will be shifting that public key to the remote machines so that via private key which client represents, and then we'll be able to authenticate. So first let's try to use key generation. So there is a command called SSH keygen command. You can create and encrypt the key with whatever the algorithm. So I'm using RSA here, and I'm choosing 4096 bytes, and email address you can choose any email address. Let's say I give testingSSH@gmail.com. Okay. Yeah, so once you execute this command, basically it tries to create a public private key pair. It says where you want to save this key file. So usually it creates and save it in your home directory. So for testing SSH, the home directory is /home/testing SSH. Then there is a hidden directory called SSH. Inside that with the name ID_RSA. So the private key always being stored with the name ID_RSA, and the public key stores with name ID_RSA.pub. Wherever you see .pub, that represents the public key. Okay. It's asking me for any passphrases you want to set for the key. I don't want to create any passphrase because again it will ask me for the password for the key decryption. So what is the point of having a key when we want to avoid that password based authentication, and not the passphrases also. Though using passphrase can give you a facility where you can have an add-on security on top of your keys. So for now I'll just leave it empty. Just click enter, and then it says okay, the key fingerprint is generated. Your public key is stored inside this. You see the public representation called .pub, and then this is a private key. This is the key structure, and this is the email address that I have stored it. So let's verify. Actually, in our home directory, these two files are automatically created. Fine. Now we will try to copy this key to the remote machine, because without copying the public key, we will not be able to authenticate to the remote server. So we have to do the SSH copy. But before that, for our sake of understanding, let's try to attempt the SSH and see what is the error we get. Okay, to the remote server 12. Okay. Let's try to do this. Okay, it allows me to authenticate. The reason being, it is chosen the method called password based. So we have to disable that password based method as well. So let's try to disable in this SSD configuration and go to this. Let's search. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'll say to no. Okay, now let's sudo systemctl restart SSH. Okay, now let's try to attempt it again. Okay, it's able to authenticate. It should not be. We have let's disable this, let's comment it. Let's verify if there is anything else. Okay, looks good. So no changes. Let's try to save this file and restart the SSH service again. Okay, now let's try to log in testing SSH on this. Interesting. It should not be. Anyways, we'll see that as well. And meanwhile, let's try to log in via SSH keys rather than with the password. So to do that, what you have to do is, currently I'm at the client machine. There is a command called SSH copy ID, then your SSH key wherever it is present and wherever you want to copy. So I want to copy with testing SSH at the rate server IP, which is 10.211.55.12. Okay, so it's asking me for the password. Okay, all right, I've given it, and now you see, now try logging into machine with this and check, make sure that only the keys you wanted were added. So before this, let's log. So this is server, and on the server machine you see this, I don't have any other file other than authorized keys, because the key pair I have created on the client machine, not on the server machine. So on the server machine, only authorized keys file is there. If we try to read the content of it, you will see. Okay, so this is the key which I just created from the client machine with this email address testing@gmail.com using RSA as algorithm, and this is my public key. Okay, if you want to compare, you can compare as well. Like, how do you do this? You can just try to read id_rsa.pub. If you read this, this is as it is, you find it here. So that means it's a public key. Okay, now let's try to authenticate whatever it says. Okay, copy and paste. See this, it is not asking you for passwords or anything or passphrases, because the key passphrase is currently empty and there is no password which has been set up. So we are directly logging or authenticating to the server via SSH keys. So that is a usage and advantage of using keys, and that's how in the industry, lively we log into any of the remote machines where the password is not required. Using SSH keys, you can directly log into the machines. So it's kind of an easy way to set up this and then log into the machine, and whatever you would want to achieve in order to upgrade the packages on the server or some make changes on the server, it's better that you do it via the user. The reason being, then on the server, which user is doing what, you server admin can definitely monitor it and can see, okay, W is a command which tells what all users are currently logged into this machine. So there are two users which are currently logged in. One is parallel user that we are seeing here, already logged into this server machine. Another one is the testing as such user. He is logged in from this machine. So these all logs are usually stored in the files where admins and anybody can see the things what this user is doing and what all configurations he's changing or she's changing, or what all updates this user is doing. So we can track down those things as well. So this is kind of easy and good to see, okay, just to read about and make changes whatever you would want to. So that's how SSH basically let you authenticate via keys to the remote machines. And for example, like you would want to just read the content. So I'll just show for the testing. Let's log into, I think I have it here. Yeah. Where is my pwd? Okay, there is no file. Let's try to create file called test, directory test. Okay. I'm just trying to, okay, it's not taking this way, some other way. Anyway, so there are two files which are present inside test directory. Now from the client machine, I want to read the file or read the directory what all files are present on my remote machine without logging to that remote machine and do the ls. I just want to do it directly via SSH. So I can do like this: SSH testing user @ okay. So it is showing me the content of here. So whatever the content you are seeing here, it is showing me up here, right? So you can see the colors here. So the colors will be just a white here. Here the colors are blue because this is a real machine where we have currently logged in, and the directory's color will always be in blue default. For the file, it's always been white. So you see these are the two files which are present on my remote machine, and similarly from my client machine I can see these files as well. So this is the advantage. You can use SSH to read the content of the file. What if you want to copy files between SSH and locations? So let's say I'll create here test1.txt. okay. This is a test file. I want to copy it to my remote machine. So you can use command scp, then remote file location, and then your username. Sorry, scp test1, then username. /home /testing message. Okay, so now you see that the remote file is being copied over to this machine. Currently there is no such file called test.txt, but as soon as I do ls again, I should be able to see there is another file. And if you read the content test1.txt, so the file has been copied over. So this is the advantage of using scp command to basically copy over the content from the client machine to the remote machine. So that is how you can copy. Then from remote to local also you can do like scp testing ssh @211.55.12. So this syntax you don't have to remember, but yeah, you should be aware about how to it's quite simple as well. Like you just have to provide the remote location then this is a remote location. On that remote location, which file you want to copy. So let's say I want to copy this file 2.txt. So you can use file 2.txt and then this thing where you want to copy to the current directory. So now if you do ls, this file is copied over. So that is how you can copy from the remote machine to local machine and from local machine to the remote machine. Now there is one thing called port forwarding. So port forwarding is basically being used. Let's say there is a remote server, okay, which is running. Let's say Apache Web Services is running on that server. You want to communicate and read the content for that server. You can use it via the IP address of that server and the port 80, and should be able to load the content of that web server. But what if you want to read the content on your local machine, on your local client machine with your own port, random port, let's say 8888 or 8080. So how do you do that? So you can port forward that your local port to the remote server port, so that you should be able to access the same content whatever is hosted on that remote port, which is 80, on your local port. So but before doing that, let's try to access if there is anything on that local that remote machine running or not. So I'll just show it up to you. Okay, so currently this is on this IP on port 80, web service is running, which has a content called welcome to StarGel web server. Okay, what if I want to, instead of using this port 80, I want to use my local host and 8080. So how do I do that? So for that you have to do the port forwarding. So there is a command called sh-L, which port you want to forward of your local to the remote. So you let's say 8080, then local host and the remote server, and testing sh 211.55.12. okay, all right, so now you have forwarded the port. Now let's try to do this localhost and 8080. Okay, let's localhost 8080. You should be able to load the same content, or you can use 127.0.0.1 colon 8080. Okay, what if we don't do the port forwarding? So let's exit that port forwarding connection, and now you try to load the same content. Currently it's coming from the cache, but or it is somewhere. What if I want to say, let's say 8081, there is nothing, no, it's not able to connect. But what if you want to communicate to 8081? So you can do this, and now if you go here, and then you should be able to communicate. So that's how you can forward the port of your local machine to the remote machine, so that basically it is doing this on local machine 8081 port is linked to the remote machine port 80. So and you are able to access the web services, web server, you know, the website, whatever the content it is, you are able to list that from your local machine. Okay, after that you can just if you want to exit the connection, that we have already seen, exit is a command. So once you exit it, and then it basically locks out the connection from the remote server, and then you can verify, okay, currently you are on the client machine, not on the server machine. So yeah, so that's about about SSH in this chapter. So let's talk about the file transfers. What are the ways to transfer the file from a remote machine to the client machine? As we have already discussed about SSH, so we'll be using SCP. SCP is nothing but it uses SSH under the hood in order to transfer the file from a remote server to the client machine, or from the client to remote. There is another utility called SFTP, which is more interactive in terms of transferring files, and you can run things on shell. So it's kind of an interactive shell. It provides you that platform where you can copy from location 1 to location 2, as well as you can interactively execute commands like ls or pwd and stuff, right? So you can do on the way shell, interactive shell itself. So that's what SFTP gives. Then rsync is another command that we'll be talking about, which will be more of syncing the directories and files both. Then we'll be talking about some firewalls and security stuff, for example, UFW and IP tables. So you can see here IP tables is kind of a way to basically secure your services and secure your communications to the services. So it's kind of an additional security. For example, do you want to allow people to access your website and for what port, and you want to block connections from a particular port and IP address, you can do all such of securities. So these are the files you can see in the PPT that there are rules. You should always save the rules in order to reuse them or export and import, so you can use any of it. And then best practices also I have written here. We can start with the UFW starting, and then because UFW is the front end of your IP tables, and whatever the changes you do via UFW will be stored in the IP tables itself, so we can see that. So yeah, let's talk about syncing first and see how does SCP and SFTP works. So let me go to my machine. This is my client, this is my server machine. Let me log in. Okay. Yeah. So let's check if we have any SCP SSH setup here. So we have already discussed that SSH in the previous chapter, right? So we have seen SSH is already there. And let's try to rebrush our skills where we copy from a remote to the client machine. So let me also log into the client machine as well. Okay. So I'm currently logged in with SSH testing SSH user, which we'll be using for sharing the contents of the files and stuff. So let's rebrush this. So I'll just try to create a directory called testing. Okay, then I will create files inside testing.txt. Okay, let's do this way. Okay, and this is a testing file. Okay, and you can write anything to it, and then I will save it. Let's try to read the content of the file. Testing file1.txt. We have the contents over here. I want this file to be present on my remote server. So see, why do we need all these things is remember the use case. I'll just try to recall this and tell you. So what happens is usually whenever you make any modifications to the remote server, so when we say server, which means something which is publicly on the public internet serving something to the customers, right? So we don't want to touch any such configurations which can break certain things. So what we do is we always prefer to make changes locally on the machine, and then after that you can upload the changes to the server itself. So the better way to do it using these sync commands and two utilities, what it does is from the local machine, whatever you have already tested and stuff, and if it is working fine for you, then you can just directly copy it over to the server. So just think like this. It's not like a journal file that we do copy over, but it's more of a configuration related stuffs, or more of something of a complex operations related to some sort of a service that we make changes, and those file we would want to copy it on the server. So that is a enterprise level use case is what users do, right? So but here we are just seeing the testing how to do that. If you know how to copy over files from the remote location to the local, or from the local to remote locations, you can copy over any of the files, any configurations and stuff. So the pattern is same, the commands are same, it's just that the use cases I have told you about why do we need all these things. So let's try to copy this file. So we will use SCP. Okay, I'll use file1.txt, and after that let's say *agile, my user name on the remote machine. Let me just check the IP as well of my server. Okay, sure. Where did it go? Let's just try to see if it did go or not. It did not go, because usually we should see the bytes transferred message. So I'll just say here it'll ask for the password. Okay, permission denied. Okay. Testing SSH. That okay. Yeah, the reason being we are trying to use user as *agile, which should not be the case. We should use user called as testing as such, because from here, because so the reason being you got this error because you were trying to do the SSH using *agile user, and you were trying to access the home directory of testing SSH user, which definitely should not be able to have the access, because we discussed in the permission chapters where usually a user who owns that home directory should be able to access it by default, otherwise root should be able to access it, but none other users are able to access the home directory of any other user. That's the reason you got this permission denied error. Now we'll correct the username and then try to transfer the file, and now you see file1.txt is 100% uploaded with the speed of 37 kbps in runtime, let's say milliseconds, and let's verify it here. I will switch to testing SSH. Okay, and let's see, file1.txt is present. Let's try to read the content. And yeah, there you go. You are able to successfully copy over the files from your client machine to the remote machine. Now let's try to do a use case where on the server you do certain modifications or a file which you would want to modify locally. So how do you do that? You cannot just copy paste Control C Control V from the remote to the local, right? So it's always recommendable to use commands like scps, a utility which let you download the file from the remote machine. Once you have downloaded, you can make the modification and then upload it back, right? So let's say I'll create a file called some configuration, let's say, config.yaml. Okay. App service v1 type manual host localhost and IP, say local IP, something like that. For example, I've just created a dummy config file. Okay, now I want this file to be copied over from the remote machine to the local machine. Basically, I'm just trying to download the file. So what I'll do is test scp testing SSH @ 25.12 config.yaml where you want to copy or download in the present directory. There it is. So it has successfully downloaded the config file. Now if you want to read it, you can just read it like this. So this is a use case we covered using SCP. Now let's talk about SFTP. So SFTP gives, like, it's kind of a FTP server which is more secure, which is using SSH under the hood. So that's so in usual enterprises, everybody uses FTP servers to download, it creates a repository kind of a thing, and then from their repository you can wget the command to download the stuff, or you can put it via put command. So stuff like that you can perform. So we will set up SFTP server and see how to use it. So first of all, let's try to see if you have the SFTP created or not. So for that, SSH is mandatory, which means when I say SSH is mandatory, I meant open SSH - server package should be there, since it is already downloaded, because we have already set up the SSH. That is good. Now after that, we will say verify if SSH service is running. Yes, it is running. That is good. All right. Now let's try to make some modifications which is required for SFTP to work. Okay, so what are the configuration which is required? One configuration is this one: match group SFTP users, chroot, and then force command. So this entry is needed because whenever you try to authenticate via SFTP user, so it requires this configuration so that you can log in via SFTP. So that is needed. Once you have done this, after that you can just save it. Okay, I'm not saving it because I already have this configuration in my machine. And after that you need to make sure the SFTP group is created. So this is the group SFTP users. Let's verify. TC group. Okay, so SFTP users group is already being created on my server. Okay, that is good. If you have not created the group, then you have to use command sudo group add SFTP users. Okay, so you have to do this. After that you have to do you have to create or modify a user called SFTP user and associate this user to this group. So if you remember or recall our group chapters where we talked about, this is nothing but a secondary group. So for SFTP user, the secondary group is SFTP users. Okay, if you have not done this configuration, so you have to make changes. Sudo user modify -m -g which group SFTP users and which shell you would want, bin sh or bin bash. Let's say I say bin bash, and then SFTP user. Okay, right. So sudo user mode. Okay, so this is for user add command. Since this user is already existing, so we can try to delete this del user. Okay, and now let's create this user again. Okay, so this is already exists because we did not delete the home directories and other files from that user. Not copying any files from Skell, or it's not copying any of the bash rc and profile files because it is already existing. That is fine, no worries. After that, once you do this, whenever, so this is the case when I already had the user and I deleted it without deleting the home directories and contents. But in case you don't have any user created for SFTP, you have to create a user. When you do this, you will not see all these warnings because you will be creating a fresh user in that case. So first we created the group. After that we are creating a user and then modifying that user for the primary group called SFTP users. Okay, after that let's change the password for passwd SFTP user. Okay, I'll set the password. Okay, password set. After that you have to make some changes in the ownership of the SFTP user home directory. So you need to set the group ownership and user ownership and group ownership to root. Okay, that is done. After that you have to change the permission as well, 755 /home SFTP users. So you don't have to remember all these commands, the steps. You can just Google it up and then find the steps how to do this. It's just that the idea you should understand, what are we trying to do? Basically, we are trying to set up the ownership. We are trying to make permission changes 755, which means others should only be having permission to execute and read, because read is for 4 and execute means 1. Okay. After that, you create a directory called home SFTP. Let's see if you already have a directory. Since I already had the user created, so so you have to create a directory called uploads. Okay, so you can just do sudo mkdir and then the location and then uploads. Once you do that, after that you have to make the changes of the ownership. Sudo chown SFTP user SFTP users /home and uploads. Okay, now you want to verify, you can do this SFTP user and uploads. So you see, for dot the ownership of this directory is SFTP user, the group ownership is SFTP users, okay, and this user has a secondary group called this, okay. So that, and it has some files and contents which I had already tested. That's the reason you are seeing this contents present already in the home directory, okay. Now let's restart systemctl restart as such. So for SFTP, you don't have to, there is no particular service for SFTP, only SSH is required. So the open SSH server is the package which is mandatory or need to be installed. Once you do that, only changes you have to do is in the sshd_config file, you have to add an entry for SFTP. Then you have to create a user, and then you have to associate the user home directory with certain permissions and the ownership and the group ownership. Once you do that, after that you should be able to successfully execute or access the interactive shell of SFTP. Once you do that, let's try to do SFTP from the client machine. So let's log in and let's say SFTP storage child TP user. Okay. SFTP user. It's saying permission denied. We will see in a bit. Let's try to log in from here. SFTP user @12. Okay, so from this machine I am able to connect to my SFTP server which is running on the same machine, and currently you see it saying connected, and this prompt you are seeing it's for SFTP. Now if I do ls, I can see directory which I created previously. So this is basically accessing location /home/SFTP user/uploads, and let's go to uploads, and then ls, you can see the files and contents present. So that is how interactively you can access. From the remote machine also you should be able to access. First let's just let's check if you are that should be fine actually. 55.12. okay, the connectivity is there. Okay, the spelling mistake is there. SFTP user. Yeah, now you're connected from the client machine to the remote server. So now you can access the same stuff and then read the contents from any of the client machine. So usually whenever, so it's kind of a repository. You can understand SFTP is a secure FTP. It's using FTP server, file transfer protocol, that server, for transferring the files from the remote to the local. But it is a good way where you can see the interactions. It has a prompt, it has a shell and stuff. You can execute commands. So this is the difference between normal SCP and the SFTP, because normal SCP does not give you such interactive shell prompts where you can execute ls commands on the remote server and then you try to download. So you should remember which file you want to download or which file you want to upload, right? But in this case you can see, oh yeah, there are 3 files, I want this file to be downloaded. So then you can just download this file, or you can put from your local thing. So let's say you want to download this test.txt to local machine. So then you can say /home/testing as such. Okay, see, from this machine SFTP, since we have already logged into the remote server, from the remote server, this file, I want to download the file to this location, home testing SSH, and I'm able to fetch it. What if I try to star agile user? It says permission denied. Why do you think we are getting permission denied? Reason being, if you exit from this SFTP, we are currently logged in with testing SSH user. So you can think like this: from whatever user you are authenticating to SFTP, and then you're downloading stuff, and so you only have access to the same directory or location where you have currently logged in. So if you try something else, then it will not work for you, and you will not be having access to the respective locations. So this case, why you got permission denied? Because testing SSH user does not have access to home directory of star agile. If you want to download into home directory of star agile, you should first access the home directory of star agile, which means you should switch user to star agile, and then from here you should access SFTP. Okay, now let's go to uploads, and if you say get, I want to download test.txt to my home directory, and then it will work because you are currently logged in with the star agile, which definitely has access to its home directory, and that's how you should be able to download it. What if you want to put something on the remote location? You have already made some changes in the text file, and now let's say first we exit the connection. You have added this file test.txt. Now let's append something to, let's read what this file has it. Just one line called test. This is a test file. I want to append changes. Okay, and let's save it. Now again go back to SFTP. Okay, now say put star agile slash test.txt to where? Inside uploads. Slash home slash star agile, and then this should be, or this should work. Okay, you are unable to put it. Let's try to do this. Let's see if there is any other file. Test directory. Let's try to put slash home slash star agile test.txt to, for some reason we are getting permission denied. The reason may be because if you see this, let's switch to SFTP user and let's try to see the permission. That uploads. So currently on this directory, SFTP user should be able to write anything, read, write and execute it as it. And similarly for this also you should be able to do read write. So this is just a user name and the group ID. So it should work actually. Let's try with from this machine and see. Star agile
testing as such. Let's do this. Cat / testing one.file test file. Let's try to SFTP the rate. Put okay. I'm able to put test1.txt to the uploads location, uploads directory. So this must be something restricting us to upload because of the permission issues. So we should check that actually. Maybe it already had this file. So I'll try this. Let's do this. Let's rename this file test.txt to test_test.txt. Okay. Now let's connect again. And then let's try to put it test. Yeah, now it's able to do that. Maybe because this file was already present and it was unable to have the permissions to open this file. Definitely not, because only SFTP user and the root or the group has the access to edit anything in the uploads directory. So now once I change or rename the file test_test_txt and then using put command, you can upload anything onto the remote server. So this is how you can basically download and upload via SFTP. Now let's you can use bye command also to say goodbye from the SFTP shell, and then it'll exit your connection and then you can come back, or you can execute exit command. That also works the same way. So we have seen SCP and SFTP. Now let's talk about rsync, what rsync does. So rsync basically tries to sync the remote local to remote or remote to local, the directories and files, everything. So usually with SCP we see we can just upload files and stuff, but what about directories, right? So rsync can help you with that as well. So let's try to see some examples. First, let's say files. So from local to remote, what are files we have? We have, let's say we have this file. I'll create another file, another .text. This is another file. Okay, now let's try to do rsync another .text, and then *agile @ okay, so let's see, this is my server. Now switch back to *agile user. See, here also I have *agile user, and here also on my server has *agile user. This is the IP address. You can just make a difference by this IP address. All right, so this is my server. Now in the home directory, you see these are the files which are present. Now I want to sync another .txt onto the home directory of *agile user to the server machine. So I can just execute rsync command, and you see the output here. So there is another file called another.txt already synced with the rsync command. So if you read this, you can just sync this. So that is how you can sync the files actually. Now let's try to do some sync the directories or folders. So first let me create a folder called *agile. Okay, now I will try to sync this. Let me just create another file, test.txt. okay, rsync -bz. So this will basically zip it up and then sync it. V is for verbose, R is for all types. So rsync -ev z, then star agile, and then star agile @ /home / star agile. Okay, so it says that sending incremental file list, what all files it's sending inside test star agile, it's sending test.txt. So now let's do ls here, and when you do ls, you see star agile directory, which was not having before, has been synced via rsync command. So rsync can help you to sync basically the directories and files both. So if you see star agile, it has test.txt, so it has synced the complete folder itself, so this will help you. For example, the real use case I'll talk about, people use AWS CLIs where they would want to on any EC2 machines server, they want to sync the directories or they want to download the directories, so they can use rsync command for syncing the chunks of directories or bulk load of directories. So you can do bulk uploads and downloads via rsync command, so it will help you to sync basically from the remote machine. So that is the advantage of syncing using rsync command. And about these options, you can anyways read in rsync man rsync. It will tell you for all the versatile options whatever it is available for rsync command, so that you can read it. All right, so now let's talk about syncing from a remote location to local. So here also I'll create, let's say, remote location. Okay, okay, now let's do this rsync star agile @ 10.211.55.12 /home /star agile /remote location, where you want to sync it to the present directory. So now if I do this, I will be able to see remote location has already been synced from the remote server, and if I list the content, I should be able to see the content which is a file, remote file, which we created here, and then present it in the remote machine. So that is how you can download and upload via rsync, basically syncing from the remote to local and local to remote. So that is one way. So if we talk about the differences between all three, SCP is basically useful for just to copy the files. You can sync it from the remote to the local machine and from local to remote. Other way, rsync is basically being used for files and directories. It's kind of advanced version of what sync can do. Then we talked about SFTP, which can give you some sort of an interactive shell kind of a prompt where you can list down the directories and you can list the files, and then based on the choices you can download or you can upload the files whatever is present on the remote and local machines. So that is about the syncing the files. Now let's talk about the firewalls, and which is very important because when we talk about servers and services, so definitely we can restrict users to access those services and stuff. So how do you do that? You can use firewall to set it up. So first we will see UFW. So if you don't have that UFW package, so let me just see if I have it or not. So I'll just try to start or my systemctl sudo UFW enable. So it says UFW command not found. So why it says command not found? Because it does not have a package of UFW itself, which requires in order to enable it. So for that you need to download that package. So star agile on this machine, we are trying to download the package sudo apt install UFW. Okay. Let's download this package. Okay, now once the package is downloaded, after that you can enable. Okay, so it says firewall is active and enabled for on system startup. Okay, so enable means whenever system will boot up and then start up again, automatically this firewall will be enabled. If you want to check the status, you can just run command sudo ufw and then status. It will tell you it is active and it has currently these rules. Basically on port number 22, action which is deny from anywhere. So anywhere means anywhere in the world, anybody tries to access to this port, the action is denied. That is the first rule. So this first rule takes preferences on all the bottom rules. So in this case, if you try to access from anywhere in the world to this port 22, you should be able to get the deny message. So that is how you can see the status of it. Now let's talk about how do you enable the rules and stuff. So you can say sudo ufw allow sh. So you can update the rule and then you can see what it says. So it says 22 port TCP version 6, it's allowed from anywhere. Also this is anywhere, allowed from anywhere. But since this rule is on top, this will take the preferences. So you have to delete this rule, then only this rule will be in the preference, and then after that it will be applied. Okay, now how do you allow the specific services basically? So for that you can use command sudo ufw allow, let's say Apache full. So this will basically allow for service called Apache. It's a web services, the Apache package. So whatever the Apache has it will allow for IPv6 and IPv4 all from anywhere in the world. So anybody can access Apache and then should be able to use it. So this is a firewall rule. So let me just show, let's try to do SSH. Okay, I am able to do the search. Reason being, there might be some IP tables rules also updated. That's why it is getting allowed to access on the port number 22. Otherwise, if you look at just a UFW firewall, then it has a rule which says on port 22, anywhere in the world somebody will try to access it, it should get denied, right? Okay, so now let's talk about how to allow a traffic from a specific service. So from specific service you can use command sudo ufw and then allow from IP address. So this is how you can allow from anywhere from this IP address. So only this IP address, if you initiate any connection from this IP address to any of the service on this server, the access is allowed only for this IP address. Other than this IP address, everything is blocked. So for the students who are in the colleges and they have a firewall and stuff, right, they might be restricting certain websites to access it, right? So the reason being that the firewall rules are enabled. So for example, I'm just trying to explain here that only restrictive IP addresses must be having access to those particular web services to access it. Otherwise none other people should be able to access it. So those are the things. How do you do that? So via UFW, if you have access to the server, you can just review the logs and also the UFW if it is there enabled. Otherwise some other utility to enable the firewall. So there are various firewalls, open firewalls also available, so people can use that. So these are the rules. How do you set it up? Also, not for the Apache full, instead of that you could have set for particular website to access denied, otherwise for all other websites access allowed. So those are the changes that you can do anytime. So it's based on the understanding of what we are trying to do here is what I'm explaining. You can just take reference from Google and then for a particular website you can anytime allow or deny, you can just play around with it. After this IP address, we can see how to allow the IP and the port. So we can say UFW allow from let's say IP address .0.100 to any port. So now you see, from this IP, anybody from this IP comes to 80 port. So previous rule had anywhere, which means to any of the port, but now this is to respective to only 80 port. So 80 port, only this IP is allowed. So that's how you can set up the rules. And if you want to deny, so you can do this sudo ufw deny 23. So this will add a rule 23 deny from anywhere, and for IPv6 also from anywhere it's denied. Now let's check the verbose, which means the messaging, how it does. So you can say status and then verbose command. This will show you some detailing way of what does this mean: deny incoming, allow outgoing, disabled routed. So the profiles, and it is explaining deny in from anywhere, action, and then to. So this is how it is explaining the rules in details actually. So with the verbose option you can read it like this. After that, let's talk about some connection limit. So usually what happens is in the industry, any giant company or organizations, they have websites login and they always have a rate limiting. Rate limiting means they restrict certain number of connections to be established. After that, any connection which comes to, it has to wait, or it will directly get 429 error, which means the rate limiting. That means the server is only capable enough to handle that much of request. If it goes beyond it, then it will basically deny the request. So you can set up the rate limiting this way. The way how do you set it up is, you can say ufw sudo then limit as such. You can set up that limit for the SSH. So SSH limit in action will be enabled. So this will add up a limit there. Also after that, so this will also prevent the brute force attack, which means that if somebody wants to connect to the server and it is trying to do hit and trial method to break the passwords and stuff, so this will be limit that user particularly to restrict from accessing it, because we have this rule set up. So this helps to restrict the brute force attack as well. Now let's talk about how do you delete that rule. So sudo you can delete it via numbers actually. So ufw status and then whatever the number, let's say 22. So say number. Okay, so now there are a number of rules which are there. So you see there are a number of rules 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. I want to delete number 1, okay, which is deny in from anywhere to port number 22. Yes. Now let's see the status. So that rule will be gone, which was there before. It has deleted. Now the first rule has become limited. So that's how you can delete the rule from the UFW firewall as well. How do you reset UFW? You can just hit command UFW reset. This will reset everything for you. Okay, but before resetting it, always make sure to store the backup, because it's always recommendable to store the backup. It's not just a 5 or 6 rules are being created for the industry purpose, right? So usually companies have thousands of rules or more than that as well be created depending on their use cases. So it's always good to have a backup so that you always can take the reference from the backups and then you can restore it. This is the way to do this. So it always take a backup and then does the reset. Once you do the reset, after that you see the service is inactive and then there is no set rules currently set up for UFW. Okay, and if you want to disable it, so you can just say UFW disable, and after that firewall will be stopped and then nothing will be there. So and it will be disabled from the startup. So whenever system will boot up, it will automatically disable the service. So then we will talk about IP tables. So IP tables is another way of setting up a complex rules. UFW, whatever we discussed, it's kind of a front end of IP table. So whenever you make changes to that rule, the rule will be stored in the IP tables. It's a table kind of a thing which stores these kind of a rule. So UFW is kind of a front end, you can understand this way. So let's talk about IP tables. How do you set up the complex rules? So I'll show some examples. How do you do that? So for that, there is a command called IP tables command. IP tables -L can list you what all rules which are there, and it requires sudo permission. So that's how you can list down all the rules if it has any rules. So currently we see there are a lot of rules. Basically it accepts the connection. It's kind of a little tricky to read as well, kind of a complex thing, but I'll explain this way. Target means basically on what target you want to achieve what. So TCP packet, if it comes from anywhere, which is the source, and goes from anywhere to destination, what it does is it basically for this target it accepts the connection. So SSH is the target here, and then it accepts the connection to do what? It is accepting all the connections. So let's say if you read or list, there is another options you can use in IP tables -L-v verbose and then 9. This will list down all the options and packet chains and stuff, what are the bytes it transfers and source and destination. Basically this will show the verbose way of detailing in the sense like what is the IP address, a range, CIDR format also it says. When we say anywhere, which we saw here, right, for SSH, anywhere to anywhere. So this anywhere is nothing but 0.0.0.0/0. So you see here the same thing is being displayed over here from source to destination. So all these rules are anywhere to anywhere. So that is how you can check it. After that, let's try to set up some rule. IP tables -A input operation. We want anything which comes in to TCP. Destination port is, let's say, 22 or let's say 23. What do you want to do? Reject everything. Okay. So now you see sudo IP tables So currently on port 23 everything is rejecting from everywhere. So it's rejecting all the packets. What if we try to set up on 22? So on 22 it's accepted. Let's set this rule input on 22 reject, and then we will read this. So currently there are two rules created. One is with accept, which was created previously, already existing because I was playing around before that. And then now the another rule that we have created just now, it is basically rejecting any packet which comes, any TCP packet which comes on destination port, which is 22. So the action is rejection. It will reject all the packet whatever comes up. So but since this rule take preferences, this rule will not be active, but if we make the changes it will be active again. So it will go on the top one and then take the preferences on this. After that, let's try to see how do you basically see the NAT tables. So IP tables -T NAT -L. So this is how you can see the NAT tables. If you have any NAT tables rules updated, so it will show you. So NAT is nothing but a network address translation, which is also another networking term. You can just read about that. But if you want to see the table for the NAT tables, if there are any rules created, you can see it like this. What if you want to allow any connection on port number 80? So you can set, let's say, sudo IP tables input -p TCP -d port destination port 80, and then -j accept. Okay, so this will accept all the 80 port connections. That's how you can read it. Okay, let's talk about dropping all the incoming connections. So you can just IP tables -p input and then drop. So it will drop any connection which comes. This firewall rule will be active and will drop all the incoming connections. So which we are not going to do this because we will not be able to access this machine anyways after that if we set up these rules. But for your information, this is how you can set up the drop rules. After that, let's say, how do you allow the established connections? So IP tables -a input -p TCP, all the TCP incoming connections. State, what all state only established, released, accept. So that is how you can set up this. Related, establish, maybe it is sudo IP tables -a input -m state -m state established, comma related, accept. It says state requires a list of with no spaces. Okay. Yeah, that's how you can set it up. So you can just read this rule again. All the connections from anywhere for those states related and established, it will allow the connections to set up. If you want to save the IP tables rule, you can just save it via sudo IP tables save command. So this command will help you save all the rules. Where you want to save it, let's say any test file or any file, any rule file, any location, you can save it like this. If you want to restore, you can do this. IP table restore command is there, which will take the input from the save rule file and then it will update the IP table entries. So that's how you can restore the rules. After that, we can see some persistent packages. How do you set up this persistent rule, which are not really required because those are the complex things. But if you do that, you need a persistent package to be installed. So you can install it via apt get and install command, which will allow to download that persistent package, and then you can set up a persistent rule. Let's try to see how do you redirect the traffic port forwarding via IP tables. So you can do like this: NAT-A pre-routing, and then -p TCP -d port 80 redirect. You don't have to remember the exact command. You can just take a reference anytime. It's just fine. I'm just trying to tell you that this is how. There are a lot of options and stuff that you can play around with IP tables. You can set up the rerouting, and you can do a lot of networking stuff and examples of the firewall things, right? So that is how you can just set it up. Yeah, so that's about it. So if we talk about the differences between IP tables and UFW, which one is good? So if you are a new user, so you can start with using UFW, which is nothing but a front end, capability of using IP tables. So whatever the changes you do there, it will be allowed for the IP tables, and then you are able to play around with it. If you are already existing using the UFW, then you can go with the IP tables, or if you want to create any complex rules, though it's always recommendable to use the IP tables in that case. So yeah, that's about in this chapter. All right, so let's talk about the web services. When I say web services, what does it mean? You see websites, google.com, drive.google.com, mail.google.com. So these are nothing but web services which are running, but they have some underlying services as well. For example, Gmail is nothing but using SMTP, which is 25 port number 25. It uses mail transfer protocol under the hood of a web services. But if we talk about plain www.google.com, that is a search engine, but that is nothing but a website. On top of which you can have search engine, executions where you can perform certain things. So we will be deploying the websites, web services, and seeing how does it look like and how can you deploy it in the Linux machine. So you can see in the image that a web server, which is hosted somewhere in the public internet, and from your local client machine, which is a browsers, you can use Firefox, Mozilla, whatever is available on the machine, and you can just try to access that via internet. So that facility gives you by the web services. So in this example, we'll be testing out Apache 2, which is a package for web services, and then how do you access that web services, and then how do you start it. There is another lightweight website services available, which is called Nginx. Nginx is also used as a load balancer, as well as you can use Nginx as a web services. So let's try with the Apache thing, and then we'll see how do you host the content. So this is my machine. I have already deployed the web services. I'll show it to you. If I try to search localhost on port 80, so my Star Agile web server is currently running on this machine. How did I set this up and stuff? So we will review that. Let's say sudo, and then first of all, you should have the service systemctl status Apache. Okay, so Apache service is currently running. That's the reason you are able to load the website. What if I stop this service? Okay, I have stopped it. Now let's try to access it again. And when I say this, I'm still able to close port 80. Maybe it's loading from the cache, but it should supposed to be confirm status Apache 2 only. All right, inactive, that is good. What if we try? There is a command line utility called curl, through which also you can connect to any website or web services. It says failed to open connections. Hopefully this will also go away. Let's reopen the browser. Okay. Say localhost port 80. Okay, still loading for some reason. Okay, anyways, but here we can see that in this, when we try to make a connection, it's saying connection refuse, which means you are unable to connect to the web services. But in the browser, maybe it's loading from the cache. That's okay. What if we try with the IP address and see things? 10.50. Let's copy this as well. Paste. Okay, it's not loading, it's unable to connect, right? Let's try to start the service back and see the status again. Okay, I've started the service. Let's check the status. Apache 2 service is currently running, active, which is responsible for this website hosting. And now let's refresh our page. Why is it connecting to HTTP? So just remember that HTTP and HTTP is little different. So HTTP is the normal protocol which runs on the port 80. HTTP is the secure way of authenticating to the web services, which uses port 443. HTTP uses usually port 80 or sometimes 8080 as well. When you are doing accessing via HTTP, which means you are not
doing the secure connections to the web services. But if you do see any of the public websites which is hosted and you do shoppings and access the website, you always connect to the port 443, which is HTTPS. How do you verify if the website is legitimate or not? That is where the concept of certificates and stuff comes in, right? So you must have seen in your browser when you access google.com, in the left side there is a lock button shows up. That lock button in the browsing tab shows you that this is a secure website. And if you click on that, you can see the cookies and certificate information. So that certificate information shows that this website is legitimate because a particular CA has approved this website and provide the CRT to the web services, right? So this is, the certificate has an expiry period. So it's always the browsers what we try to access with the version whatever is available, let's say Firefox, so they already have the public certificate for that server. That's the reason they are able to identify, okay, this server is legitimate or not. So that is the reason to always use HTTPS. So whenever you see there is a website which is not showing HTTPS, which means it's not secure. Any hackers can also intervene in between and then try to steal your data. So it's always suggestible that you should always prefer to use the secure websites. It's for some reason it is just going on HTTP. I don't know. Let's just try to do this curl again. And with the curl, curl is nothing but, whatever the browser is doing, it's a command line utility. It does the same way to fetch the HTTP request, and these are the HTTP responses we are running. So curl says on localhost port 80 it is working as fine. You are able to get the response back. What is the response? Welcome to Stargell web server. What if I try with the IP address? Okay, IP address, it's unable to connect. It says port is failed. For some reason it's unable to connect and not able to establish the connection. That's okay, that's not a problem. I will using the port 80 and localhost in this case. All right, so let's just do one more thing here. From the client machine, let's try to access that web services if it is running or not. So let me connect. Okay, so this is there, port number 80. Okay, it says unable to connect. Let's just see if there is any firewall rules are not blocking it. So let me just list down all the firewall rules. Okay, so it says any TCP connection is rejecting SSH and HTTP. Okay, it's rejecting the HTTP. Okay, that's the reason you are unable to access it from the remote machine. So let's do this. Let's try to delete this rule, and it also has an accept rule. So once we delete this rule, it will automatically goes away from the IP tables, and then so this rule will take the precedence on top of it. So let's list down the chain first. Okay, so chain input, this is the rule number 2. Okay, so input chain rule number 2 I want to delete. So this is how you can delete it. Sudo IP tables -d delete, and which chain, input chain, which rule number, which is 2. See, 2 number is this. Reject, all the reject. So I want to delete this 2 number. And let's review this IP table again. Okay, that is gone now. We are having 2 rules. HTTP is allowed. So let's try to access it. And seeing. Okay, yeah, now I'm able to access it via HTTP on that IP address. So from here also should be able to access it, I believe. HTTP 10.211. Okay, so this is also working now. So that was because of that rule itself. Anywhere from any machine, if we try to access the HTTP, because of this rule, we see the usage of this IP tables as well, where it was restricting the traffic. Now from anywhere to anywhere on HTTP, it has the accept rule, which means any traffic which comes on the HTTP will be accepting it, so it will be working. So now let's talk about the configurations. Where do we set those files and where do we make the changes? First, let's talk about the package. So there is a package called Apache 2. You can say this. So this package is already installed on my machine because I already have the HTTP services, web services running. If you don't have it, so you can install it like this. Once you do this, you just have to start the service. Systemctl Apache to start. The configuration file for this is present inside HTTP. Sorry, where www.html index.html. So this is the file which has the content of your web services. So for example, let me just open it with sudo and let's say welcome back to the Star Agile. So anybody who knows HTML, CSS languages, they can write down the proper HTML page here. They can write down and copy the index.html. Since for this testing, I just want to more focus towards how to set up the web services and not towards the HTML and CSS language. We are just adding up some values over here. Star Agile Linux Learning Series. And this is your trainer. Okay, so let's do this. Let's save this and refresh our website. Okay, now you can see this. This is the heading. Okay, because that has H1 as a heading. So that's why you are seeing that in the heading thing. And this is the content. Whatever I wrote in the file, it is representing and opening up here. If I refresh this also, it will update here as well. So that is how whatever the index.html page you want, you can just update that page to this location. This is the default location of the Apache 2 web server. So if you want to have a website, you can just install the Apache 2 package, start the service, enable the service so that whenever your machine will boot up, it will automatically start the Apache 2 service, and after that you can just execute or access your website on your machine. So that is about the basic web hosting what we are doing. Now let's talk about how to do the virtual hostings. So for virtual hosting, how do we do it? Like how do we change the pages and stuff? So you can have custom websites. So for example, here I have two paths which I have changed here. So for example, I have where www. My paths are one path is HTML. I have created one more path called my website, and another is other site as well. Let's look into this and the content what it has it. Let's try to read the content. Okay, so this my website index.html, it has a content called this is a virtual hosting. Okay, let's check about this as well, this location. The site, okay, this also has a content called welcome to another site. So there are three index.html present. One is where www.html, one is in my website HTML, there is one other sites. See, it's always okay to have multiple websites hosting on the single server, right? We cannot just have one dedicated server for one website. That is not how it works. So it works like this way: virtual hosting, multiple websites are being hosted on the single machine and have a replica and the database also connected and in sync with multiple servers. I say nodes in a cluster, and then one node goes down, then your load balancer automatically makes sure they're up and running services, web services. It redirects the traffic so that consumer does not see any downtime. Okay, website is not running or not working. So it should always be redirecting traffic to the respective web server and to the respective web endpoint. So for example, let's say my website, you could have said that gmail.com, or this is other site is a drive.com, drive.google.com, something like that. You can just change it, and then
you can have a respective configuration as well. So the configuration what is required is, you can, I'll just show it to you. This one HTML. So this is required for, this is by default coming up when you download the Apache 2 package and start the service. What if I say my website? So for my website, you have to make sure that it has ownership is www data and the group ownership is www data. Okay, and similarly on the index.html also. Similarly for other site also, this is the same thing. You have to make sure you set it up, this thing. And then the permissions also, if you look at the permission, it's 755 for dot, which is other site, and similarly for my website 755. So this permission should meet. If it does not meet, then this will not work. Now this index.html thing is fine. Where do we set up the configuration? Okay, if somebody tries to access mywebsite.com, then it should go to this HTML page, and if somebody tries to access othersite.com, then it should go to this other site index.html page. So that configuration is present in the SSH configuration file. So then, so the configuration file for this would be etc. All the configuration files are present in the etc folder. Apache 2 sites available and mywebsite.conf. So this is my website virtual hosting. So if you look at this, this is the block that you have to create here. So the server name is mywebsite.com. Let me change it and say www.gmail.com, okay, or www.gmail or www.mywebsite.com, because if I say gmail.com, maybe it will take the public Gmail. So I just want to host my own website. That's how, for example, Gmail and Drive are hosted. So www.mywebsite.com. The document root. So this document root is nothing but the location. It says when somebody tried to access www.mywebsite.com, go to this location and then try to see if there is any index.html present or not. If there is anything present, then load that page. If you are giving some other location, you can give some other location, and make sure that location has www data, ownership and group ownership, as well as 755 on the ownership of that directory. So that is the directory where www my website, document root, allow, override all. And so this is how the virtual hosting configuration look like. So you can set up something like this and then save the configuration. Similarly for other site conf also has it. So I say other site is www.othersite.com. okay. Now for other site, you have to go to where www other site location. So which is here. This index.html will be loading. For www.mywebsite.com, this location it will go and try to read the index.html, whatever is present, and then load it. Once you are done this, so you can enable the site and restart Apache. So how do you enable it? There is a command called e2 and site, okay, mywebsite.conf. Okay, enabled. Another site. Okay, already enabled. Perfect. Now you can just reload the. You don't want to restart the service because restart might take slightly downtime. Reason being, so this is a very small setup where we have 3 websites hosted, but I'm talking about large scale websites which are huge contents and stuff, right? If you restart the service, it might take some milliseconds of time or downtime to basically catch up the things. But better whenever you make any changes in the configuration, so you should always reload it rather than restarting the service. So you can just reload Apache 2.service. Once it does, it basically updates the configuration without restarting the service. So reload is a very good command. We will be discussing this in systemctl when we'll be talking about it, but for here I'm just trying to tell you this.
After that, you just need to make sure, when we discussed about DNS, we talked about there are some local cache information, and then there is a DNS server. So www.google.com, if you are unable to find that entry inside your etc host, it checks the resolve.conf, and then from there the DNS server of your internet provider, and then on top of it top level domain, and then com, and then Google, and then www. We discussed that all in our DNS chapter when we talked about it. But just to rebrush here, I'm just trying to tell you this. This is the file which is locally present. So whenever somebody will try to access mywebsite.com, it should go to this IP address. So this is resolving to IP address, and then from this IP address should be able to access the website. But since I made some modification, this is a read-only file. Let me do with sudo. Since I made some modification, so I will just say here www.mywebsite.com and www.othersite.com. Okay, so and this is the localhost. So this entry is present here. Now let's try to access it. www.mywebsite. So this is loading me the page of my website document root. So if you look at here, let's get my website index. So this is the content what we have in the my website. Okay, the same content you are seeing here. This is a virtual hosting. Now let's try to load other site. So this is loading welcome to another site. Let's try to load here www other site and the index.html. So this is the page you are seeing here. So there is no such magic, it seems, right? It's just that the location wherever you have index.html present, you just have to append that location into the configuration files, and once you do that, after that your virtual hosting will be ready to use it for the particular domain, and then you have to make an entry for the DNS server. So it's so easy to set up the web services, and you can access it from anywhere. Let's say if I try to access it from this machine, I should be able to access it. HTTP access or just www.my. It's just that you should also have the entry here as well in the host. So you have to update this, because on this machine, this is a client machine. Currently they are in just two machines in this setup, but virtually in the internet you see there are a lot of internet connections and people can easily connect to the machines, right? But here in this case we have the limited connection, two machines only. So okay, Starj is not in server file. Let's just try to use this parallel. So we are just explicitly giving that it should go to this IP. Whenever somebody will access it from here, it should directly go to this IP, not to any other IP. If we don't set these settings here, it will go to the internet DNS, let's say name server, whatever the name server we have in the net plan, you remember, 8.8.8.8, and there it will find some other websites and then it will load it. For example, currently let's save this configuration and then say www.mywebsite.com. It's loading my website perfectly. Othersite.com. It's loading another site also. Now let me do some changes and see stuff here. Okay, I've commented this and saved it. After that, let me close this and open it again. Okay, it's still redirecting some way. Mywebsite.com. Okay, let's go to this IP.
So it's currently loading from the cache. What if I try to open it up in secure window? So now you see mywebsite.com is some other website which is loading from the internet. The reason being we have removed that entries or commented those entries in the etc host file. So whenever when I hit on mywebsite.com, it tries to check the etc host file. Does it have the entry for mywebsite.com? It did not, because we already commented those entries. So then after that it checks to the DNS server. So this was the DNS server which was setting up. To this server, it tries to ask for the entry or IP address for this website. So it found the IP address which is the public IP address 64.1. Some website is hosting on this IP address with the same name called mywebsite.com, and that's how you are able to load this website. Now that is a thing. If you don't want this to happen and you want it to change, so you can do this. Starting with hash. Okay, you have to uncomment those lines, and then once you save this configuration and then you say host www.mysite.com, it will locate on the local host. It will not go to the this remote location wherever this website is hosted in the public internet. So that's the reason you will not see the difference. You will see the difference here. So now currently it is going to this server 10.211.55.12, and this server has a virtual hosting hosted with this name othersite.com or mywebsite.com, and that's why you are able to communicate to it. So that is how you can set up the virtual hosting, and that is how you can set up for multiple websites, and you can see the web services available. And you can make few changes in terms of setting up things. For example, like let's say you can just make some modifications in the HTML as well, or you can add some firewall rules. So let's try to add some firewall rules. For example, let's check. I have sudo apt IP tables input connections, and then say reject. I don't want, or let's say I want to reject all the traffic which comes from this to destination port 80. So then I said this, but we already have accept rule. That's why it will work. So accept is the precedence at this moment for number 2, and that's the reason you are able to see it. And your reject rule is on the down. So first let's try to delete this. Which chain? Input chain rule number 2 I want to delete. Okay, now let's verify. It has only 2 rules. One is for SSH, all the connections are rejected, and for HTTP all the connections are rejected. Now let's try again. Let's clear this. Okay, it says unable to connect. It's unable to connect it because the connections are rejected. The firewall is rejecting the connections. So you can then if you want to flush all the rules, so you can do this way: IP tables -F. It will flush all your IP table rules. You will not seeing any of the rules which were added or present in. So it's always recommended to take the backup. Now let's try to add some rules for the source IP, and then we'll see that in a bit. So let's see. Let's just add it for one IP address, and then we will try to see if that IP address is blocking or not. So let's say sudo IP tables -A input chain sources 10.211.55.12. Okay, from this source I want packet to be reject or drop. Okay, so now I can see this. Let's try IP tables, that is fine. But we have not told the, let's list down the rules. IP tables -L, drop all the packet from this source. So this should be applicable for, okay, this is loading here, local, but not any other connections will work. So I was just trying to explain that from a particular IP you can set up a rule. There might be some syntax for setting up a rule for a specific IP to only allow that IP to basically able to access the HTTP. Otherwise, no other IP address are able to access. So this usually helps. Let's say there is any internal hosting that people have it. What they want is that internal website should only be accessible from the internet, limited, that is private network. Apart from that private network, no other user should be able to access those websites. So in that case, these IP table rules helps in order to set up the blocking rules for anything else other than those private networks. So those ways also you can use based on your use case. So that is one thing. After that, like just a basic rule, you want to set it up, you can do it via UFW also, that we has seen in the UFW Apache fold, that will help to set up it for full. Let's try to set up Nginx, if in case we can try to deploy that as well and see if that Nginx thing works here. So for Nginx, let's try to install the package sudo apt installed Nginx. Okay, since I don't have this package previously, so I'm just first time installing it and seeing things. Okay, now let's see, I'll just stop systemctl apache 2 and status systemctl status Nginx. Okay, Nginx is failed. Let's try to start it if we are able to. Okay, let's start. See status, it's running. Now let's try to load localhost port 80. So yeah, you can see this. Currently the web service is running, but that is using service called Nginx rather than using Apache 2. So Nginx is very lightweight, as I said before. So lightweight means it has limited package, which is mainly responsible for any website to host. But Apache 2 has a lot of big configurations. You can do a lot of stuff. But with the lightweight, if you would want, you can just use this Nginx package. So this package will help you to see that you are able to host a website. So it does not have a much of basically the in terms of Apache comparison. If you do with Nginx, it will not have a lot of features and capabilities to perform. But yes, if you just want to deploy the web services and you would want to see if how does it look like, so you can easily configure Nginx, and that is also supported in the Docker and Kubernetes environments as well. You can directly fetch the Nginx image, and then you can set it up, and then you can configure it via the container services. So that also you can perform. So let's make some more changes in our web services and try to see how does it look like. So let's create one more file and entry. So let's say vim www HTML. I'll just do one thing. I'll create directories. Sudo mkdir fnp www. Let's create something like star agile. Okay, fine. Now let's do echo HTML content, HTML body, h1 header, and then say come to star child, series. Welcome to Star Agile Linux learning series, and then you can just h1 and then slash body, then slash HTML, and then you can just save it, or you can use another command called sudo d/where HTML. Okay. So now it has basically copied over the content here. You can just see it, cat and then paste. Okay, that has this content. After that, let's set up the ownership. Sudo chown www data : www data where w star agile. One more thing is you should use -R so that recursively also whenever any file or things will be created, you can just it by default has the ownership and group ownership created www-data. Okay, that is good. After that, let's set the permission as well. chmod 7 sci-fi recursively to where www star agile. Okay, that is done. After that, let's try to add up a file. Sudo etc apache sites available. I'll create star agile.conf, but before that, let's take a reference of another file and copy over the data so that it's easy for us not to start creating from scratch. So I'll say copy. You have to use sudo copy etc apache to sites available, other site.conf, where you want to copy. I want to copy in apache sites available and star agile.conf. Okay, now let's open. So let's set up a website called Star Agile, and then location is Star Agile. Okay, and then this document root directory also Star Agile. Save it. After that, you just have to enable sudo a to nsite www star conf. Okay, so it says enabling site star agile. To activate the new configuration, you need to run systemctl reload command, so that it will just reload the configuration. It will not start the service. But since we are using Apache, okay, we have to reload it because Nginx might not be supported for virtual hosting, or might be some other configuration stuff. But for Apache 2, we have to start the service because we have stopped it. And it's creating a conflict because Nginx is running. So first, let's stop Nginx. Stop Nginx. After that, let's start Apache 2. Apache 2. And then reload. And after that, let's try to add an entry. So that we can add staragile.conf inside etc host, so that it says www.staragile.com. So whenever somebody will try to access www.stargel.com, it should be able to go to localhost machine. So now let's try to access our page, www.staragile.com. Yep, so we are able to get the page loaded via Apache 2 service. Welcome to Stargel Linux learning series. So that's how you can host multiple websites. There are other ways as well where you don't have to always create multiple configurations. You can have multiple entries in the same configuration, but you just have to change the name of the directory. What I'm trying to say is, if you here only if you open, so you can have multiple blocks like this, one block for staragile.com, then one block for mywebsite.com, and one block for othersite.com. So that way also you can save creating multiple configurations, because let's say for example there are hundreds of websites which are you hosting. To create hundreds website and enable it one by one and then reload it, it's kind of tricky to do that sometimes. So it's good if you have an option where you can append the keep on entries for all the websites that you are gonna host as a virtual hosting into a same file, and then you can do it. So this way also can be helpful to achieve the same thing. Yeah, but it's just that Nginx is just kind of a small lightweight web services if you would want to play around with it. But since there is only one option, you can always keep on running either Nginx or Apache 2. Otherwise, you will get these error messages like this. It basically tries to tell you that there is another websites or some other services which is linked to the web services are still in progress. That's the reason you are not able to execute this. It's creating conflict for you. So the logs, you can just access this log and it will tell you what is happening. So we will be talking about general CTL later. That's where we will be seeing what's happening for the general CTL and how to capture the logs. So yeah, so that's what we discussed about how to having the web services and how to create it via Apache 2 as well as via Nginx. So